Chapter 1 Rebirth. Genius. Blue Star, China. Jianping County, Genoa No. 1 Middle School. What do you want me to say to you? I don't know how many times I've explained this question. You still don't learn your lesson. If anyone still gets it wrong during the next monthly exam, you'll have to copy the question 100 times. Even the question. Now start listening carefully. On the podium, a middle-aged teacher who looked to be about 50 years old, wearing rimmed glasses and with slightly gray hair, spoke incessantly to the students, directly criticizing their quality. Brother Chen, wake up quickly. Chiang Kai-shek is angry. If you continue to sleep, you will be criticized. In a daze, Shen Qingqiu heard a voice calling him. He opened his eyes hazily, looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at the person in front of him, and was suddenly startled. Fuck! Who the hell are you? Shen Qingqiu subconsciously protected his body. What are you talking about? I'm your good brother Luo Tianxiang. Damn, brother Chen, don't tell me you have lost your memory. Have you read too many fucking tomato novels? Online novels are killing people. Luo Tianxiang said angrily. Luo Tianxiang? Shen Qingqiu recalled carefully and slowly remembered that he did have a childhood friend named Luo Tianxiang, whom he had not seen for a long time due to work. But how did he become so young? At this moment, a strange mechanical voice came from Shen Qingqiu's brain. The system is loading, the current progress is 50%. Please wait. Holy shit. System? Am I reborn? Shen Qingqiu, who had read countless melodramatic online novels in his previous life, instantly realized that he was reborn and also had a system. He vaguely remembered that he got drunk at a social gathering last night, and then suddenly learned that his daughter was sick, so he drove home in a hurry, but unexpectedly he got into an accident. He was taken away directly by the truck driver. Shen Qingqiu shook his head. Outrageous. This is outrageous. Damn, you still can't drink and drive. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing, let's continue with the class. Am I the only one who can see this? After seeing Luo Tianxiang's reaction, Shen Qingqiu also had some doubts in his heart. Thinking of this, he immediately looked around cautiously and found that everything was still the same. Those who should sleep were sleeping, and those who should slack off were slacking off. Alas, these bastards. They don't do anything related to studying. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the system is hidden. Is this Genoa No. 1 middle school from 10 years ago? I really miss it a little bit. Shen Qingqiu looked around at the classroom environment that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and was instantly filled with emotion. This is my youth during the 3 years of high school. How many times can we be young in this life? However, when I think about it carefully, although rebirth is exciting, but I really don't want to be reborn. In his previous life, Shen Qingqiu was rich and powerful, and even made it onto the Forbes rich list. He was the kind of ruthless man who could make any woman throw herself at him with just a stomp of his feet. His parents are still alive, he has a wife, a daughter, and a happy family. This does not fit the miserable setting of a reborn person who is cuckolded and owes millions in debt. But why should he be reborn? Mourn. Shen Qingqiu felt very aggrieved. What's the point of a successful man like me being reborn? After struggling for so long, in the end, it was all in vain. Everyone has some resentment. Rebirth. What the hell is rebirth? Rebirth. Wait. Rebirth? Shen Qingqiu suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes suddenly swept around, like looking for something. Finally, his eyes fell on a very beautiful girl in the front row of the classroom. At this moment, she was listening to the class carefully, taking notes, and answering questions non-stop. Wife. Shen Qingqiu muttered to himself. His expression changed to one of surprise. That's right. The beautiful girl in front of him was his future wife, Shen Qingqiu, the most beautiful schoolgirl in the history of Genoa No. 1 Middle School, and the eternal white moonlight goddess in the hearts of all the boys. Yeah. How could I forget about this? Shen Qingqiu slapped his head. Qingqiu used to be in the same class with me. I never thought, after being an old married couple for so long, I could be reborn and break up again, Shen Qingqiu smiled with relief. I was immersed in YY with my head on the stick. Although all the money, fame, and fortune in the previous life have become a bubble, at least his wife is still there, the Chen family bloodline will not be broken, and the lovely daughter Xiao doubting will see her handsome father again. The situation is not too bad. He. Really good. Shen Qingqiu was happily fantasizing about. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the podium. Shen Qingqiu! Why are you daydreaming in class? Stand up. Mathematics teacher Zhang Lihua began to scold. He is a very strict old teacher. He is the kind of math teacher who will never waste a math class unless it is absolutely necessary, and who will occasionally make flexible use of physical education classes to give students exercises. The second year of high school is a relatively important turning point. When he saw Shen Qingqiu's absent-minded and unfocused look, he immediately became furious. When Shen Qingqiu was suddenly called, he stood up subconsciously. After all, he still respected educators like teachers. Teacher, listen to me. What do you mean? Student Shen Qingqiu, looking at your expression, do you think these questions are too easy? Can you get into Peking University or Tsinghua University just by daydreaming? Teacher, I didn't mean that. I was wrong to be absent-minded in class. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Shen Qingqiu admitted his mistake directly without any excuses and with a serious and sincere attitude. He has seen a lot of plots like this. The time-traveling male protagonist offends the teacher at the beginning and is scolded. Then he is called to stand at the door as punishment and is ridiculed by the whole class and even the whole school, becoming a laughingstock. He doesn't want to be a sucker. The best way is to admit your mistake directly. Did this brat take the wrong medicine today? You actually took the initiative to admit your mistakes? The math teacher at the podium froze in place, looking a little surprised. Shen Qingqiu is a well-known scoundrel in his grade. He squints his eyes in class but becomes full of energy after class, like a fucking fighting cock on the bed. But why does he seem like a different person today? He actually took the initiative to admit his mistakes? Could it be that he suddenly changed his personality? The math teacher found it incredible. It is a good thing that you can clearly recognize your mistakes. The teacher feels very relieved. Seeing Shen Qingqiu's sincere attitude, math teacher Zhang Lihua did not embarrass him. Instead, he tapped the function equation question on the blackboard and said calmly, "Well, you have made great progress in this monthly exam. You can explain this question to everyone." Oh shit. How come this is different from what is written in the script? Dog author. You hurt me. Shen Qingqiu originally thought that he had already escaped from danger, but his math teacher pulled him back to reality from his comfort zone, and he instantly felt like crying but had no tears left. Shen Qingqiu thought that although his math skills in high school were not very good, they were at least at an average level. But, more than 10 years have passed. Teacher, actually Shen Qingqiu was about to refuse. I saw the math teacher folding his hands with an unquestionable look on his face. He was still holding a teaching stick in his hand. Teacher, let me try. Shen Qingqiu put on a forced smile and walked up to the podium dejectedly, ready to accept the coming of death. Just then. Bite. The system has been loaded and will start soon. Hello, host. I am the system, you can also call me the system. Shen Qingqiu? What are you doing here? However, Shen Qingqiu did not hesitate and asked directly, System, what can you do? Save me quickly. I thank you for your ancestors for 18 generations. Shen Qingqiu pleaded. He knows. The only thing that can save him now is this electric product that can make sounds. How are they written in novels? Host, based on your specific situation, this system has calculated 3 solutions in total. Excuse me, do you want this simplest method? Or, this medium difficulty method? Or maybe, this purgatory level method? Isn't this nonsense? I choose. The words haven't been finished yet. The system made another sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for choosing the purgatory level method. The greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Task, lift up the chalk box on the lecture and shout, you think this kind of problem can stump me, to get the super mathematician skill. Host, please execute the task immediately. Otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Friendly reminder. Mission penalty, host's penis will be shortened by 10 centimeters. Damn it. It's a forced sale, right? I didn't even make a choice, okay? Also, this punishment is totally inhumane. Dog system. You are harming me. Ding. Warning. The host has been detected to have insulting behavior. If the system detects insulting words again, it will automatically be regarded as giving up this round of tasks. Host, please be careful. You are such a genius. Shen Qingqiu sighed helplessly. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Especially since this matter concerns the 10 centimeters of my own happiness. I have to be very careful. Ahem. It happened in the blink of an eye. Shen Qingqiu directly pushed away the chalk box on the lecture and grinned. You think you can stump me with this kind of question? Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the super mathematician skill. With this skill, the host will be able to do math problems with ease and become the child of other people's families. Task reward, increase length by 1 nanometer. The whole class was also shocked to see this scene. When did Shen Qingqiu become so powerful? How dare you show off in Lao Jiang's class? Although his math grades are pretty good, they are not that great. It shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? It's like a knife cutting my butt. This opened my eyes. This kid. At this moment, Chiang Kai-shek was also furious. He swore that if the kid couldn't do it today, he would definitely open his eyes first. Lao Jiang suppressed his anger, but appeared calm on the surface, answered the question quickly. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu, who had the help of plug-in, was full of confidence and not panicked at all. I saw him pick up the chalk with his fingers and start typing violently. He didn't even think about it, he just glanced at the questions casually and started answering them. The whole process was done without any pause, and the writing went on smoothly, filling up a large area of the blackboard. It was not until he reached the last step that Shen Qingqiu looked at the blackboard in shock, unable to believe it. I wrote this? Wow! I'm so awesome! Edison. Oh no, Edison seems to be an artist. He should be a mathematician, Columbus reincarnated, right? Ha ha ha. Shen Qingqiu fantasized shamelessly. This mathematics teacher Zhang Lihua was stunned. He hurriedly took off his glasses and wiped them, walked closer to confirm again and again before finally confirming that the answer was correct. And it's absolutely correct. Genius! Old Chang exclaimed. The way he looked at Shen Qingqiu was different. The last question on this test paper was adapted from an original question from a previous college entrance examination. He knew how difficult it was. Even when 1 million students crossed the river to take the college entrance examination, few people got the answer right. But Shen Qingqiu answered it. And it is the optimal solution. Shen Qingqiu, this show-off, did not follow the ordinary high school problem-solving ideas. Instead, he took a different approach and flexibly used university-level methods to solve high school mathematics. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Chapter 2. Can you hear your heart? Student Shen Qingqiu, your answer is very correct. Have you done the original question before? The math teacher asked doubtfully. Although I was very excited. But it doesn't mean you will lose your mind. After all, Shen Qingqiu's usual achievements are there, and he doesn't believe that he will soar to the sky. This is not writing a novel. I'm suspicious after all. Shen Qingqiu also understood that Lao Jiang was suspicious. After all, it was hard to accept that a student who normally had trouble passing exams suddenly became an Einstein with an IQ of 180. Should I explain? There doesn't seem to be any suitable reason. I was bored last night and drank 50 bottles of melatonin overnight. That's not okay. It's not scientific, and I don't have the conditions at home. I have a system. Fuck you. Let us not talk about whether anyone will believe it. What if they take me to a mental hospital and lock me up for 10 days or half a month? Forget it, let us keep a low profile now. After much deliberation, Shen Qingqiu decided to temporarily hide his academic excellence. After all, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. It is better to have less trouble than more. Yes, teacher, I just finished this question during my review yesterday, and I also studied it carefully on the internet, so it was easy for me to do it. Shen Qingqiu said very modestly. Well, go back to your seat first. Lao Jiang nodded, and he seemed a little disappointed, but the disappointment soon disappeared. Okay. Shen Qingqiu raised his legs and ran. A very happy look on his face. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him, so he turned his head to take a look, and inadvertently, their eyes met. Those are a pair of very beautiful eyes. The eyes are as bright as autumn water and as brilliant as stars, nothing is more beautiful than this. Not only that, Shen Qingqiu, as the recognized beauty campus girl of Genoa No. 1 Middle School, is also not just beautiful. It is a kind of beauty that comes from the depths of the soul, a scholarly temperament that can only be expressed after being immersed in thousands of poems and books. Elegant and noble. Qingqiu seems to be looking at me? Are you attracted by my stunning appearance? After Chen Su sat down, he was puzzled. Wait, I understand. He suddenly discovered something. There was an anti-smile on her face. I was wondering, why did Qingqiu always emphasize after marriage that she started liking me after college, saying that we just met at first sight, but in fact, she had been secretly in love with me since high school, right? She hit it well. Really, you are already an old married couple, why are you still shy? If you love someone, you should say it out loud. But if you think about it carefully. After all, I'm so handsome and well known in Jianping County, it's normal for her to have a crush on me. Marrying me is a bargain for her. Thinking of this, Chen Su laughed more and more happily. But Shen Qingqiu, who was not far from him, had a stern face and a sullen expression. Just when she was listening to the class attentively, some strange noises that were not normal in the classroom suddenly came from the classroom. She searched for a long time but couldn't find the source. It was not until she heard the sound made by Chen Su when he stepped down from the stage and looked at her that she realized that the sound came from Chen Su. But the strange thing is that when Chen Su was answering the questions just now, she was staring at the blackboard and didn't notice that he was talking. Could it be that? Could Chen Su be a ghost? This shocked Shen Qingqiu greatly. That's why I stared at him for a long time. However, after observing for so long, combined with Chen Su's expression and actions just now, she could barely judge that Chen Su should not be a ghost. That seemed to be the voice in his heart. But the voice in Chen Su's heart seemed to be more and more wrong the more he listened. Old couple? Secret love? This guy, what is he talking about? When did I ever like him? Shen Qingqiu was burning with anger. He wanted to vent his anger but had no place to vent it, so he could only glare at Chen Su fiercely as a warning. Fuck! Why is my wife glaring at me? So scary, so horrible. Could it be that I performed so well on stage just now that she is jealous? I remember that she was not like this before. Oh, wife, if you think like this, what's mine is yours. The better your husband is, the one who benefits in the end, right? Why are you jealous? Envy? I'm jealous. Shen Qingqiu instantly found it incredible. In her impression, although Chen Su is usually careless, he is not a bad person. Why have you become so shameless now? No. Why should I be angry? I am not his wife, so what he says is right? Don't be angry, don't be angry. Shen Qingqiu covered his ears. Try not to be angry anymore. Anyway, there is one meaning. I don't want to listen to the turtle-s chanting. But then again, since God has given me a chance to go back to the past, should I still consider being with Qingqiu this time? Chen Su was a little hesitant. After all, although the Shen Qingqiu in front of him has not changed much physically, oh, no, he is still a little smaller now than in his previous life. But mentally. Hearing this question, Shen Qingqiu, who was covering his ears not far away, couldn't help but listen. She was listening very seriously at first, but the more she listened, the more outrageous it became, and in the end her face turned red with embarrassment. This guy. What are you thinking about? Big hooligan. No, I still can't give up my wife. After all, the two of us have already merged into one, and how can this kind of relationship be severed just like that? What's more, my lovely daughter Little Bean hasn't been born yet. In general, know everything. Thinking of this, Shen Su also made a decision. For my daughter. And for that familiar flesh spiritual love. This love still needs to be discussed. This baby has to continue to be made. Better make a few more. This class is ruined. Under Chen Su's sweet words, Shen Qingqiu didn't hear a single mathematical symbol. This guy is really bad. During such a serious class, his mind is still. However, I have listened to your voice for so long. She also understood something. The Chen Su sitting in the classroom now was a person who traveled from the future. He seemed to be very rich. He was his future wife, and they also had a lovely daughter named Xiaodouting. What and what? Who would believe such an outrageous thing? No one believes it, okay? But then again. The fact that you can hear other people's thoughts is outrageous enough. And judging from Chen Su's expression, he probably didn't know that he could hear his thoughts. What reason does he have to lie? Am I really his? Thinking of this, Shen Qingqiu hurriedly shook his head, trying to wake himself up. No, I must be crazy. I almost believed it. No matter what, I will not marry that bastard Chen Su, she thought with a blushing face. Chapter 3, the BMW 5 Series that you can't afford even if you cut your waist. The afternoon classes passed by in a flash. Still groggy and tired, the same as always. The 3 years of high school were neither hard nor easy. In the early stage, I was controlled by the teachers, and in the later stage, I was completely under mental oppression that I could not escape. The second year of high school is just a transitional stage. After school, Shen Su packed up and prepared to go home, but she accidentally saw Shen Qingqiu also packing up, and that thing seemed to be very heavy, and she had a little difficulty lifting it. Let me help you. Shen Su felt sorry for his wife when he saw how hard she was struggling to move things, so he offered to help. Shen Qingqiu raised his head and glanced at Shen Su, then lowered his head and continued to carry things. No, thank you. Declined. Leave no chance. She silently picked up the book box under the table and walked towards the door. She looked thin and lonely. Shen Qingqiu is always like this, she doesn't like to talk and always likes to be alone, so even though she is the recognized school beauty of Genoa No. 1 Middle School, she doesn't have many friends. And it just so happened that Su Mengyao, one of her few good friends in the class, did not come to class today due to illness, so she had to carry the things by herself. Just give it to me. Shen Su touched his nose, hesitated for a moment, and decided to catch up to help her. After all, she is my wife, no matter how cold she is, I have to pamper her. No, I can do it myself. Shen Qingqiu tried to refuse, but in the end he still failed to snatch it from him. Some people are so thick-skinned that there is no way to deal with it. He could only give up and say politely, thank you. Shen Su nodded, looked at the book box in his hand and asked, isn't this semester not over yet? Where are you going to take these books? Move back home. Shen Su showed a puzzled expression. When I reach the third year of high school, I will have more and more books. I want to move some books home first and only keep the ones I use frequently in the classroom. This way, I can not only carry them lightly, but also review them at home. That makes sense. The top students are different, Shen Su said with a smile. But I was extremely proud in my heart. My wife is different, hardworking, and diligent. She is already preparing for her senior year in high school. No wonder she was able to get into a 985 university. However, I am not a bad husband. Although I only got into a second-tier university, I am smart. I became a billionaire by starting a business. This is what we call a perfect match. They are such a perfect match. Shen Qingqiu, who was standing next to him, lost his composure instantly after hearing these words, and his face flushed red. This hooligan. Why am I still thinking about these messy things after school? But, if what he said is true, can I really get into a 985 university in the future? Shen Qingqiu felt inexplicably excited. After all, getting into a 985 prestigious university had always been her dream. If she could really get in as Chen Su said, that would be great. Thinking of this, she looked up and secretly glanced at Chen Su's profile. With a high nose bridge and angular face, he is the kind of boy who makes people feel sunny and clean at first glance. Shen Qingqiu curled his lips. Why didn't I realize before that this bad guy Chen Su is actually quite handsome? Hey, daughter-in-law, Qingqiu, where are you moving to? Shen Su suddenly asked, almost letting the cat out of the bag. The two looked into each other's eyes. Shen Qingqiu was stunned for a second, and when he came to his senses, his face flushed instantly. He pointed to something not far away and stammered, lift it, just lift it to the front, my family has a special driver to pick you up. What the hell? I was so scared, I almost let it slip. But I almost forgot, my wife's family seemed to be quite rich before. When she was in high school, her father-in-law gave her a lot of pocket money. The money I saved by college is enough to buy a house. When Shen Qingqiu heard this, he immediately lost his composure. What does he mean by this? Is he disgusted with me for spending money lavishly? The original good impression is gone. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the designated location. Shen Su put the book box on the ground very tiredly and wiped the sweat off his face. I have to say, I didn't feel how heavy this broken bookcase was when I first lifted it, but after lifting it for a long time, my arm muscles still felt a little sore. He glanced at Shen Qingqiu beside him. Twisted his hands. Luckily, I didn't let Qingqiu carry it by herself. If I had asked her to carry it for so long, I don't know how much suffering she would have endured. Also, I have to quickly get her to change her bad habit of not liking to talk. This time, she was lucky to be here. If I'm not here next time and she encounters this situation again, what will she do without any friends? Shen Qingqiu was stunned for a few seconds after hearing these words. She didn't expect that Chen Su actually cared about her, and she was instantly touched. Has the car not arrived yet? It should be here soon. Student Chen Su, if you are in a hurry to leave, you don't have to wait for me. Shen Qingqiu said shyly. In fact, Chen Su didn't have to wait for her at all. After all, their relationship was not that good now. They were just ordinary classmates. How can that be? It's not safe for a girl to wait for the bus alone. I'd better wait a little longer. Chen Su said indifferently. No matter what, I still have to leave a good impression on my wife on the first day of my rebirth. Shen Qingqiu lifted his hair and looked at his sweaty appearance, feeling quite embarrassed. To be honest, this was the first time in such a long time that she had spoken so much to Chen Su. Thank you, Chen Su. Why thank me? Isn't it normal for classmates to help each other? Besides, I would love nothing more than to wait for the bus with the famous school beauty Shen Su said with a smile. It's a bit teasing. Shen Qingqiu turned his head away, deliberately not looking at Chen Su. His little face flushed red, and he said nothing. Actually, Chen Su is a pretty good person when he doesn't have too many crazy thoughts, but he is a little bad. Soon, a black BMW 5 Series car drove into view. To sum it up in 7 words, it is high-end, classy, low-key, luxurious and profound. The BMW 5 Series from the late 2000s is the equivalent of a Ferrari. If you don't have 500,000 or 600,000 yuan to pay for it, it's impossible to get it. But Shen Qingqiu's family can use it as a special car for pickup and drop-off. Don't you feel angry? Alas, comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. We don't understand the life of rich people. So, when this car appeared in the public eye, it quickly caused a sensation among the crowd, and was full of envy. Holy crap, this is a BMW 5 Series, right? So handsome. It's true. I heard that the whole car would cost at least 500,000 yuan. Damn, it's so expensive? I can't afford it even if I cut off my own kidneys. Stop talking. You've almost broken your kidney, and you're still thinking about selling it? The students passing by were talking about it and looking at it with envy. Chen Su was not too surprised. After all, Shen Qingqiu was her wife and she knew a lot of things about her. He carried the bookcase into the trunk, then walked to the driver's seat and said with a smile, Uncle Wei, this bookcase is quite heavy. Please help Qingqiu carry it back home later. He spoke very politely, with a familiar manner and without any sense of strangeness in his tone. The driver of the special car, who was called Uncle Wei, was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied with a smile, Don't worry, little brother, I will send the lady home safely. This is my duty. Well, thank you Uncle Wei. In the car. Shen Qingqiu crossed his hands and hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage to ask softly. Uncle Wei, do you know Chen Su too? Chen Su? Wei Yan thought for a long time, shook his head and said, I don't know him. Why do you ask me that? Is there anything you need my help with? It's okay, I'm just asking. Shen Qingqiu shook her head guiltily, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, feeling mixed emotions. Why did Chen Su know Uncle Wei's last name was Wei? He acted so familiar with him, but Uncle Wei and he clearly didn't know each other. Could it be that everything he said was true? Shen Qingqiu was dazed for a moment. But, miss, I've been picking you up for so long, and I've never seen a boy pick you up before. Are you? No. After hearing this, Shen Qingqiu instantly woke up from his previous distraction and waved his hand hastily to explain. Uncle Wei, it's not what you think. Chen Su and I are just ordinary friends. Chen Su? So the young man just now was Chen Su? Wei Yan also laughed when he heard this. He is also an experienced person. How could he not see the young man's little tricks? The purity of a girl is like a piece of blank paper. Any wrinkle or ink that appears on the trajectory of life will leave its mark. Unusual anomaly. It is precisely the beginning of youth. Oh. After Shen Qingqiu realized that he had just let the cat out of the bag, he felt so ashamed that his face turned red enough to make water come out of it. If she wasn't in the car, she would probably want to find a crack in the ground to hide. How embarrassing. Miss, I, Wei Yan, have lived for more than 50 years. I have always been very accurate in judging people. This kid named Shen Su is definitely not a simple person. He is very experienced. You better be careful next time, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Well, thank you Uncle Wei for the reminder. Shen Qingqiu responded in a low voice. I said this, but I was thinking proudly in my heart, humph. I will not be fooled by that big gangster. Absolutely not. Chapter 4, The 5-Ton Black Pot. Walking in the desolate corridor, Shen Su felt inexplicably warmed by the comfort. Haven't seen your parents for a long time? In his previous life, because he was too busy with work, even though Boss Chen was a billionaire, he often couldn't find time to visit his parents. Speaking of feeling indebted, Shen Su believed that he was absolutely generous to his parents and was very filial. However, after he got married and started a family, he always felt that he had lost something, and he always had an inexplicable sense of guilt towards his parents. He stood at the door of his house, looked at the green wooden door, hesitated for a moment, and knocked gently. Mom, I'm back. Crunch. With a creaky sound, the wooden door slowly opened. Shen Su looked closely and saw that the person who opened the door was not his mother, but his father Jackie Chan. Come in, the meal is ready. Oh. Shen Su put down his school bag, washed his hands, and hurried to the dining table. Come to think of it, he hasn't tasted home-cooked food for a long time. The dishes my mother cooks are absolutely amazing. When I was young, I always complained that the food at home was too bland, so I would either sneak in with instant noodles or rice mixed with lao gan ma. I didn't expect that after working hard for a few years, what I miss is still the original taste. Why are you back so late today? Oh. I sent a classmate. There was only a click, and Aunt Chen put down her chopsticks, frowned and asked. Classmate? Male or female? Of course. Who would send a man to a decent person? Shen Su said while eating. Calm and composed, not panicking at all. Chen Ma's face turned pale, she put down her chopsticks with a pop, turned around angrily, pointed at Shen Su's face and said. Jackie Chen, look at your son, he's almost a senior in high school, and he's still dating. Do you care about this? Seeing that something was not right, Jackie Chen coughed and put down his chopsticks, and said with a fatherly dignity. Well, son, I don't mind you dating, but you have to wait until you graduate from high school, right? The college entrance exam is coming soon. What you need to do now is to concentrate on studying without any distractions. Don't let anything affect you. Shen Su was also speechless. Something that is clearly nothing can be made into something beautiful by my parents. Mom and Dad, what are you thinking? I just felt sorry for the little girl who had to carry things with her skinny arms and legs, so I helped her out. How come you think we're in love? Carrying something? Yes. I'm almost in my 3rd year of high school. There are more and more books in the classroom and there's no place to put them. The little girl just wanted to move the books back home so that she could review them when she had nothing to do. I helped her a little, that's all. That's it? Is it that simple? Hearing this, Chen's father and mother looked at each other for a second, and instantly realized that they had misunderstood, and felt a little embarrassed. That's right. Our son is so obedient, how could he fall in love prematurely? You are just talking nonsense. Mother Chen took the initiative and directly threw the 5-ton pot onto old Chen. Old Chen was in tears. I didn't say anything. It was obviously you who said it. Mother Chen glared at him. Old Chen immediately lowered his head and took 2 mouthfuls of rice, not daring to speak. After dinner, Shen Su returned to the bedroom. Just as I was about to lie down, the door opened and Lao Chen came in. He walked over and sat down with a smile. Son, are you really in love? Without. Oh. You're hiding it from Dad. Dad is not a conservative person like your mom. Now that the country is prosperous and the people are well off, what's wrong with young people having a relationship early? Shen Su stared, surprised and amused. Dad, although I think what you said makes sense, I have to advise you that what you said is very dangerous. Hey, is that girl pretty? Jackie Chan asked with a smile. He didn't know whether it was dangerous or not, but he had to find out whether his daughter-in-law was good or not, and whether she was pretty or not. After all, this is a matter of great importance to the excellent genes of the Chun family. We must not be careless. Dad, come over here and take a look at your son's handsome face. Are you questioning your son's vision? Shen Qingqiu said in a very annoying tone. Even pretended to be a comparison. Hearing his son's words, Jackie Chan was also amused and scolded him with a smile. You stinky boy, you were so dishonest. Okay. Then I believe my son has good taste. But, dating is a big expense. Do you want Dad to help you out a little? You are my real father. When Shen Qingqiu heard that there was money, he was so excited. He immediately held his father's hand and held it tightly, his eyes sparkling, as if they were meeting with two major powers. Dad, how much can you give? Ahem. Upon hearing this question, Jackie Chan quickly stood up, carefully opened the door, and looked outside. Confirm that the wife is not there. Then he locked the door tightly, sat on the bed, took off his shoes, took out a few big red bills from under his insoles, handed them to Shen Qingqiu, and said solemnly, Son, don't say that Dad is not kind. You know the situation at home. Your mother is very strict. I worked hard for half a year to save up this money. I originally wanted to buy a pack of good cigarettes, but for your happiness, Dad endured it. What the hell? Dad. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Qingqiu was so moved that he almost cried. After Jackie Chan left, Shen Qingqiu lay down on the bed and prepared to rest. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I heard a ding sound in my head and the system popped up again. It is detected that the host has not signed in today. The personalized system has automatically signed in for you. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. Do you want to receive it? Receive. Shen Qingqiu clicked to receive it without thinking. He would rather miss it than miss it. If he doesn't take advantage of a good deal, he is a loser. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level basketball skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 points. View the character panel. Host, Shen Qingqiu. Height, 182 centimeters. Age, 17 refers to age. Appearance, 95 average reader rating, 100 plus. Points, 1000. God-level basketball skills? Holy crap. If I had this, wouldn't I be able to beat NBA and beat CBA? I even thought of a name for my team, Sky Blasting Gang. But, what's the use of this point? System, what are the points for? Points can be exchanged for items in the system mall, and will take effect immediately after payment. System mall, click to open. After seeing this, Shen Qingqiu understood that the points given by the system were used for redemption, which was similar to the game mall in video games. It's not difficult to understand. Shen Qingqiu couldn't wait to click and open it. There are innumerable props in it. There is nothing the system can't do, except what you can't think of. Capricorn Power Pills, long-lasting max fill, right-handy sports hand speed special medicine. Wow! With so many good things in front of him, Shen Qingqiu suddenly couldn't handle it. Nice one. Too bad there are no points. After countless disappointments, Shen Qingqiu chose something more practical. No more, no less, exactly 1000 points. Congratulations to the host, successfully exchanged for the latest model of Fruit CXS mobile phone X1. The system is issuing. In just a moment, a brand new, premium Fruit CXS phone appeared in Shen Qingqiu's hand. Oh my god, this efficiency is too fast, isn't it? The system is awesome. After turning on the phone, Shen Qingqiu fiddled with it for a while, downloaded some commonly used apps, and then opened QQ to log in. As soon as you enter the QQ page, an aristocratic atmosphere hits you in the face. Shen Qingqiu looked at his QQ name and fell into deep thought. Ruthless. Shen Qingqiu? What the hell is this? I was so non-mainstream before? Shen Qingqiu opened Caroline's big eyes in disbelief. He really didn't dare to face his past self who was full of aristocratic aura. Forget it, what's the big deal? I've been through a lot. Forget the past. Only then can you welcome the next brand new self. After doubting his life for half a minute, Shen Qingqiu finally figured it out. Some things cannot be delved into too deeply. The more you delve into them, the more difficult it will be to extricate yourself. He immediately changed his QQ name to. Then, Shen Qingqiu received a barrage of messages from the QQ group at +99. Chapter 5, One Step Closer to Marrying a Wife. Brother Chen, come out quickly. Damn, Shen Qingqiu, you're awesome. A role model for our generation. At my lord, what can I do plus 99? What the hell is this? Shen Qingqiu was stunned when he saw so many people tagging him crazily in the class group. Is the banquet open today? Whose seat is this? Don't just tag me, post the address too. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the chat input method and said 3 times in a row, "A bunch of little bastards, why do you always tag your father Chen? Aren't you annoying? Hey, brother Chen is here. Brother Chen, you are so mean. You didn't even tell us about your relationship and you just ate all the food by yourself. What the hell? Fall in love? Did I have a relationship in high school? What bullshit are you talking about? When did I ever fall in love? Lao Luo, please don't wrongly accuse me. Humph, you still don't admit it." As he spoke, the chat panel displayed ID, fall in pain, send a picture. Although the picture quality of mobile phone cameras made in the early 2000s was not very high, and the photo itself was blurry due to the shooting distance, Shen Qingqiu could still vaguely make out the content of the photo. A boy and a girl were walking side by side. The boy was carrying a book box, and the girl was looking at him with a lovely look on her face. The picture seems to be frozen at that moment. Fuck, isn't this me and Shen Qingqiu? Which bastard took this secretly? Don't mention it, it's pretty nice. Shen Qingqiu smiled. Although the picture quality is not very good, the two people are very good looking. At first glance, this photo is just a sweet love between two young lovers. As soon as this picture came out, the class group went crazy. Wow, Shen Qingqiu is so handsome. Why didn't I realize he was so handsome before? Infatuated. Qingqiu is not bad either. Look at her figure, her skin, and especially her faint smile. My heart melts, okay? Come on. This couple is such a perfect match. I will move the Civil Affairs Bureau here tomorrow. Please get married right here. Brother Chen, the evidence is here, why are you still pretending? Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Tell me, what on earth happened to you? They all said it was nothing. Shen Qingqiu and I are just classmates. Even if we are closer, we are just friends. Stop making trouble and go away. Shen Qingqiu said it, but it seemed like he didn't say it. This seemingly perfunctory answer instantly caused a stir. Not only did the readers not buy it, but the classmates didn't buy it either. I don't trust you. Then come out and explain what's going on in the photo. This loving picture clearly shows a sweet couple. That's right. You're lying. Shen Qingqiu didn't care. The more intense the discussion among his classmates, the better it would be for him to get married. Why not? What a sweet scene. Didn't you see what I'm holding in my hand? That essay bookcase. I saw that Shen Qingqiu was having a hard time carrying the bookcase by herself, so I helped her. It's normal for classmates to help each other, right? Shen Qingqiu originally thought that this move was already flawless, but he didn't expect it to become even more intense. Oh, yes. My deskmate has been under a lot of pressure lately. I will kiss him every morning from now on to relieve his stress. Is this normal? This is not good, Ying. Shut up. Oh. Shen Qingqiu and Qingqiu are so sweet. I've seen this part. The hero helps the heroine carry things, and then after a series of interactions, they gradually fall in love and eventually become a couple. That's how it's written in novels. Shen Qingqiu, you two should stop pretending. Holy shit. Is this even possible? Even Socrates can't talk as much as you. The female classmates enjoyed watching the fun and didn't mind the trouble. Shen Qingqiu was too lazy to pay attention. Don't go too far when your classmates add fuel to the fire, otherwise the more you explain, the more you will end up making things worse. After all, Shen Qingqiu's relationship with me is not yet at the point where I can resist rumors. If the wife holds a grudge against him because of this, not only will his plan of getting married be hopeless, but even his plan of having a baby will probably be ruined. Okay. I really have nothing to do with classmate Shen Qingqiu, so stop talking about it. I may be thick-skinned, but she is a girl, so you can't go too far. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as these words came out, the chat panel was silent. After thinking it over again and again, Shen Qingqiu decided that he should send a message to his wife. Otherwise, if she really holds a grudge, then it will be completely over. Are you there? Shen Qingqiu replied almost instantly, which Shen Qingqiu did not expect. I originally thought that she didn't explain in the group because she was not online or something. I didn't expect that she was there all the time, just watching silently without explaining. She didn't like to talk, and even if there was any misunderstanding, she would just keep it in her heart. Chen Su suddenly felt distressed. If I hadn't been with her, she would have suffered so much. Her married life might not have been good either. Have you seen all the messages in the group? Chen Su said embarrassedly. After all, this matter was caused by him. Still a simple answer. No extra embellishments. I'm sorry, you don't mind, do you? Didn't you explain it to me? What you said makes so much sense that I can't even refute it. My dear wife, you will lose me, your husband, if you talk like that. What are you doing? Do your homework. So do you have time this weekend? Chen Su pursued the victory. After sending this message, the other party was silent for a long time, and there was no message on the chat panel. Chen Su looked at the chat panel in front of him, which did not change at all, shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, the relationship is still not deep now, but she was clearly flirting with me during class in the afternoon. Do women change their minds so quickly? Bad wife. Just when Chen Su was about to give up. The news has come. Have. Just one simple word caused a huge wave in Chen Su's heart. He knew that the opportunity had come. Then how about I take you out to eat somewhere this weekend? Don't worry, I guarantee it'll be delicious. Just consider it as an apology for this incident. The chat panel fell silent again. I'll go, you 1T reject me, right? Chen Su was panicking when he saw that there was no response on the chat panel. It was really embarrassing to be rejected by my wife. There's nothing I can do. Don't be shameless. I can't let go of the wife I've got. Chen Su was worried that the girl would refuse, so he quickly typed moral kidnapping and said, Student Shin, are you disliking me? If so, just ignore what I said. No. As expected, Shen Qingqiu responded immediately after seeing this sentence. This little girl is very kind at heart. She is the type of person who doesn't say it on the surface, but always considers others and cares about her own words and actions. No matter what, Chen Su has been her husband for so many years, and they even had a child together, so she can still hold on to this psychological defense. Then I'll contact you this weekend. Okay then, see you this weekend. Get it? Seeing this, Chen Su happily moved around on the bed, feeling very excited. Progress of getting married, 10%. Baby making project progress, 1%. Chapter 6, Provoking Trouble? The next day, after breakfast, Chen Su hurried to school. He found that the atmosphere today was extremely strange. As soon as he entered the school gate, several girls stared at him sadly, with grief-stricken eyes and expressions of despair. Not only that, even a few insignificant junior high school students walked past him arrogantly, snorted coldly, and looked resentful. Chen Su understood that it was the look of a bootlicker. Don't spoil it. Hey! Stop right there, you little brats in front of me. Damn it, you dare to stand in front of me before you even have all your hair grown, you're asking for a fight. Chen Su has been. Where have you ever been treated like this? They were just a few middle school students who dared to act so arrogantly. I didn't tolerate them and immediately shouted at them, scaring them so much that they ran away. What are you showing off for? That's right. You just wait. Oh, so you are brave? Looking at the little brats running away in front of him, Chen Su curled his lips. You don't have any skills, but you're trying to act like a big brother? You've watched too much Young and Dangerous. Today's junior high school students think they can do whatever they want by forming small gangs. They bully classmates of the same grade and provoke students of other grades. But if his big brother who backs him up is not around, he'd be so scared when he meets that senior muscle guy that he dares not even say a word. Fine. Chen Su is such a muscle man. After all, he had been on the track and field team before, and was well trained. In addition, he was over 1.8 meters tall and had abnormal muscles all over his body. Chen Su believed that in the entire Genoa No. 1 middle school, no one dared to show off his strength to a spirited young man who didn't have some strength. Enter the classroom. The classmates all cast their glances at him. Some were excited, some were sad, some were resentful, and of course some were obscene. Brother Chen, last night. As soon as Chen Su sat down, the bespectacled Luo Tianxiang next to him came over with an embarrassed look on his face. Chen Su rolled his eyes at him. How dare you say that? You don't have any technical skills to make trouble. Right, huh? What do you mean by no technical content? Before he could even utter the words of apology, Luo Tianxian realized something was wrong. That's not right. Shouldn't Chen Su be very angry at this moment? Shouldn't he stand up and grab my collar and yell at me? Why does he sound a little excited? No. Not like. Brother Chen, you don't really like it. Luo Tianxian subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Shen Qingqiu, who was doing a question not far away. Is it not possible? I'm going to say this today. Shen Qingqiu is undoubtedly my wife. This. But last night. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, for fear of affecting my wife's studies. Is that okay? I warn you, don't tell anyone about this, or I may not be able to keep my mouth shut about your embarrassing incident in junior high school. Don't. Brother. No, Father Chen. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I promise I'll keep this a secret. You must not tell anyone about what happened in junior high school. Otherwise, I won't be able to live on. Luo Tianxian begged for mercy directly. No boy would voluntarily admit that he is the son of a good brother, unless the evidence he has is threatening enough. You're sensible. Seeing the panicked look on the boy's face, Chen Su smiled and patted his head. Be good. As long as you listen to me, I won't be a bad guy. Aha! Luo Tianxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at junior high school, he was considered one of the prominent figures in number 8 middle school. However, although he was 3 points taller than his peers in junior high school, some of his private parts had not grown at all. Even when going to the toilet, he had to cover himself tightly, for fear of being seen and laughed at by others. Most people would tremble when they saw Luo Tianxian's body shape, let alone peek at him, even if they approached and talked to him. But Chen Su was different. He and Luo Tianxian had been friends since childhood, so naturally he was less cautious when doing things. One time, when Luo Tianxian wasn't paying attention, he secretly climbed onto the bathroom board and took a peek, only to find out that Lao Luo was actually a bald chicken. Luo Tianxian was terrified at that time. I begged and shouted at Chen Su not to leak the secret. Allow yourself to do whatever you want. Although Luo Tianxian has now grown thick black hair, his inferiority complex still lingers in his mind. The next class is physical education. The whole class was extremely excited. Fortunately, the physical education teacher was not in such poor health recently and did not ask for leave, otherwise they would have to do a few more math tests. Oh God, please open your eyes. The PE teacher is finally not sick. This month, our class has only had 2 physical education classes, and it rained during one of them. Will you let me live? Luo Tianxian cried with joy. The math teacher's exploitation is like that of a capitalist. He dares to use his time. He made the young students do more than 20 sets of questions. Okay, are you still going to class? There is so much drama. Chen Su felt a little impatient looking at Luo Tianxian, who was complaining all the time. Go, brother Chen, wait for me. Chen Su is the physical education class representative, so he has absolute power to manage the entire class during physical education class. Especially when doing warm-up exercises, Chen Su likes to point fingers at those classmates who like to talk too much, meddle in other people's affairs, or show off because they are class committee members. Zhang Xiaohua, can you be more accurate in your movements? How do you manage to be the propaganda committee member? And you? Wang Qianqian, why are you raising your hands so high? What if you hit other students? Lu Meng. What are you laughing at? You are laughing in class. What a shame. Shen Qingqiu, keep up the good work. Chen Su folded his hands and scolded angrily. On the surface, he frowned and looked furious, but in fact, he was very happy in his heart. I am the only one who is supreme. He dislikes the way others can't stand him but can't kill him. Doesn't he usually like to order people around? But he still fell into my hands. Just then, a few students wearing basketball vests and holding basketballs in their hands walked over, staggering like ugly ducklings. Chen Su would never give a shit about this kind of person. Just a funny clown. They always think that as long as they act cool, they can have as much luck and love as Hong Kong star Edison Chen and attract countless girls. Little did people know that the reason why Edison Chen became popular was not because of his coolness, but because of his looks. As the saying goes, no shame, no shame. He is so handsome. The group of people in front of me are just a bunch of unreliable street urchins, and they are not handsome at all. Ah, the students in class 3 are only this capable. They even do warm-up exercises during physical education class. Just like an idiot. You don't know yet, do you? They only have physical education class once a month. How pitiful. The students in class 3 are not fools, and anyone would not be able to stand such sarcasm. Some students who usually have a tough personality immediately stood up and cursed. Hey! What are you talking about? Are you looking for death? That's right. How uncultured. Oh my, you're so anxious, you're so desperate after just a few words, what a shame. Why, there are no men in the third shift? Why are there only a bunch of women chattering here? You. The air fell into silence. Since class 3 is a liberal arts class with more girls than boys, it is easy for them to become the target of bullying. Where did the dog come from that is making such noises here? Are you annoying? At this time, Qingqiu suddenly stood out from the crowd, raised his head and stared down at the few rotten fish and shrimps in front of him, looking as tall and mighty as a giant. With a height of 1.8 meters and solid muscles all over his body, his appearance instantly stunned the crowd. You, who are you? Their morale had obviously dropped a lot. When the students in class 3 saw Qingqiu standing up, they felt relieved for some reason. Some students mustered up the courage to speak back. You guys are new here, right? You don't even recognize my brother Chen in Juanan No. 1 middle school? Is it because your owner didn't put a leash on you that you like to come out and bite people? If you have the guts, say it again. A little yellow-haired guy among the group was about to step forward and take action when he was stopped by a guy who looked like a big brother next to him. Are you Qingqiu? You are the one who bullied my brother? The man raised his eyebrows with a look of disdain. Bullying your brother? What brother? The kid from this morning? Or? Qingqiu subconsciously lowered his head to look at his crotch and said nonchalantly, I'm sorry, your brother is too young, I won't bully him, you recognized the wrong person. You. The man was so angry that his face turned green. After hearing Qingqiu's amazing reply, all the students in class 3 burst into laughter and couldn't stop. Even his brothers were trying so hard to hold back their laughter that they were almost crying. What the hell is going on? Don't bully them because they are too young? Isn't this too hurtful? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chen. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Men's affairs should be resolved in a man's way. It just so happens that your class also has a physical education class. Do you dare to make a bet with me? What's the bet? Just bet on basketball. If you lose, you will have to say in front of the whole school that you are trash and unworthy of playing basketball. You will also have to kneel down and apologize to my brother. Do you dare? Play basketball? Ha ha. I thought we would have a big fight. Although this bet is very low, if I don't torture a loser like you, you will never know what you are. Qingqiu smiled evilly, okay, what if you lose? Huh, if I lose, you can make whatever requests you want. Okay. It's a deal. Chapter 7, Treat Others in Their Own Way. Brother Chen, we really have to go. What else? You need 5 people to play basketball, how else can you play? But, you know our skills, so we can just fight casually, but those people in class 6 are all members of the school team. Especially the leader named Jin Haiyang, he is the captain of the school team. We definitely have no chance of winning against them. It's better not to fight. After hearing this, Qingqiu felt somewhat uncomfortable, but after all, he was more mature and did not say anything extreme. But Luo Tianxian next to him couldn't take it anymore. He pushed the man who had just spoken and said, Yang Chang, what do you mean? The other classes are bullying us, and Qingqiu even made a bet with them for our class. Now you tell me you don't want to fight anymore? Luo Tianxian's fierce attitude also became the fuse. Yang Chang pushed him away and shouted, why are you so arrogant? I didn't ask him to gamble. Our class is just like this. Do you still want to save face? After saying that, he snorted coldly. He turned and left in full view of everyone. What happened to Yang Chang? Why did he leave? Doesn't it take 5 people to play basketball? How can Qingqiu and the others play if he leaves? Yeah. What should we do? The group of beasts on the opposite side are from the school team. Now Qingqiu and his team are 1 man short. How can we fight them? The girls in Class 3 stomped their feet in anger. Even the usually aloof school beauty Shen Qingqiu showed a worried look at this moment. Chen Su must not lose. It was clearly those boys who started the trouble first. How could Chen Su be blamed? Hey, it hasn't even started yet and someone's already run away. Looks like what I said was right. There really isn't a single man in Class 3. They're all a bunch of spineless sissies. That's right. If you guys in Class 3 are scared, just come over and kowtow to our brother Jean and apologize. Maybe he'll be happy and won't embarrass you anymore, huh? Oh, how boring. It hasn't even started yet and you're already running away like a coward, wagging your tail. Oh. School beautician is here too? Why don't you change classes? There's an empty seat next to me. Why are you still staying in such a useless class? After hearing the last sentence, Chen Su, who had been silent just now, suddenly became restless. He raised his head, stared at him with wolf-like eyes, and said, "Say it again if you have the guts." Chen Su's words were still very shocking. As soon as these words were spoken, the man was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and dared not respond. Damn it, you insulted our class, and now you dare to tease my wife? You little bastard, if I don't beat you down today, I'm not Shen. He knew that he had god-level basketball skills, but after all, he had never tried it, so whether it would work was another matter, so he didn't dare to take the risk easily. After all, I have a bet. There is a price to pay for losing. The reason why he didn't lose his temper before was because he was afraid of affecting the mentality of his teammates, but this time he was completely furious. Wang Jibei, you go ahead. Chen Su turned his head and looked at a gentle boy with glasses and a baby face. Chen Su, I don't know how to fight. Class 3 is a top class for liberal arts, with more female students than male students. But at least there are 6 boys, and they can barely form a team. But Wang Jibei can't play basketball, so Yang Chang has to go. Now that Yang Chang is gone, the only one left, Wang Jibei, has to come on to fill the spot. After all, he is a boy, and it is better to have him than not. It's okay, just come up and defend one person, and leave the rest to me. But Wang Jibei was about to refuse when he saw the expectant looks from all around him and was suddenly speechless. He also saw what happened just now. This group of people have insulted Class 3 again and again. Is it really true that we can only sit there and wait for death? No. I also want to fight for the honor of Class 3. He took off his glasses, handed them to the classmate next to him for safekeeping, and then resolutely walked onto the field. Brother Chen, Songji, and I will be the main attackers, and you, Wang Jibei, and Lu Chang will be the assistant defenders on the sidelines, cooperating with us, is that okay? Yes, but just when Chen Su was about to explain that he was actually very strong and all he had to do was lie down, the game began. Hee, don't say I'm bullying you. Since you are all noobs, I'll let you serve the ball first. Jin Haiyang said this extremely arrogantly. In his eyes, the school team and this group of scum who only knew how to play streetball were completely different. Beating this group of chickens and pot dogs was as easy as shooting a flying gun. Humph. Don't be so arrogant. Luo Tianxian did not dare to hesitate after getting the ball. He immediately dribbled past the 2 people in front of him and tried to break through the defense line. But they were fighting too hard and their cooperation was so good that Luo Tianxian couldn't get through at all. Damn it, bite so hard. Song Ji, catch it. In desperation, he could only pass the ball to Song Ji, who had been waiting at the 3-point line for a long time. After receiving the ball, Song Ji quickly stood up and made a jump shot, but before the ball could fly far, he was blocked by Jin Haiyang, who was running towards him. Bang! At this moment, everyone's eyes froze. The hearts of the 3 people hit rock bottom. Brother Jin is awesome. He can even block this. He is simply the shot-blocking King Elijah. That's awesome. How can the 3rd class compare to you? This beautiful block not only brought the atmosphere on the scene to the freezing point, but also raised Jin Haiyang's status to the highest point of glory. Why, is this all you can do? How is this possible? Songji's eyes were empty, his hands and feet were stiff as he stood there, muttering to himself, completely unable to believe what had just happened. Songji is quite famous on the Jianping baseball field, especially for his 3-point shooting, which he is known to be amazingly accurate. But just now, for the first time, he felt the gap in strength. He's just a streetball player with no skills at all. Do you think you're good enough just because you beat a few idiots? Jin Haiyang grinned, glanced at the crowd, and found that Shen Qingqiu was staring at him at this moment. My blood suddenly boiled in my heart. That's right. Schoolgirl Shen must have been shocked by her wonderful operation just now. There is no girl who doesn't like big hats. Maybe he will ask for my WeChat later, so I have to perform better. Thinking of this, Jin Haiyang straightened his chest, raised his middle finger and said provocatively, "Stop wasting time, let's get started." Come on. Come on, Class 3. Defeat them. Shen Su, you must win. Come on. We all believe in you. The girls in Class 3 cheered crazily. The 5 people who were originally discouraged were instantly cheered up after hearing these encouragements. We must win. Lao Luo, you and I will play the main attack, and you 3 will play the supporting defense in the back. Don't worry, we will definitely win this game. Chen Su spoke. This can't go on any longer. We must take the initiative. Whether you can win depends on the system. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Haiyang took the lead and the remaining main attacker also stood up and dribbled the ball immediately, changing direction between his hips and easily passing Wang Chang, Song Ji and others with a virtual shot. Judging from their aggressive expressions, it seems that they want to cooperate in a dunk. Brother Jin. Catch the ball. At this moment, Jin Haiyang, who had already run to the free throw line, was ready. The moment he received the ball, he jumped up and prepared to dunk. The whole audience was shocked. I'm forced to pretend this. Even Jesus couldn't stop me from saying that. School beauty Shen, just wait to become my Jin Haiyang's liquor. Ha 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 ha. Jin Haiyang doesn't want to think about billion. But just when the ball was about to enter the basket, Chen Su's figure suddenly came over. His amazing jumping ability seemed to stop in mid-air, and he hit the ball down with a bang. Another perfect block. Jin Haiyang was beaten so hard that he was stunned on the spot. Standing there stupidly. How is this possible? The cooperation between him and Leopard can be said to be perfect. Leopard took the ball so quickly, and dribbled past the assist defense in a very short time, and then passed the ball to him. How could he catch up with the pace and get a block when there was such a big distance between them? This is impossible. Shen Su's beautiful block shot instantly caused the whole audience to boil. Shen Su, so awesome. Come on, Shen Su. You scumbags from Class 6. Let's see if you dare to act so arrogant again. Amidst the countless cheers, even Luo Tianxiang and others were stunned. Even NBA stars may not be able to do that operation just now. This reaction. What a speed. Are you sure there is no cheating? Chen, brother Chen, are you really Chen Su? Luo Tianxiang asked with a look of shock on his face. He and Chen Su have been classmates for 6 years and have played together since childhood. Although Chen Su's ball skills are not too bad, they are not so amazing. Nonsense. If I'm not Chen Su, how could I be a ghost? You are allowed to play basketball, but I am not allowed to practice basketball secretly? Come on, I am also very good, okay? Shen Su smiled in a very sly way. Hold head high? Okay, stop talking and focus on the game. Oh. Chapter 8, Accepting Defeat. TSK. It's just a blocked shot, isn't it necessary to be so excited? Shen Su, don't be so cocky. I let you take that ball on purpose. The fun has just begun. Jin Haiyang was stubborn and insisted that no matter how amazing Chen Su's performance was, he just thought it was just a matter of luck. Isn't it just a bit of better luck? I don't believe you can be so lucky every time. I promise I won't beat you to pieces today. Ha, you really refuse to admit defeat. You have guts. Then I will beat you until you surrender. Lao Luo, give me the ball. Chen Su shouted with a smile, and Luo Tianxiang next to him immediately threw the ball over after hearing what he said. Jin Haiyang did not dare to be careless. When he saw the ball in Chen Su's hands, he immediately squatted down and prepared to prevent being broken through. This showed that he was beginning to take it seriously. Chen Su patted the ball and looked at his opponent with a look of rebelliousness on his face. Jin Haiyang, are you ready? Don't blink. I'm about to start the show. Stop talking crap. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Su started quickly, dribbling the ball skillfully and trying to force a breakthrough. Jin Haiyang did not dare to be careless and immediately ordered his teammates to surround him tightly, making him impeccable. Ha, those who play streetball are those who play streetball. You dare to charge alone when playing against the school team. Do you really think you are James on the court? He. The next moment, Shen Qingqiu seemed to have turned into a ghost. His sudden change of speed dribbling easily fooled several people. Then, after breaking free from the siege, he ran towards the basket with the ball. Not good. Look. He looks like he's going to dunk. As soon as the words fell, Shen Qingqiu jumped directly into the air. Take off from the free throw line. Another big dunk. Bang. The moment the basket makes a sound, the whole audience was shocked. That was a fake move just now. Even the school team's main player Jin Haiyang was fooled. So handsome. Chan Zui DS. The girls in the audience were so excited. Although they don't know basketball, they can still tell who is strong and who is weak. As the captain of the school basketball team, Jin Haiyang has won many awards for the school, not to mention his skills. He is definitely a real talent. But even someone like this can't defend against Shen Qingqiu. Doesn't that just prove that Shen Qingqiu's skills are better? Seeing the scene, even Shen Qingqiu, who had just shown a worried look on his face, smiled sweetly, as if to say, I knew Shen Qingqiu would not let me down. What a sweet smile. My wife looks so pretty when she smiles. Shen Qingqiu, who was walking on the court, suddenly saw Shen Qingqiu's sweet smile not far away, and was immediately healed. My wife is so beautiful. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu, who heard the inner voice, blushed with shame. He felt itchy in his heart, with an indescribable feeling, and it was very comfortable. She had to admit, Shen Qingqiu was really handsome when he played basketball. Even her heartbeat began to speed up involuntarily. Seeing the surprised looks of Jin Haiyang and the others, Shen Qingqiu smiled slightly. Jin Haiyang, don't give in again, or you will lose. This time, Jin Haiyang didn't speak. He realized that he had underestimated that bastard Shen Qingqiu. With his level, not to mention the school team, even the provincial team might not be his match. Oh shit. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Got tricked by this guy. The game continues. Now there was no need to wait for Shen Qingqiu to give instructions. Luo Tianxiang had already taken the initiative to pass the ball to him. He is really convinced now, and wholeheartedly convinced. This kid Shen Qingqiu's basketball skills are so strong that it seems as if they are just making up the numbers. Shen Qingqiu took the ball and without any extra words, he came to the three-point line, aimed at the basket and made an easy fadeaway jump shot, a three-pointer, a hollow ball. The basketball enters the basket again. The whole audience cheered. Next, I will let you experience a brand new version that you have never experienced before. Jin Haiyang and others looked at the ever-increasing score gap, and their faces gradually turned ugly. They really didn't expect that. There is actually such an amazing person in Genoa No. 1 Middle School. And he is not even a member of the school team. It is so embarrassing. The next game, it completely became Shen Qingqiu's personal show of showing off. Double hip dunk. 720-degree spiral dunk. Death buckle. Do whatever you want to show off. So naughty that I have no friends. Not long after, with almost no suspense, Class 3 won the final championship. 12:58. An incredible score. Class 3 won the game with an absolute crushing victory. Win. Brother Chen is awesome. Wow. Shen Qingqiu is so awesome. I declare that I will be his die-hard fan from now on. But Hua, didn't you say yesterday that you were a fan of Kai Kunken? Oh, that was yesterday. Kai Kunken is no match for my Chen Qingqiu. Humph. Weren't those brats from Class 6 very arrogant just now? Why are they silent now? That's right. You're good at mocking, but you don't have the ability to win. And he's on the school team, it's so embarrassing. Jin Haiyang and others did not say anything. They turned around and left silently amid cheers and insults. Hello? Shen Qingqiu looked at their backs and shouted, does our bet still count? When Jin Haiyang heard this, he paused, gritted his teeth and turned around and said, I, Jin Haiyang, always accept defeat when I'm willing to bet. Tell me what your conditions are. Shen Qingqiu was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Jin Haiyang was quite trustworthy. He did not deny it and was willing to accept the defeat. Brother Chen won't make it difficult for you. As long as you sincerely apologize to Class 3 and buy some snacks for the students in our class as compensation, it will be regarded as a punishment. How do you think? What? Just apologize. You even have to apologize? Why? No. We must not agree to them. That's right. If this gets out, where will our school team's reputation be? After hearing this, the people on the opposite side were so angry that their faces turned green. They would never do such a shameful thing. Unexpectedly, Jin Haiyang took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. This really shocked all of us. They have been with Jin Haiyang for a long time, and they know his temper. Jin Haiyang was a ruthless man with money and power. In the entire Genoa No. 1 middle school, I only heard of him bullying others and then others came to apologize. But I've never heard him apologize to anyone. This time, he was willing to humble himself for a man named Chen? The eldest brother bowed, and the younger brother couldn't help but bowed to the third class reluctantly. I'm sorry. Then he continued walking towards the back, feeling dejected. After physical education class, there is 10 minutes between classes. Jin Haiyang and others actually brought 2 large bags of snacks and placed them at the door of class 3. They did not stay for a moment, and even turned around and left without looking back. Shensu looked at the 2 bags of snacks at the classroom door and smiled slightly. He is indeed a rich man. He is really willing to spend money. Although he is not a good person, he still has credibility. Chapter 9: The Silence of the Lambs. Brother Chen, I didn't realize you were so awesome that you could even beat the school team. You didn't see Jin Haiyang's expression just now when he was eating shit. I was so happy. Luo Tianxiang sat next to Chensu, eating his trophy spicy strips and saying with a smile. His whole face was filled with complacency. Okay, don't be so cocky. As the old saying goes, don't be happy with things, and don't be sad with yourself. You haven't learned a thing from the experience of your predecessors. Oh. Saints also say that we should be content with what we have. Besides, they were the ones who started the trouble first. Who can we blame? Luo Tianxiang said, unconvinced. His face was full of arrogance and unruliness. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly came over. Looking up, it was Wang Jibei. He pushed his glasses and said a little embarrassedly, Shensu, thank you. If it weren't for you, the honor of our class would have been insulted. Shensu looked at the shy Wang Jibei and smiled. Why are you thanking me? Didn't you also contribute to everyone? But Wang Jibei wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Shensu. He patted Wang Jibei on the shoulder and said, Jibei, be more confident. You are as good at studying as others. No one can be omniscient and omnipotent. Just be yourself. Okay. Hearing this, Wang Jibei nodded, and did not say what he wanted to say just now. Shensu, what are your shortcomings? Luo Tianxiang next to him suddenly asked, You must eat ripe melons, the melons of good brothers are the ripest. Shensu pondered for a while, then said, My shortcoming. My biggest shortcoming is that I'm too handsome? The morning classes went by in a flash. Shensu and Luo Tianxiang came to the cafeteria to eat on time as usual. The difference from before was that this time they brought Wang Jibei with them. Wang Jibei, this isn't your first time in the cafeteria, is it? I've never seen you before. At the dinner table, Luo Tianxiang asked. No. I used to come here often, but after entering high school, the workload became too heavy, so I usually went back home to eat. Is it so troublesome? Luo Tianxiang was surprised. After studying so hard, I would be sorry if I couldn't get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Alright, Wang Jibei is always among the top 3 students in his grade. Only Qingqiu in our class can compare to him. What's the point of you feeling sorry? 2. As he was speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. Can I sit here? The person who came was Yang Chang. He was seen holding a plate in his left hand and a bag of drinks in his right hand. It was obvious that he wanted to apologize for what happened in the morning. Snort! When Luo Tianxiang saw that it was this coward, his face suddenly changed, and he didn't give him any face at all. What are you doing here? We don't welcome cowards here. Go away. I was wrong about what happened this morning. I apologize to everyone. I am really sorry. As he spoke, he bowed to several people. Coincidentally, Shensu and Wang Jibei seemed not to have heard anything and lowered their heads to eat. Only Luo Tianxiang stood beside them with a look of disgust on his face and couldn't eat. Seeing that no one else wanted to keep him, Yang Chang simply put the drink he had just bought on the table and said, I bought the drinks for you. Consider it an apology. I'm really sorry. After saying that, he took the plate, turned around and left silently, leaving only his back. How dare this coward come here? When playing basketball with others, he was such a coward, and when he won, he came back to apologize with a licking face. Bah! He is so shameless. Looking at Yang Cheng's back getting farther and farther away, Luo Tianxiang cursed angrily. Shen Su didn't say much, just said slowly, "Let's eat." He actually didn't mean to blame Yang Cheng. After all, if he hadn't relied on the system to sweep the entire field, he would have definitely lost today. For a game with no chance of winning, it's okay to be afraid. But, since you have chosen to retreat, you must be prepared to accept other people's cold eyes. By the way, Shen Su, you're such a good basketball player, can you help me? Wang Jibei, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked. He had been hesitating about this question for a long time. It's okay, go ahead. Chun Ji was quite magnanimous and spoke directly. If a friend encounters difficulties, help him if you can, but it's okay if you don't. After all, helping others is just a favor, not a necessity, and the final decision is still in your hands. Can you teach me how to play basketball? Puff. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiang, who was eating, almost vomited. Damn, I didn't realize it, Wang Jibei. You usually look so quiet, but I didn't expect you to be so extravagant. Tell me. Have you fallen in love with a girl? I'll give you some advice. I didn't. Wang Jibei was like a frightened deer. He immediately denied it and began to stutter. Shen Su and Luo Tianxiang smiled at each other. They both understand what the other party means. They are experienced people and they can easily see through Wang Jibei's little boy tricks. Shen Su smiled and said, "It's okay to teach you, but we are all brothers, so don't hide it. Tell us who that girl is, so we can help you check it out, right?" Wang Jibei saw that the truth had been revealed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay. I can tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Yeah, we promise. We won't tell anyone else. Wang Jibei blushed and said. Actually, I've been in love with her since middle school. At that time, she had good grades and was cute. Every time I passed by her, I could smell the fragrance of love. But what surprised me most was that she and I were in the same class in high school. Maybe, this is fate. Etc. Cute and beautiful? Good academic performance. Classmates. Fuck. You're not talking about campus beautician, are you? The more Luo Tianxiang listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He slammed the table and stood up, saying with a look of shock on his face. What? My wife? Hearing this, Shen Su's face turned green with anger. I actually listened to my love rival's disgusting and cheesy love talk and enjoyed it so much? No. Wang Jibei waved his hands and said, "It's not classmate Shen Qingqiu, it's my deskmate Lu Ruoxue." After hearing the explanation, Shen Su's tense heart gradually relaxed. Damn it! Luo Tianxiang, have you eaten too much shit? Why are you so startled when the other person hasn't even finished talking? I'm scared to death of your father. Thinking about it, I glared at him fiercely. Luo Tianxiang realized that he had made a mistake, smiled embarrassedly at Shen Su, and then sat down as if nothing had happened. So? Is this why you want to learn basketball? Yeah. Wang Jibei nodded vigorously. Ruoxue talked to me this morning. She also said that I played very well. She hopes that I will continue to work hard. So I want to take this opportunity to practice basketball well, so that Ruoxue will like me more. Oh shit. Licking, love is indeed omnipotent. However, if it's Lu Ruoxue, I don't think your chances of success are high. Luo Tianxiang said in a condescending manner. As if he was a love master. In fact, he has nothing to do with love at all, let alone being in a relationship. He has never even held a little girl's hand in his life. Why? Wang Jibei said puzzledly. Judging from his furrowed brows, he was listening very carefully and it could be said that he took it seriously. Lu Ruoxue is like a quiet little sheep in the sheepfold. She is taciturn, and you are a blockhead who is only interested in studying and doesn't like to talk either. My god, your love is like a movie. Like a movie? It sounds pretty sweet. Thinking of this, Wang Jibei asked with a hint of anticipation, what movie? The Silence of the Lambs. Chapter 10. What happened to Wang Jibei? Puff. The Silence of the fucking Lambs. If you can talk, say more. Chen Qingqiu was also amused. Why didn't he realize that his childhood friend was quite funny before? Ahem. Cyan, that's enough. Don't try to undermine Wang Jibei's self-confidence just because he's honest. I think there's a chance between the two of them. Chen Qingqiu coughed twice, adjusted himself to a serious state, and instantly transformed into a love master, speaking seriously. Wow, you still dare to say that to me? Luo Tianxiang rolled his eyes. Chen Qingqiu was such a cunning guy. He was the one who was laughing the happiest just now. Why did he complain first? When Wang Jibei heard that there was an opportunity, he could no longer wait and immediately shook Chen Qingqiu's hand excitedly and said, Really? Chen Qingqiu, can you help me? The happiness of an honest person is that simple. Just a few words can make you excited. Of course. You don't know, I used to be very popular, known as the school hunk of number 8 middle school. Chen Qingqiu patted his chest and said confidently. There is no such thing as modesty. Puff. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiang next to him couldn't help laughing like a pig. Chen Qingqiu turned around and glared at him, and he immediately put on a stern face and tried hard to suppress his smile. Sorry, I'm trying so hard to hold it in. To say that Xiao Qin is handsome, there is no doubt about it. He is tall and strong, with 8-pack abs. He is definitely a handsome guy in the country. But when it comes to the school hunk of number 8 middle school, he can't help but talk about it. When Chen Qingqiu was in junior high school, he was recommended to the campus forum by many senior students because of his handsome looks, and naturally became the school idol of number 8 middle school. This would have been a good thing, but I didn't expect those senior schoolmates, who were not even 30 yet, were already as fierce as wolves and tigers. They would act as paparazzi whenever they could catch Chen Qingqiu, no matter where they were. There are even some extremists who take out a pack of pink gum in front of people and ask if they want to make a date. This left a shadow on the young Chen Qingqiu. From then on, he was very cautious every time he left school. Even if he had to hold his urine, he would not leave the classroom to go to the toilet during breaks. Laugh, 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 what the hell are you laughing at? Have you forgotten that thing you did in junior high school? Before Chen Qingqiu finished speaking, Luo Tianxiang, who was horrified, covered his mouth. He smiled awkwardly, then turned to look at Wang Jibei and said, Jibei, don't disbelieve me. My brother Chen's handsome face was a sensation in the entire number 8 middle school back then. His luck with women was unstoppable. Real? Wang Jibei's eyes were shining. Of course. We're in the same class, how could I lie to you? I'm telling you, brother Chen is really good at chasing girls. With his methods, even a dog can give birth to 9 litters of puppies. Don't worry. You and Lu Ruoxue will definitely have a chance. Luo Tianxiang said confidently. The pie in the sky is drawn in a different way. Chen Qingqiu, who was standing next to him, was also in a state of confusion, thinking, when did I become so powerful? This kid is really willing to say anything to protect himself. Chen Qingqiu just thought it was a joke. But Wang Jibei took it seriously. After hearing Luo Tianxiang's repeated promises, he became more confident and clenched his fist to cheer himself up. Chen Qingqiu, Tianxiang. Don't worry. I will never let you down. I want Lu Ruoxue to be my girlfriend. Wang Jibei is a ruthless man. To be precise, he is a ruthless person who is good at practice. This kind of person never procrastinates and does things as soon as he says. The next day at noon. Genoa High School, at the entrance of Class 3. Chen Qingqiu once said that if you want to capture a girl's heart, you must first let her know your charm and let her see your maturity and stability. But, is it really okay for me to be like this now? Wang Jibei said somewhat unconfidently. Now this attire made him feel uncomfortable. Today, he has changed his previous reserved appearance. He changed out of his school uniform and put on a floral shirt. Even his hairstyle has changed a lot, from his previous obedient hair to a smooth big back hair. Look at what you said. Classmate Wang Jibei, do you not believe in the judgment of the love saint Luo, or do you question my brother Chen's understanding of girls? Luo Tianxiang asked angrily. He believes that teenage girls prefer mature and stable boys. A big part of the reason why Wang Jibei was single before was because he was too dull and did not know how to dress up. Now he is out. That's definitely a good grasp. Tianxiang, don't be angry. I absolutely believe in you, but... Okay, no need to explain, we are friends now. Just calm down, as long as you follow our plan, there will be absolutely no problem. Luo Tianxiang encouraged. I know, I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Wang Jibei also answered confidently, took a deep breath and finally made up his mind to rush to the battlefield. Etc. What's wrong? There's still something missing. Luo Tianxiang professionally helped Wang Jibei straighten the color of his clothes, and did not forget to unbutton the 2 floral shirt buttons on his chest, showing the most masculine side of a man. That's right, go ahead. I believe in you. Wang Jibei nodded confidently. Take a glorious step and walk into the classroom. The moment he stepped into the classroom, almost everyone looked over involuntarily, their mouths wide open and their faces filled with surprise. Shen Qingqiu, who was sitting in the back row, was drinking water. When he saw the scene, he almost spit it out. What the hell? What is Wang Jibei trying to do? Didn't I tell him to be more mature? Why is he being so unreasonable? This is Wang Jibei? I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. There was a lot of discussion in the classroom. But Wang Jibei grinned secretly. Damn, you can still feel my masculinity? Scientific research really doesn't lie. A man is most charming when he exudes his fullest hormones. Those 10 laps were not in vain. Wang Jibei, you are very different today. Lu Ruoxue also noticed the person sitting at the back table who had just come in, and joked with her face covered while smiling. Oh my god. She actually talked to me. My heart is beating so fast. Is this the power of love? Seeing Lu Ruoxue's faint smile, Wang Jibei felt so happy that his heart was pounding and he almost couldn't help but rush up to hug her. But, when he thought of the teachings of Chen Qingqiu and Luo Tianxiang before, he immediately put away the joy in his heart and his face became serious. Don't judge me like that. My fashion sense is like a woman's expression, it changes in an instant. Wang Jibei said this very coldly, and then he smoothed his hair back and sat down casually. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lu Ruoxue also silently put away her smile, turned her head and said nothing more. Ha, she doesn't dare to look me in the eye. It seems like she's been surprised by my coldness? Shen Qingqiu's method is indeed effective. Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Shen Qingqiu. I found that Shen Qingqiu, who was not far away, was actually dancing in his direction, cheer myself up, and I became more confident. Shen Qingqiu. Tianxiang. Don't worry. I will never embarrass you. No, can't this guy see my hint? If he continues like this, the love plan will be completely ruined. Why is he still smiling at me? Shen Qingqiu in the back row racked his brains and used all his skills to remind Wang Jibei in the front not to continue. Unexpectedly, this kid was like a possessed person, completely ignoring me, and even nodded and gave me a confident smile. The plan is halfway done. It's time to press on. Show your charm. Wang Jibei fiddled with his collar, mustered up the courage to pat Lu Ruoxue at the table in front of him, and said, Hello, ma'am, do you have any paper? I worked out a lot today, and I'm sweating. Oh no, I can't stop the testosterone in my body. Ah. Lu Ruoxue in front was startled. When she turned around and saw Wang Jibei's collar was wide open, she became panicked. She awkwardly took out a few pieces of paper on the table and handed them to Wang Jibei, then quickly turned her head away. Oh. Shy woman. Hello. Wang Jibei hadn't finished speaking yet. Lu Ruoxue in front suddenly stood up and hurried towards the classroom door. Oh my god. Shen Qingqiu touched his forehead and collapsed on the table. Chapter 11. Let us eat hot pot. Tell me, whose idea was it? At the dining table, Shen Qingqiu asked helplessly. I am not afraid of God like opponents, but I am afraid of teammates who are like pigs. This sentence is simply a century-old truth. Wang Jibei lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, and remained silent, while Luo Tianxiang next to him was eating his meal, his eyes avoiding his gaze and his head almost buried in the food. Luo Tianxiang. No need to hide. I guess it was you who came up with this bad idea. Shen Qingqiu said angrily. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiang's face instantly became aggrieved. Brother Chen, this can't be entirely blamed on me, I'm also considering Jibei. Considering? Making him look bad in front of the whole class, is that what you're considering? Luo Tianxiang said nothing more. Shen Qingqiu, don't blame Tianxiang. He was trying to help me. I was the one who made things worse. It's all my fault. Wang Jibei helped to explain. He was completely discouraged at this moment. I was originally a blockhead when it came to love, and now it's even more difficult. Well. Shensu sighed, pouted his head and said, now we can only look for other breakthroughs. Shensu, why don't I go and apologize? After all, I was wrong in this matter. Wang Jibei spoke resolutely, as if he had suddenly made a big decision. Don't! Shensu stopped him. You can apologize, but if you apologize rashly at this time without any preparation, it will make people disgusted. Let's think of a solution, take it slow, step by step, and see if we can make some amends. But Ruoxue ignores me now, how can I make amends? I know. Luo Tianxian next to him suddenly shouted. Lu Ruoxue usually has a good relationship with Su Mengyao, and school beauty Shen is her best friend. I think I can use Su Mengyao as a medium to remedy the situation, but... Having said this, he suddenly stopped. But what? Shensu continued to ask. You know Su Mengyao's temper. She is definitely a violent girl. It's hard to break through her. Shensu thought about it and nodded. That's a good idea. I'll try it later. But Jibei, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Qingqiu. Just tell me if you have something to say. Shen Qingqiu knew very well that Shensu came to see her with a purpose, so she spoke directly. As you know, our classmate Wang has had some minor conflicts with classmate Lu Ruoxue recently. I thought about it and realized that it is normal for classmates to have some misunderstandings, but it would be bad if it hurts the harmony, so... So, you're here to be the peacemaker? Campus beauty Shen rolled her eyes at her. I am also considering my classmates. As he said that, he looked at Su Mengyao beside him. Student Su Mengyao, are you willing to be the one who helps your classmates improve their relationships? No. Su Mengyao decisively refused. If I were Ruoxue, I would be angry too. Who can stand being forced to cheer up in the middle of the day? Besides, I, Su Mengyao, am not the kind of person who would betray my friends. Okay, you are noble and great. Don't regret it then. By the way, as a reward, Wang Jibei even spent a lot of money to buy a ticket for Jie Chao's concert. Alas, it seems that it was all in vain. Shensu turned and left. What? Jie Chao? His concert tickets are now hard to come by. They were even sold at a high price of thousands of yuan by those scalpers with ulterior motives. How did Wang Jibei buy them? Oh no. Never mind. That's Jie Chao's wheel. Etc. Su Mengyao suddenly called Shensu. That. Are you sure Wang Jibei really has a ticket? Of course. You know Wang Jibei's family background. It shouldn't be hard to buy a ticket, right? But why are you asking this? Shensu pretended not to know Su Mengyao's little thoughts. In fact, he had already known in private that Su Mengyao was a fanatical fan of Jie Chao in high school, so he took this opportunity to set a trap for her. Jie Chao was the leader of the entire Chinese wave at that time. His charm was immense. I have a friend who really likes Jie Chao, but for some reason she couldn't buy a ticket. I felt sorry for her, so I thought. Hey, just tell me how you can help. Su Mengyao said directly. Woman. All the sisterly love just now has been thrown to the dogs. Really? The true fragrance theorem exists in every era. It's actually very simple. We'll treat you to hot pot tomorrow night. We'll bring Wang Jibei along, and you and Qingqiu can just bring Lu Ruoxue along. Wait. Why did Wang Jibei and Ruoxue have to bring my Qingqiu along when they reconciled? You are such a troublemaker. What would I do without my wife? After all, their relationship is rather awkward right now. Wouldn't it be reasonable to bring a girl to ease the tension? Don't you think so? Mr. Shen? Shensu said with a smile. It's just short of having vulgarity engraved on his face. But what he didn't expect was that Shen Qingqiu actually knew all the little calculations in his mind. Night. Huiping Hot Pot Restaurant. Shensu, I'm a little nervous. Before the people arrived, Wang Jibei began to show his cowardice. Perhaps it was because of the blow he suffered at noon, but at this moment he had completely lost his previous heroic spirit. Don't be nervous, just believe in yourself. Shensu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Yes, Jibei, classmate Lu Ruoxue is usually so reasonable, I believe she will understand. Besides, don't you have brother Chen? Don't worry. But Before he could finish his words, 3 beautiful figures suddenly appeared in the hot pot restaurant. Even though they had some light makeup on their faces, they still couldn't hide the youthfulness they exuded. My wife has become more beautiful again. After seeing Shen Qingqiu coming, Shen Su also immediately stepped forward to greet him. Ahem, you guys are here. Hurry up and get to the table, tonight's hot pot dinner is ready. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Shen Su said with a smile, but his eyes were full of Shen Qingqiu. There was nothing he could do, his wife was dressed so beautifully today. As everyone knows, a young woman and a young girl have 2 completely different tastes. Hey! Shen Su! Where are you looking? Seeing Shen Su's malicious eyes, Su Mengyao frowned and asked angrily with her hands folded. As if she was afraid that Shen Su would eat her best friend. Look at what kind of question you're asking. Of course I'm looking at a pretty girl. Miss Shen is dressed so beautifully today, it's normal for me to take a few more glances, right? Shen Su replied cheekily. Qingqiu, look at him. Su Mengyao felt frustrated and knew she couldn't win the argument, so she could only act coquettishly to her best friend, hoping to get help. Shen Qingqiu glared with her beautiful eyes. Shen Su immediately returned to his image of a good boy. Ahem, let's go eat hot pot first. Look, classmate Luo Tianxiang is hungry. Luo Tianxiang, who was sitting not far away, was also caught in the crossfire. Soon, everyone took their seats. Finally, we can have dinner. Luo Tianxiang, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly drew out his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Just as he was about to pick up a piece of beef hot pot, his chopsticks collided with Su Mengyau's with a click. I got this first. You're talking nonsense. It was obviously me who picked it up first. Neither of them gave in and they started to confront each other. Oh, that's enough, it's just a piece of beef. It's still available, why are you fighting over it? Shen Su next to him couldn't bear it anymore. He reprimanded in a very mature manner. Then he picked up a piece of beef and started to shish. Okay. Tastes good. Snort. Su Mengyao and Luo Tianxiang snorted at each other, neither of them looked down on the other, and started a beef shabu-shabu competition tit for tat. Alas, Lao Luo, I advise you to take it easy. Being arrogant is fun for a while, but chasing your wife will only lead to a funeral. Shen Su shook his head and laughed secretly. Luo Tianxiang and Su Mengyao. They have been a pair of bickering lovers since childhood. If it wasn't for that class reunion many years later, when they were holding hands and holding a child, no one would have believed that these 2 people who quarreled every day could actually be together and become a couple. Shen Qingqiu heard all of this. She was a little surprised at first, but when she thought about how happy her good sister would be in the future, she started to smile. Mengyao, you have to be nicer to classmate Luo Tianxiang in the future and stop quarreling with him all the time. Shen Qingqiu whispered. What? After hearing this, Su Mengyao once suspected that her good sister had betrayed her. He actually spoke up for Luo Tianxiang. Oh, Mengyao, don't get me wrong. I just think that since you are so beautiful, you should pay attention to your image so that you can find a good man when you go to college. Cut. I won't change anything for those stinky men. Besides, I'm so beautiful that the men chasing after me can line up from Genoa to the gate of number 5 middle school. Do you still need to pay attention to your image? Chapter 12 She Likes. Jibei, what are you standing there for? Come on. Seeing that his good friend had not moved for a long time, Luo Tianxiang beside him anxiously tugged at his sleeve and urged him. I haven't. Wang Jibei clenched his fists and tried to muster up the courage to speak several times, but relaxed after seeing Lu Ruoshue's face. He still didn't have the courage. Opportunity is fleeting. Luo Tianxiang reminded again. I was extremely anxious. Student Lu Ruoshue. Wang Jibei hesitated for a long time and had countless ideological struggles in his heart. Finally, he decided to stand up and apologize to Lu Ruoshue. He didn't think too much at the time, he just stood up. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him, including Lu Ruoshue. Is it finally about to begin? I've always had an eye on this kid, Wang Jibei. It's so bloody, I love it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble with what happened earlier. I really didn't mean it, Oh. Lu Ruoshue only answered with one word. It was brief and clear, and then he didn't look up again. The atmosphere was awkward for a second. After hearing Lu Ruoshue's perfunctory answer, even the wooden-headed Wang Jibei understood what she meant and sat down disappointed. Ruoshue doesn't want to care about herself at all. It seems that there is no chance for us to reconcile. But Chen Su next to him was full of smiles. He patted his shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, you two are fine." "Ah? Are you okay?" But looking at Ruoshue's expression, she doesn't seem to have any intention of forgiving me at all. Could it be that Chen Su was trying to comfort me? Seeing Wang Jibei's confused look, Chen Su continued, "Jibei, let me ask you, if someone comes to you to apologize, but you have no intention of forgiving them, what should be your first reaction? Angry? Wrong. Absolutely wrong." Chen Su shook his finger. They should just slam the table and leave. And they should not even bother to look back. But look at Lu Ruoshue, she's eating like that, she doesn't look like she's going to leave at all. This. Wang Jibei looked over and saw that it was just as Chen Su said. Although Ruoshue ignored him, she didn't look like she was going to leave at all. "Chen Su, do you mean to say that Ruoshue has forgiven me?" Wang Jibei's eyes flashed. The smile couldn't be hidden on the corners of his mouth. "Not entirely. Anyway, it all depends on your performance. After all, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Remember, sincerity is the greatest killer move." "Aha!" Wang Jibei nodded in agreement. At this time, Luo Tianxiang next to him spoke. Come on. Everyone, listen to me. Just eating is boring. How about we play a game?" Luo Tianxiang suggested. "I am so worried about my good brother." "Okay, what game?" "Truth or dare." "Boring. I say, Luo Tianxiang, do you have any new ideas? What era is this? Are you bored while still playing such a cliched game?" Su Mengyao said sarcastically. Since she was a child, she has always felt that this type of game is particularly boring. It's not about the game content, but although this type of game is marked with truth or dare, how many players here dare to tell the truth? It's nothing more than making up some truths that even you don't believe in, which are more real than the truth. "Then tell me, what are we going to play?" Luo Tianxiang said somewhat unconvinced. Su Mengyao frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Why don't we play the friend question game, how about that?" "Big question from a friend? What the hell is this game?" Luo Tianxiang sneered in disdain. "This game? Just hearing the name makes it sound so low, okay?" Su Mengyao rolled her eyes at him and ignored him, but patiently explained. "This game is about asking questions to others based on the preferences of your best friend. If you answer correctly, you will have the opportunity to ask the questioner a question in return. But if you answer incorrectly, the person who answered incorrectly will be asked a question. However, the prerequisite is that the questioner must also know the preferences of his best friend. What do you think? Then can the questions between the correct answerer, the wrong answerer, and the questioner be asked any questions?" "Certainly." Seeing that Wang Jibei was interested, Su Mengyao immediately asked with a smile, "How about it? Is Wang Jibei interested in considering it?" "I'm fine." "Well, I also think that Su Mengyao's game is quite good. This game can not only increase our understanding of each other, but also promote friendship." "What a great thing. Lu Ruoshue, what do you think?" Chen Su spoke first. He wholeheartedly agreed with this game. Helping Wang Jibei and Lu Ruoshue reconcile was one thing, but taking the opportunity to get closer to his wife was another. Anyway, just one sentence. "You may make a small profit, but I will never lose." "Me? I can do anything." When Lu Ruoshue heard her name, she was stunned for a moment, then answered casually. Tonight, she just wanted to have a meal with her two good sisters and visit Wang. In fact, she understood it all in her heart. Although Su Mengyao usually looks careless, she is not the kind of person who is two-faced. Before this, she had already explained the situation to Lu Ruoshue, and that Wang Jibei would also be present, so she did not hide it from Lu Ruoshue. Although she really liked Jie Chou, she really couldn't do such a thing as betraying her sister. "Okay. It's decided then," Chen Su said with a smile. He gave a look to Wang Jibei next to him, indicating that he should perform well, and Wang Jibei nodded in agreement. But Luo Tianxiang next to him was not happy. Some murmured with disdain. "Bah! Isn't it just a copy of Truth or Dare in the end? And you still say I'm unsophisticated." What a lack of taste. Hey, hey. I'm the initiator of this game, so I'll ask the questions first. Su Mengyao looked at Chen Su with ill intentions. Then let me ask classmate Chen Su, what is Qingqiu's favorite dish? What is his least favorite dish? A show of force. I want Chen Su to give up. Su Mengyao is not a fool. Although her best friend keeps saying that there is nothing wrong with Chen Go, her woman's intuition tells her that there must be something fishy going on. If Chen Su can't answer, it means that this man is not good enough. After tonight, Su Mengyao will keep complaining to her good sisters, which will impact her love brain. Hey, Su Mengyao, what kind of question are you asking? Brother Chen is not a pervert. Who would have the time to care about what other people like to eat? Don't you just like eating chicken butts? Su Mengyao said with a slight smile. I'm so fucking. Luo Tianxiang has a lot of suffering to tell. He swallowed the national treasure that had just reached his lips. This feeling is like having your fig leaf ripped off by someone, making you feel so embarrassed that you feel ashamed. Oh my god. How did Su Mengyao know that I like to eat chicken butts? Is she secretly following me? Shit. Is she secretly in love with me? Give up on this idea. I don't like a violent girl like you. She likes to eat braised spare ribs, which are slightly sweet. She doesn't like salty and sweet food. Oh, and she also likes to eat Thai mango sticky rice, which is sweet. She is always afraid that she will get fat, which is completely unnecessary in my opinion. My least favorite dish, that should be how to win a chordata. I understand that. This kind of food is polarizing. Chen Su said this, and his serious look shocked the light bulbs next to him. Even Su Mengyao, who had asked the question confidently earlier, was confused. How could Chen Su's confidence sound so reasonable? There's even a hint of doting? Su Mengyao glanced at her good sister next to her and then said, You are talking nonsense. My Qingqiu has never been to Thailand, how could she have eaten mango sticky rice? Chen Su, can you be a little better at fooling people? Shen Qingqiu beside him remained silent. Although she had never eaten the Thai mango sticky rice that Chen Su mentioned, it was true that she liked braised pork ribs and did not like Houtwinia chordata. Alas, you finally found me. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? Chen Su said nonchalantly. In fact, he had known for a long time that Su Mengyao would take advantage of the loophole to trick him, so he said this deliberately. His purpose was to let Shen Qingqiu understand implicitly that he knew her preferences. Shen Qingqiu had indeed never eaten mango sticky rice, or rather, Shen Qingqiu during this period had never eaten it. Because that was what they had eaten when they traveled to Thailand together after they got married in their previous life, and they still remember it vividly. I knew it. How could you possibly know what my Qingqiu likes to eat? I am the one who knows Qingqiu best, okay? Su Mengyao said proudly. So, may I ask, classmate Chen Su, do you have a girl you like? Of course. Chen Su blurted out without any hesitation. That. Stop. This is already the first question. If you ask another one, it will be considered a second question. Damn. My pig brain. Damn it. I should have just asked him who he liked. Su Mengyao regretted it so much. Okay, now it's my turn to ask questions. Chen Su thought for a moment, looked at Wang Jibei and said, then let Wang Jibei answer. What kind of personality does Lu Ruoxue have? What are her hobbies? Wang Jibei was suddenly asked a question and became so nervous that his face turned red and he had no idea what to do. Jibei, don't you see that Brother Chen is creating opportunities for you? Seize them. Luo Tianxiang reminded softly. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Wang Jibei immediately grasped the essence of it, swept away his previous nervousness, and cheered himself up. Sincerity is the greatest killer move. Chen Su's words are still ringing in my ears. Lu Ruoxue is a very cheerful girl, lively and cute. She is the kind of girl that people can remember at first sight and leave a good impression on them. As for her hobbies, she likes reading and listening to music. Her favorite song is Jay Chou's Love Before the Common Era and her favorite dish is Kung Pao chicken. Chapter 13 Wang Jibei. You are such a piece of wood. Listening to Wang Jibei's narration. A blush immediately appeared on Lu Ruoxue's face. Su Mengyao next to her secretly nudged her and said with a sly smile, Ruoxue, I didn't expect that Wang Jibei knows you well. No. Lu Ruoxue said with an evasive look. I was afraid that Su Mengyao would think too much. Before he knew it, Wang Jibei had already been talking incessantly about Lu Ruoshua's preferences and characteristics, and his whole body was filled with excitement. Why are you all looking at me? Wang Jibei reacted and suddenly found that several people were staring at him. He felt embarrassed and his face turned red. TSK, Jibei, I didn't realize you're so attentive. I think so too. You seem to know Lu Ruoshua very well. Ah, no way. I'm just guessing. I don't really know. Please don't misunderstand me. Wang Jibei shook his hand and explained quickly. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Ruoshua, wanting to see her reaction, but all he got was silence. Could it be that Ruoshua is angry? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said so much and caused everyone to misunderstand. What I just said was actually just guesses. I'm sorry, Ruoshua, please don't be angry. I lost this round. Xiaochen, you ask me some questions. That. Chen Su was still thinking about how to ask questions that would create an opportunity for Wang Jibei, but he was interrupted by the taciturn Lu Ruoshua. What you said is correct, Wang Jibei. It's your turn to ask Chen Su questions. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward for a second. Wang Jibei was stunned and dazed. He had never expected Ruoshua to admit it on her own initiative. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Since classmate Lu Ruoshua has said so, then I will accept the punishment. Jibei, go ahead and ask. Wang Jibei hasn't recovered yet. Su Mengyao was the first to speak. Me. Wang Jibei, please give me this opportunity. Su Mengyao requested. Today she must cure her best friend's love brain and not let her fall deeper into it. She must expose the ugly side of this scumbag Chen Su. No. How can you play the game like this? You set the rules, how can you break them? I'm here to redress Brother Chen's injustice. I'm the first one to disagree. Luo Tianxian argued convincingly. I must fight Su Mengyao to the end. Snort. Su Mengyao clenched her fists and refused to give in. But it didn't make sense after all, so he stopped talking. Then I'll just ask one randomly. Chen Su, I noticed that your grades have improved a lot recently. I want to ask, do you have any study methods? When everyone heard the question he asked, their faces instantly fell. A top student is a top student. Even entertainment questions have to be about study. I noticed that, too. Brother Chen, are you hiding some secret book from us? Luo Tianxiang immediately aimed his gun, indignant. Alas, there is no such thing as a magic book in the world. You only see me on stage, looking glamorous and beautiful, but you don't see me working on the questions at my desk every night. I just want to ask one question. Has any of you ever seen the sun at 4:30 in the morning in giant pain? Chen Su said sadly. He finally understood how to show off. In the next life, I'd be suitable to be a pair of underwear. Bah! Luo Tianxiang sneered. Doesn't he know who Chen Su is? They grew up together. As soon as Chen Su took off his pants, he knew what he was going to do. If you said he stayed up late to study hard, he wouldn't believe it. Neither did his uncle or aunt. Hey, what are you looking at? I'm also a good student who loves to study. Chen Su, if someone says they love studying, I might believe it, but you, TSK. Su Mengyao also sneered. Wow. Both husband and wife are the same. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Wang Jibei, who was sitting nearby, was the first to speak up and say, I think what Chen Su said is true. There is no such thing as something that can be achieved overnight in this world. All it takes is hard work. Well said. Hear what Wang Jibei said. Chen Su quickly stood up and applauded. This kid Wang Jibei deserves to be able to marry the person he loves. It's getting dark. Gradually, the party came to an end. It's getting late, let's end this party. We'll meet again next time. Let's go, Brother Chen, let's go back together. Sorry, we're not on the way. Chen Su shamelessly refused, and then said, Qingqiu, it's late at night, I'll take you home. Luo Tianxiang next to him was shocked. We grew up in the same alley, and you're telling me it's not convenient? Chen Su, this bastard, is really willing to say anything to pick up girls. The brotherhood of more than 10 years has faded. Chen Su, Qingqiu and I agreed to go back together. I'm really sorry. Su Mengyao hugged Shen Qingqiu's arm and had no intention of letting go. Why are you everywhere? Shen Su spat inwardly. He felt that Su Mengyao was a girl who was very capable of doing bad things, so he had to get Comrade Luo Tianxiang into the enemy's interior as soon as possible. Wang Jibei saw Lu Ruoxue was alone, so he stepped forward and summoned up the courage to say, "Ruoxue, I'll take you home. I don't mean anything else, I just think it's not safe at night, and we're just on the way." "Yes, Ruoxue, let Wang Jibei take you back. We are worried about you being alone." At this time, Shen Qingqiu suddenly said, "Great assist." Now that things have come to this, Lu Ruoxue couldn't refuse. "Oh well. Then I'll trouble you, Jibei-san." At night, the lights are bright. The two of them were strolling on the overpass like a young couple, with cars whizzing past them and a gust of wind blowing. Lu Ruoxue was walking in front. Wang Jibei followed behind. Lu Ruoxue said that she had not taken the time to see the beautiful scenery of the city for a long time, and she wanted to take this opportunity tonight to come out and see it, so she asked Wang Jibei if she could go with her. Wang Jibei was naturally very happy to be able to stay with Lu Ruoxue for a while longer, and he readily agreed. The scenery of the overpass is really beautiful. Lu Ruoxue leaned over the railing, closed her eyes, and sniffed the cool air. The cool breeze hit her face. "Well, I haven't felt this way for a long time." Wang Jibei also imitated her and sniffed. "Yes, Jianping has changed a lot in the past few years. I really don't know what this place will become in the future. I hope it will still be the same as it is now in 10 years. Maybe the changes will be huge. After all, the country is still developing and major transformation is inevitable." Lu Ruoxue turned her head and looked at Wang Jibei, and said, "Student Wang Jibei, have you always been so straightforward in your speech?" "Ah." Seeing Wang Jibei's dumbfounded look, Lu Ruoxue chuckled, "You really are a piece of wood." "Ruoxue, I really didn't mean to do that." "Okay, I've already told you, it's nothing, I've already forgiven you, just send me back." Lu Ruoxue smiled sweetly. Chapter 14 First Date. On weekends, seafood wonton shop. The location of this store is very secluded. There is neither the hustle and bustle of a big market nor the noisy crowds. Instead, the room is filled with the scent of life. The passenger flow is not large, but it is quiet. To be honest, most of the diners who come to this restaurant are old customers from the street. There are very few newcomers. It is an old and unknown brand. Even Shen Su only knew about this place by chance in his previous life. This restaurant not only has delicious food, but also has plenty of meat without any adulteration. More importantly, it is cheap and fresh. The boss is an honest and kind person, and he has a beautiful daughter who often comes to help with the work. Maybe. Is this also the reason why so many old customers are reluctant to change stores after so many years? In the store, Shen Su rested his chin on his head and stared at the scenery outside the door, unable to help but snickering. "I wonder if those die-hard fans of my wife would be so angry that they would jump off the building if they knew that the goddess of their hearts is dating me right now?" He. After more than 10 seconds, Shen Su frowned, feeling itchy in his heart. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Didn't they say we were almost there? How come it's been so many seconds and there's not even a single person in sight? Is this girl going to stand me up? No. I have to send a message to ask. As he spoke, he took out his phone, logged into QQ, and sent a message to Shen Qingqiu. "Qingqiu, haven't you arrived yet?" After editing the message and just about to send it out, Shen Su suddenly paused. Will this make me look unreserved? What if my wife thinks I'm an LSP? I'm not a tomato reader. No. Let's wait. I can't leave a bad impression on my wife. He sighed helplessly. I just lay on the table and played with my phone. Shen Su dressed very formally today, even with a handsome middle-parted hair and a simple jacket, he looked so handsome. He believes that with his wife's aesthetic taste, she will definitely be impressed by his handsomeness. She will love him to death. Just then, a beautiful figure walked into the store. Shen Qingqiu's outfit today was clean and pure, completely contrary to Shen Su's style. There were no fancy brand names, no heavy makeup, just a small orange floral skirt, which perfectly interpreted the word beautiful. Oh my god. My wife is so beautiful. With her looks and figure, I would feel guilty if I didn't marry her and build a football team. Shen Su fantasized shamelessly. My eyes are wide open. It was also the first time that Shen Qingqiu accepted a boy's invitation. She felt nervous and shy, and even her smooth little face turned slightly red. She still had some expectations in her heart. After all, who hasn't watched a few youth idol dramas in their youth? But after hearing the dirty words in Chen Su's mind, her face suddenly changed, and she pouted and said angrily, "Have you seen enough?" "Not yet, ahem, Qingqiu is here, please sit down, the wontons in this restaurant are delicious." "Boss. 2 bowls of wontons, please." Chen Su wiped his saliva, realized that he had lost his composure just now, and hurriedly put on hospitality manners. "The delicious food you mentioned is wontons?" Shen Qingqiu asked. The beautiful eyelashes blinked. "Hey classmate. Don't underestimate the wontons in this store. This store is very famous in our community. Let me tell you this, these are not ordinary wontons, they are Wang Wei. Oh my god. I really can't continue making this up. If I didn't have so little money right now, I would have prepared a romantic French dinner for you. But Qingqiu should like it too, right? After all, our first date in our previous life was also at this restaurant, and she ate several bowls at that time." Shen Qingqiu chuckled, and kept muttering in his heart, "So you don't have money? No wonder you said so many weird things. Humph. You are indeed a liar." At this time, wontons were brought over. "It's hot and still steaming. Hey, young man, your 2 bowls of wontons." "Okay, thank you auntie." Chen Su stood up and politely took the 2 bowls of wontons, then handed the bowl without chopped green onions to Shen Qingqiu. "Eat it." Shen Qingqiu took the porcelain bowl, smelled the fragrance of the wontons in the bowl, and couldn't help but taste it. Oh. As soon as Shen Qingqiu took a bite, he felt so burned by the wonton that he quickly put down the spoon, stuck out his tongue, and fanned himself with both hands, as if that would make it less hot. These little actions of girls are so cute and silly. Chen Su smiled and handed over a glass of ice water. "Be careful of the heat." "Thanks." Shen Qingqiu awkwardly took the ice water and took a sip, and instantly felt much better. She secretly looked up at Chen Su, and suddenly an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. Sometimes I think, actually, Chen Su is quite considerate. Alas, this silly girl, in her previous life, she was always scalded by chicken soup during her confinement period. My mother always said that pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years. I didn't believe it at the time. Now I think my mother is still conservative. My wife is so stupid. Chen Su couldn't help but laugh. But Shen Qingqiu next to him looked upset. "Snort. You are stupid. Chen Su, you are a big fool." Shen Qingqiu cursed angrily in his heart. Suddenly, she noticed that Chen Su's wontons seemed a little different from her own. After looking carefully, she found that one bowl had chopped green onions, while the other did not. "Chen Su. Why is there no chopped green onion in my bowl?" Shen Qingqiu asked curiously. When Chen Su heard this, he was also stunned. "Oh, I told the boss not to put chopped green onions in your bowl." "What's wrong? Doesn't Qingqiu dislike eating chopped green onions? What's going on? Did I remember it wrong? That's impossible. I remember when we first started dating, I put chopped green onions in the noodles I cooked for her at night, and she was so angry that she ignored me for a long time." Shen Qingqiu was stunned. So he was thinking about me? Although I don't know whether what Chen Su said in his heart is true, there is no doubt that Chen Su did remember his preferences. Even her biological parents didn't know that she didn't like eating chopped green onions. When Shen Qingqiu heard this, he felt inexplicably moved. He simply stopped talking and buried his head to eat his wontons. Chen Su saw Shen Qingqiu didn't say anything. I suddenly lost my composure. It's over. She won't be angry, will she? She doesn't look very happy eating. I should have stopped talking too much. Fuck you. It's all the fault of the green onion. Give me your money back. Is it not to your liking? How about I ask the boss to make another bowl with chopped green onions? Chen Su asked tentatively. Shen Qingqiu shook his head and said, I don't eat chopped green onions. Oh, that's good, that's good. Chen Su, can I have another bowl? Shen Qingqiu said embarrassedly. Chen Su didn't react for a while, until he looked toward Shen Qingqiu's bowl. He was surprised to find that the wontons in Shen Qingqiu's bowl had been eaten. He was immediately in a very good mood. It turns out Qingqiu really likes eating wontons. It seems that I was overthinking it. To win over a woman, you must first win over her stomach. This is half the battle. Of course. Today I promise you'll have enough to eat. Thanks. Chapter 15. Shen Qingqiu is a big gangster. After eating and drinking, Shen Qingqiu took Shen Qingqiu to see a movie again. I was watching the Korean movie First Love, which is currently popular in theaters. At that time, the traffic popularity in Korea was indeed quite arrogant, almost sweeping across the entire China. In the entire entertainment industry, there are only a few big names like Jae-cho who can be on par with him. How can I put it? The male lead of this movie is really stupid. The female lead is so proactive, isn't it obvious that he wants to give it to her for free? Why is he still hesitating? Ha ha. So you know a lot? Shen Qingqiu couldn't help laughing. No way. Shen Qingqiu immediately realized that what he said was inappropriate, and quickly explained, "This is all Luo Tianxiang taught me. You know he likes to do some tricks, which is different from me." Shen Qingqiu chuckled, "Really?" "Of course." Shen Qingqiu showed a determined look. Afterwards, they went to the zoo. Shen Qingqiu looked like an encyclopedia, explaining to Shen Qingqiu the dietary characteristics, habits, appearance, etc. of various animals as they walked. Until we came to a tiger park. He stopped. Shen Qingqiu looked at the two cute young tigers drinking water in front of him, their intimate and harmonious appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. Life in nature is amazing. Qingqiu, look. How much do they resemble us? Shen Qingqiu turned his head. Her originally smiling face instantly fell, and she angrily stepped on Shen Qingqiu, then turned and left without looking back. Rogue. Ah. No. Why are you stepping on me? Shen Qingqiu felt pain. He really couldn't understand why Shen Qingqiu stepped on him. He thinks it's normal to make some jokes given the current relationship? How did you become a gangster? Not really. When he turned around and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a few seconds, then he slapped himself twice helplessly and hurriedly chased after him. That wasn't the case just now. I'm such a jerk. Right before my eyes. The two big orange cats completely merged together, one riding on the other's back, howling and swaying. In the west, the sun sets. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds a sad and bright red, covering the sky in large patches. The cool evening breeze blows slowly. Shen Qingqiu leaned against the railing of the scenic spot, looking at Shen Qingqiu, who was laughing not far away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket comfortably. Hongha A7, an old brand that has not been seen for many years. The only one I took from my dad's pocket yesterday when he wasn't paying attention. Just as Shen Qingqiu was about to light it up and experience the euphoric feeling of being in heaven, he was stopped by Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu. What are you doing? No smoking. Shen Qingqiu snatched the cigarette from his hand, put his hands on his waist and said angrily. His angry look was like a fierce little tiger. Don't mention it. Looking at her with her brows frowned and her lips pouting is really cute. No, I just smoke one. Shen Qingqiu smiled bitterly, feeling aggrieved. Not even one. As she spoke, she suddenly stretched out a hand. He looked like a king dominating the world. Shen Qingqiu was also confused. Why is she holding out her hand? I haven't confessed yet, have I? She wants to hold hands? Things are developing so fast. Then she will definitely. The more Shen Qingqiu thought about it, the more excited he became, so he simply reached out and held Shen Qingqiu's hand. Slippery. Fuck. This feels amazing. Although my wife's skin is still so delicate and smooth after marriage, it was obviously more radiant when she was in high school. What are you doing? Shen Qingqiu was also frightened by this scene. Immediately retract your hand. Then a blush appeared on his face. You didn't ask me to. Shen Qingqiu looked innocent. I asked you to take out the rest of the cigarettes. I didn't ask you to. Shen Qingqiu spoke more and more quietly, and finally stopped talking altogether. The original tough momentum is gone. So I misunderstood. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You have to seduce me to be happy, right? Shen Qingqiu smiled bitterly. Where do I have any more cigarettes? The one in my hand was given to me by a guy who passed by just now. He said he wanted to make friends with me. Now they are all in your hands. Shen Qingqiu listened for a while, then snorted coldly. Although what he said was not true, he did not have any cigarettes left, so he did not care about it anymore. I say, classmate Shen Qingqiu, I'm just smoking a cigarette, why are you so excited? Shen Su said angrily. I'm doing this for your own good. As your classmate, I have an obligation to keep you from falling into depravity. Anyway, you are not allowed to smoke. Shen Qingqiu said angrily. TSK, she obviously likes me. This little girl is really good at pretending. She said she has an obligation to keep me from falling, but it's just a cover-up, right? I won't. What can you do to me? When Shen Qingqiu heard this, he felt angry and helpless. He could only turn his back and threaten, anyway, if you smoke again in the future, I will never talk to you again. After saying that, he turned around and left with his hands folded. When Shen Su heard this, he panicked. Oh my god. You never talk to me? How can I get married? The most important thing is that my lovely daughter Xiaodao hasn't been born yet. No. No. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. If you don't want to smoke, then don't smoke. In my previous life, I became a heavy smoker because of starting a business. My health is getting worse. It's actually good to quit. Thinking of this, Shen Su chased after him. Patted Shen Qingqiu on the shoulder. Qingqiu, I promise I will never smoke again. This stuff is harmful to health and it is really not allowed. Can you please stop ignoring me? Shen Su pleaded in a womanizing voice. The technique of coaxing my wife is very sophisticated. Snort. Shen Qingqiu snorted coldly, without expressing his opinion, and continued walking forward with his hands folded in silence. The corners of her mouth curled up secretly. In fact, she had already heard what Shen Su was thinking. The moon is like a hook. Gradually, it was time for the two to separate. Shen Qingqiu and Shen Su walked side by side on the desolate path, and from time to time they could hear the chirping of insects. How was it? Did you have fun today? Shen Su asked tentatively. Now, he wanted to know his wife's attitude. After making so much effort, if it fails at the last moment, then it would be really fucked. Well. Shen Qingqiu thought for a while, then shook his head and said with a smile, not happy at all. Then he put his hands behind his back. Like a runaway Disney princess, she tiptoed forward and hopped. Shen Su smiled slightly when he saw his future wife, who was as happy as a child. This was the first time he saw Shen Qingqiu so happy since his rebirth. When a woman can truly take off her superficial mask in front of you and show her true character, then congratulations. You have succeeded. You're not happy, but you're still smiling so happily? Little liar. Shen Su asked back. Full of irony. Just after he finished speaking, Shen Qingqiu, who had been happy just now, suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Shen Su in front of him without saying a word. The air seemed to be plunged into silence. No way, I was just joking, you're not going to get angry, are you? Shen Su suddenly panicked. He just called himself a bad mouth. That, Qingqiu, I was just joking, please don't mind, okay? Come to think of it. We played all day but I didn't take you to any particularly interesting places. We even had dinner at a random roadside inconspicuous shop. How could you be happy? Shen Su said guiltily. I feel as if I have been humiliated. Shen Su. Shen Qingqiu suddenly shouted, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him became gentle. What's wrong? Next time, can you take me with you to play? Shen Qingqiu said with a red face. Did I hear that correctly? I'll take you along next time? So does this mean that I'm very satisfied with today's trip? Shen Su was overjoyed. It is more important than anything else that my wife recognizes my efforts for half a day. Of course, National Day is coming soon, I can take you out to play. Real? Of course, a man's word is his bond. Shen Su patted his chest and assured. When Shen Qingqiu saw Shen Su's arrogant look, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Su, this big fool, is really childish. Shen Su, thank you. I had a lot of fun today. Then I'll go back first. Uncle Wei is still waiting for me out front. Okay, be safe. Shen Su looked at Shen Qingqiu's back, his expression gradually changing from joy to sadness. It turns out that National Day is coming so soon. I remember that this year, Qingqiu learned that her parents were going to divorce. She was depressed for a long time and finally transferred to another school. In this life, she won't transfer to another school, right? Shen Su's mood hit rock bottom. If I really transfer to another school, it means I won't be able to see her again. Although according to the course of history they will eventually meet, who could have imagined what unexpected things would happen? Shen Qingqiu suddenly paused, turned around and looked at Shen Su with a shocked expression. Shen Su thought she wanted to say goodbye, so he smiled and waved. Shen Qingqiu understood and tried to force a smile and nodded before leaving. Moon. It seems brighter. Chapter 16, Activating the Punch Card Mechanism. Second day of holiday. Shen Su got up early. He thought about it for a long time last night. If he really wanted to take Shen Qingqiu out to play during the National Day, he must have money first. No money to play chicken chop. Moreover, consumption is still high in today's world. Think about it, I didn't go anywhere yesterday, I just watched a movie and visited a zoo, and my savings were basically gone. According to this trend, I will have to live on dirt during the 7 days of National Day, right? No, I have to think about how to get the money first. Although Qingqiu is a wealthy woman, I can't let her pay, right? If so, how can I save face? Shen Su thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of any good way to make money. Internet novels are all lies. It is said that the 20s were the golden age, but how could anyone really make money? He could not plagiarize articles. He had no money and no energy to start a business. Even if he had a system, it would be useless. Ding. Warning. Abusive behavior detected on the host. Clear the mole points. What the hell? I just thought about it, and this is considered an insult? Big Brother system. Please be kind. Spare me. I have saved up so much money after so long, please leave me some. Shen Su said sadly. In fact, he had earned a lot of mole points through tasks these days, and had wanted to save money to buy some practical props, but now, it was all gone. System. I don't want to listen, it's just a turtle chanting sutras. Shen Su looked ashen. With tears in my eyes, I opened the points mall and saw that it was empty. Now I don't even have any points. I mourn. I am the hero of the novel. Why do I live such a miserable life? Wait, the male protagonist of the novel? Yes. I have a system. Are you still worried about not being able to get money? With the system in hand, the world is mine. Brother system, please, you don't want to see your host being looked down upon, right? System. Please, Appa. System, humph, I haven't forgiven you for scolding me just now. Carrot. I swear, I will never scold you again. If you keep scolding me, I'll be a puppy. Shen Su pleaded. Real? Really? Shen Su nodded seriously. But I barked twice in my heart. Oh well. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the check-in mechanism. Today's check-in location, home. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in, obtaining the super musician skill. Super musician skills? What the hell is the use of this? Shen Su, no, brother system, what I lack is money. Why did you give me music skills? It's useless to me now. System, is this my fault? The rewards for the check-in mission are random. You are just unlucky. I'm his horse. What a lucky guy. Shen Su originally wanted to brag about the traditional Chinese culture, but then he thought that the system might be useful in the future, so he took a detour and came back. Oh, never mind. It's better to have something than nothing. At worst, I can make a lot of money by buying a concert. Shen Su tried his best to comfort himself. At this point, this is all we can do. It's already 12 o'clock. Shen Su stretched, stood up, opened the door, and looked around. No one was there. My parents probably haven't come back from work yet. I'm so hungry. Shen Su covered his rumbling stomach and walked to the refrigerator, only to find that there was nothing in it except some cold frozen meat and 2 large cabbages. Ding-ling-ling, before he could finish his sigh, the landline at home suddenly rang. Shen Su walked over, picked up the phone, and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "Son, my parents have a dinner party today, so they won't be back. Just bear with it and go downstairs to buy some lunchboxes later." "Got it? Good. Really? My dear son." Shen Su looked ashen. "Child, you have a hard life. Seafood wonton shop. Still at the same place, after Chen Su wolfed down a bowl of wonton noodles, he leaned back in his seat comfortably, squinting his eyes and sighing. Great, so great. At this time, a soft fragrance also comes with it, and the smell makes people unable to stop. Chen Su couldn't help but open his eyes. After seeing the person in front of him, he was stunned and asked, Qingqiu? Why are you here? Shen Qingqiu put down the bag in her hand, sat opposite him, lifted her hair, and said a little embarrassedly, the wontons in this store are delicious. I came here specially to eat a bowl today. I didn't expect. You are here too? Ha, we are really destined to meet. We can even meet each other while having a meal. Classmate Shen, do you believe in fate? Maybe we knew each other in our previous life. Chen Su smiled. Not only do we know each other, we also have children. Shen Qingqiu blushed and said proudly, I don't believe in those illusory things. Okay, then you eat first and I'll go pay the bill. Boss, check out. Chen Su shouted and subconsciously touched his trouser pocket, only to find it was empty. Fuck. Where's my money? I remember bringing it with me just now. How come it's gone? Chen Su turned around and glanced at Shen Qingqiu. I feel like crying but I have no tears. It's over, it's over. I'm going to lose face in front of Qingqiu. My dignity. Shen Su was just thinking about whether to ask the boss to pay him back later, when Shen Qingqiu, who was sitting next to him, stood up, walked to the counter, and said to the boss. Let's pay together, mine and his. Qingqiu, it's okay, I have money. Shen Su still wanted to hold on a little longer. A man must save face until his death. Shen Qingqiu already knew it well. Covering her mouth, she couldn't help laughing and said, I'm already embarrassed that you took me out to play for the whole day yesterday, so how can I let you treat me? Today's meal is on me. How can this be so embarrassing? Shen Su did not refuse. After all, he really has no money now. Chapter 17. I have never seen this scene before. The short vacation is over. Back to the miserable life of a student. After washing up and having breakfast, Chen Su hurried to school on his bicycle. Prices were not high in the 2000s. But bicycles were still quite expensive at that time, not to mention that Chen Su's bicycle was the latest model of giant speeders, which was very cool and stylish. He was definitely the most dazzling and handsome guy when riding in school. It was just getting light. When Chen Su passed the fork in the road, he met his good friend Luo Tianxiang. Hi, brother Chen, what a coincidence. When Luo Tianxiang saw Chen Su, he greeted him with a smile. He was in high spirits today and no one knew what he was going to do. He also combed his hair into a standard 3:7 split, making him look like he was going on a date. Chen Su rolled his eyes at him and said with great disdain, what's so coincidental about this? In a tiny place like Giant Pain, you might encounter something warm while taking a shit. It's not surprising. TSK, brother Chen, is this a new car you bought? Wow, it's the latest model. How much does it cost? Luo Tianxiang said enviously. He actually wanted to change his bicycle a long time ago, but he just didn't know how to ask his parents. Incomes in the early 2000s were generally not high, and ordinary families basically tried to save as much as possible, let alone buy the latest model of brand-name bicycle. In this era, even a well-off family like Chen Su, where both parents had iron rice bowls, had to go through a lot of effort to get his mother's approval. It's nothing, they're just bicycles, not much more fancy. Chen Su disagreed. Although he was reborn with a youthful face, he is still a veteran with the experience of more than 30 years old in his heart. Some things are very open-minded. The competition in school days is nothing more than small things, which are worthless when you grow up, and no one thinks that a bicycle is worth showing off. That's different. It's expensive for a reason. I don't know when I can buy one. Luo Tianxiang said sourly. Ha, stop dreaming. Auntie won't buy it for you. She might even slap you twice. Chen Su smiled. Who said I need my mom's consent? Luo Tianxiang chuckled. He looked at Chen Su in a very obscene manner. Hey, don't look at me. Let me make it clear, I have no money. I'm still waiting for the National Day to have a sweet holiday with my wife. What? Brother Chen, when did you and school beauty Shen become so close? We agreed to be single nobles together. And you betrayed the organization directly. Luo Tianxiang said angrily. Children should stay out of adult matters. Chen Su didn't want to explain. Just pedal hard and rush out quickly. Ding. Today's check-in location, school. Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in. I will give you a system task as a reward. Do you accept it? Task reward? Fuck, why doesn't this reward have a clear price tag? Qingqiu cursed inwardly in anger. Should I accept it or not? Not accepting it means giving up the reward, and I always feel like I'm missing out on something. But if I accept it, I don't know what I will face. The tasks assigned by this system are always strange and there may be some big pitfalls. Qingqiu hesitated. He was indeed afraid of being abused. Before this, he had done things like dancing ballet during physical exercises, stealing toilet paper from all the toilets on the floor, tearing up other people's love letters, etc. Forget it, let's try and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Haven't we already completed the previous inhuman tasks? This time won't make a difference. Qingqiu was full of confidence. I quickly clicked accept. System task, sleep soundly in class for 3 minutes. Task reward, 10 years of martial arts skills. The time starts now. I lost it. Is this system here to cause trouble? Have you ever considered my safety? Being a reborn person is indeed a high-risk profession. This class is taught by the English teacher Tyrannosaurus. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that her temper is extremely bad. Even Qingqiu, who was once at his peak, suffered at her hands. Her strength is evident. The English teacher is from Sichuan and Chongqing. He swears like a rapper and keeps on talking endlessly, leaving no chance for you to interrupt. The key is that she has connections in the Education Bureau. She is the kind of person that even the grade leader has to give her some face, so they can only turn a blind eye to some things. Qingqiu was panicked. He was really panicked. 10 years of martial arts skills. This reward is somewhat tempting. After all, which man didn't he dream of becoming a hero when he was young? The question is whether to do it or not. Qingqiu was in a dilemma. Hey, brother Chen, why are you sweating so much? Did you miss breakfast? Luo Tianxiang, who was sitting next to him, asked in a low voice. No. Qingqiu shook his head bitterly and said, Lao Luo, you can block it for me later. Before Luo Tianxiang could react, Qingqiu buried his head and fell asleep. I lost it. Sigma. Luo Tianxiang was completely stunned. He was also a person who had experienced many ups and downs. He had seen all kinds of scenes since he was a child. But he had never seen such a scene before. Qingqiu, are you crazy? This is Tyrannosaurus class, aren't you afraid of death? Luo Tianxiang cursed softly, stretched out his left hand and shook Qingqiu's shoulder, trying to wake him up. But Qingqiu didn't move at all. Luo Tianxiang was extremely scared at that time. But Qingqiu was even more scared than him. I'm Four Eyes, are you sick? Stop shaking me. Didn't you say you'd block it for me? If you shake me a few more times, how can I last 3 minutes if the Tyrannosaurus finds me? Woohoo! Please, stop shaking. Qingqiu felt like crying but had no tears. Qingqiu. Luo Tianxiang. What are you two doing? As expected, an accident did happen. The English teacher yelled angrily, which scared Luo Tianxiang so much that he almost shook his head. Luo Tianxiang didn't dare to speak. He immediately stood up, lowered his head, and stood silently, hoping for leniency. Qingqiu was still sleeping. Hey, Qingqiu, Qingqiu doesn't usually seem like the type to doze off. Besides, this class is taught by the English teacher. Is he losing his mind? Su Mengyao nudged Shen Qingqiu next to her and asked in a low voice. Shen Qingqiu shook his head, also expressing his incomprehension. No matter how lawless Qingqiu was in the past, he was still quite well behaved in the English teacher's class. What happened today? Could it be that you miss me so much that you can't sleep at night? Shen Qingqiu's face flushed red. Even though she knew that Qingqiu was her future husband, she was still in high school after all. She had to focus on her studies and not fall in love. But what if his academic performance drops and he fails to get into university? Shen Qingqiu was a little confused. On one side is Qingqiu's future, on the other side are his own principles. How should he choose? Su Mengyao, who was standing next to her, secretly pushed her best friend several times, and unexpectedly found that she was distracted. She said in surprise, Qingqiu, were you distracted again just now? I'm sorry. I was studying a little late last night and my mind wandered. Shen Qingqiu came back to his senses and explained hurriedly. Su Mengyao stared at him in disbelief. But because it was during class, and it was Tyrannosaurus class, she didn't say much. Chapter 18. Just now, you stole my heart? Luo Tianxiang, your deskmate fell asleep, and you were sitting next to him, didn't you remind him? How did you become my deskmate? The English teacher slammed the table twice. No one in the class was so scared that they dared to speak. In an instant, the whole class fell silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Teacher, I'll wake him up right away. Luo Tianxiang felt numb all over. He could only bite the bullet and reach out to pull the corner of Chen Su's clothes and shout, Chen Su, wake up, get up. Chen Su didn't react at all. But I was extremely panicked inside. Okay. Sleeping in class is fine, but you can't even wake me up. Students nowadays are really becoming more and more lawless. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The English teacher was not the kind of person who would give up easily. Seeing that he couldn't wake Chen Su up, he picked up the teaching stick and walked over angrily. Don't come over here. Chen Su. Ding. The host is detected to be in danger of life. The system randomly releases optional tasks. Option 1, keep sleeping, ignore the whipping from the teacher, and get a cash reward of 100 yuan. Option 2, tell the teacher, I just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but all I got was misunderstanding. I won't pretend anymore. I'm actually a top student. Reward, Super English Top Student Skill. Option 3, be submissive and explain to the teacher. Completion reward, a coward mark. Oh shit. System Dad finally came to save me. I choose 2. Just when the English teacher was holding the teaching stick and preparing to teach Chen Su a lesson, Chen Su suddenly stood up, scaring the English teacher so much that he almost lost his footing. Teacher, I really didn't mean it. Ahem. Chen Su glanced past the English teacher and scanned the surroundings. He said calmly, originally I just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but all I got was misunderstanding. I won't pretend anymore. In fact, I am a top student. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the Super English Master skill. The air seemed to be in silence. All the students looked at Chen Su with extremely surprised eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Is Chen Su crazy? Doesn't he know what position the English teacher holds in Genoa No. 1 middle school? He's a Tyrannosaurus Rex that even the grade leader has to be wary of. That's right. I heard that one time the grade group changed the class schedule without informing her, and she scolded her in the office for half an hour, but no one dared to say a word. So cruel? Then Chen Su is in great danger this time. Some classmates who usually have a good relationship with Chen Su said with some concern. Even Shen Qingqiu, who was not far away, frowned and stamped his feet anxiously, feeling a little worried. What happened to Chen Su? He shouldn't be such an irrational person. Even if he wanted to excuse himself in this way, wouldn't it be counterproductive given his English grades? Okay, you're a nerd, right? Come on stage and explain this text to everyone. Let me see what kind of nerd you are who can sleep in class. His English teacher didn't pamper him either. It was obvious that he wanted to embarrass Chen Su. No problem. Chen Su picked up the textbook on the desk and walked towards the podium with confidence. Halfway through his journey, he turned back in full view of everyone. Sorry, I got the wrong textbook. English teacher. The whole class. Picking up the book and walking up to the podium, the moment Chen Su opened the English textbook, he found that his mind suddenly had a lot more knowledge, and he could understand the contents of the textbook clearly at a glance. It's as if all the English words turned into Chinese at some point, and it's clear at a glance. Finally, I know the English world from the perspective of a top student. It's so fucking awesome. Next let me tell you about the main content of this textbook and the main idea it is trying to express. Chen Su said in his serious manner. What? Brother Chen really wants to teach the English text? Did I hear it right? Someone who always ranked last in English grades is giving a lecture? Luo Tianxiang was stunned. Not only was he shocked. The whole class was shocked. Is Chen Su serious? Everyone knows that he always ranks last in English. He actually dares to come here to give a lecture. He is really a little cow joining a herd of bulls so awesome. No more words, let's start the feast tomorrow. Qingqiu, I haven't seen you for just 2 days. How come Chen Su has become like this? Su Mengyao asked with a puzzled look on her face. In his impression, Chen Su would not act unsure, so why is he like this now? With his English grades, he is always at the bottom of the class, and even the last in the grade. It's good enough that he is not criticized by Tyrannosaurus. Now he even dares to go on stage to give a lecture? It's complete nonsense. I don't know either. Shen Qingqiu just perfunctorily said it, without explaining too much. She couldn't tell her good friends that she could actually hear Chen Su's thoughts, and that she was his wife, right? However, she was only sure of one thing through Chen Su's inner voice. He was very confident. And he was very confident. This text is about 10 minutes later. The classroom of Class 2-3 of senior high school was in complete silence. At this moment, all the students, including the English teacher, stared at the person on the podium with disbelief. I have finished my talk. If there is anything wrong, please correct me, Mr. Li. After saying that, Chen Su bowed deeply to everyone very humbly. Fuck, I just understood it. Can you believe it? I just understood the English text. Fuck. I got it too. Damn it. Shen Su is so awesome. The seal that has lasted for more than 10 years is finally going to loosen. The classroom was instantly in an uproar, filled with amazement, admiration, and praise for Chen Su. Maybe he sensed something unusual happening in the classroom. English teacher Li Hongmei also responded quickly. Ahem. Chen Su spoke very well, but there are still some areas that are lacking. I hope he can improve more next time. Let's applaud him. The English teacher laughed awkwardly. But there were huge waves in my heart. This is awesome. This is really awesome. Shen Su was able to explain this text with ease without any preparation, and even brought up some of the most important grammar points and introduced their usage. The whole process was smooth and flowing, just like a university professor who has mastered the English language thoroughly. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li. I will pay attention next time. When Shen Su stepped down from the stage, he threw a coquettish glance at Shen Qingqiu, who was not far away. Shen Qingqiu lowered his head in embarrassment, with a secret smile on his lips. Chen Su must be secretly working hard for me, right? After class, the whole classroom was in an uproar. Chen Su's performance was just too amazing. It was like he got the lead role in a cool novel. Who would have thought that a poor student who always ranked last in English would have such a brilliant day? Chen Su, oh no. Brother Su, you are too awesome. Please accept my knee. Brother Chen, do you have any secret learning manuals that you haven't told us? Can you share them with us? That's right, Brother Su, you can't eat alone. Chen Su, you are just a thief. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly appeared. What? What the hell? The first few are idiots. I can understand why they say such things, but you say I am a thief without any evidence. This is a bit too much. My classmate, please speak nicely. When did I steal your things? Just now, you stole my heart. After saying that, he stuffed an exquisite heart-shaped envelope into Chen Su's hand, covered his face and ran away quickly. Chapter 19. Qingqiu is jealous. Shit, are you trying to embarrass me? Chen Su was also confused when he saw the love letter in his hand. Who the hell still likes to use cheesy love words these days? And send love letters? And the classmate just now was obviously unfamiliar. Which class did he sneak in from? Oh, it's all because of my great charm. I can't stop my luck with women. Forget it, I should go discuss with my wife where to spend the national day. Chen Su thought happily. Walked toward Shen Qingqiu's seat. Qingqiu. Before Chen Su finished speaking, Shen Qingqiu stood up and walked towards the door without looking back. His movements were quick and decisive, without any pause. What the hell? Is this ignoring yourself? Chen Su was dumbfounded at that time. We were talking and laughing yesterday, what happened today? Chen Su was confused, but still decided to chase after him and ask. Hey! Chen Su, what are you going to do? I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts about my Qingqiu. Su Mengyao next to her clasped her hands and said harshly. Her chest is held high. He's not very fierce, but he's quite broad-minded. Chen Su glanced at her sideways, didn't pay much attention to her, and started to leave the classroom. He simply ignored her. You! Chen Su! Stop right there! Explain yourself clearly. Who are you calling the mean guy? Say it again if you dare. Hearing this, Su Mengyao immediately couldn't sit still. Her face turned red with anger. Shen Su, this bastard, actually said that she was fierce and small? What kind of vision is this? The Mariana Trench in my chest rises and falls. It's getting worse. After her anger had mostly subsided, Su Mengyao secretly lowered her head to take a look at her chest, muttering with some dissatisfaction, "What kind of vision? It's obviously just okay." Shen Qingqiu was leaning on the balcony, wearing a pair of headphones. Judging from her focused expression, she should not be relaxing and listening to music, but should be listening to English listening. This guy. Don't forget to study even during breaks. What was even more outrageous was that the upstairs and downstairs, centered around Shen Qingqiu, as well as the platform opposite, were almost all filled with hungry and thirsty animals. Qingqiu. Before he could finish his words, a white earphone appeared in Chen Su's ear. Don't talk, just listen to the song, Shen Qingqiu said calmly. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if feeling the comfort brought by life. The breeze blew up her hair, and it was really beautiful under the reflection of the sun. I heard Jay Chou's slurred speech. I'm really listening to music. Chen Su was stunned for a few seconds. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. He was at a loss for a moment and could only follow Shen Qingqiu and lean on the balcony to listen to the song. He looked at Shen Qingqiu in front of him, and gradually became a little dazed. Although this beautiful face had appeared in his life for a long, long time without him noticing, he never got tired of looking at it. She will always be the girl I love. Fuck, who is that guy? How dare he get so close to my goddess? That's right, coming so close. Oh, no, who the hell are you talking about as your goddess? This is obviously my wife, okay? Who are you talking about as your wife? Hey, you idiots upstairs, if you keep bragging I'll come up here and beat you up. What's the matter? Tell me. After a long time, Shen Qingqiu slowly spoke. I want to ask you where you want to go for National Day so that I can prepare in advance. Chen Su scratched his head and said embarrassedly. To be honest, we are an old couple and it is really difficult to say such words occasionally. Humph. You should go with the girl who stuffed the love letter into your mouth. I think you two are a good match. Shen Qingqiu snorted coldly, full of jealousy. But the second he said this, Shen Qingqiu immediately regretted it. A blush appeared on his face. Why did I ask that just now? Obviously Chen Su and I have nothing to do with each other. If he really wants to fall in love, it has nothing to do with me, right? Shen Qingqiu felt uneasy. But at this moment Chen Su suddenly realized. No wonder Qingqiu's attitude changed so much, it turns out she was jealous. Silly wife. In the last life, we supported each other, had parents, a little kid, and such a happy and warm family. How could I possibly fall in love with someone else in this life? Chen Su chuckled, then turned back to the classroom, took out the exquisitely wrapped envelope and handed it to her. Here, for you. Give me what for? Shen Qingqiu asked guiltily. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. I'm not a playboy. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Su tore up the love letter in his hand in front of Shen Qingqiu, then turned around and threw it into the trash can, silently giving her a smile. In fact, sometimes, girls don't ask for much. When they feel shaken, all they need is a sense of security. After school, Shen Qingqiu secretly slipped a note to Chen Su, and then left with Su Mengyao. Before leaving, Su Mengyao glared at Chen Su with displeasure and anger on her face. Qingqiu, tell me the truth, are you and Chen Go having an affair? Mengyao, what are you talking about? Didn't I tell you that I won't have a romantic relationship in high school? Shen Qingqiu said righteously. Then what did you just stuff into his pocket? Don't say you didn't. I saw it clearly. Su Mengyao asked with her hands on her hips, looking questioning. That's... Oh, Mengyao, don't worry, there's really nothing going on between Chen Su and me. I swear to you. If I have someone I like in the future, I will tell you in advance. Okay? Shen Qingqiu couldn't explain it clearly, but she was afraid that her good sister would misunderstand her. She couldn't find any good excuse for a moment, so she just hugged Su Mengyao's arm and acted coquettishly. Oh. Okay, there's nothing I can do about you. But you have to keep your word and don't lie to me. Su Mengyao couldn't resist the sugar-coated bullets from school beauty Shen and had to give up. Yeah, Mengyao is the best. Why does this bitch keep staring at me? After Shen Qingqiu and Su Mengyao left, Shen Su spat in the direction where Su Mengyao was going. This woman's mind isn't bad. Apart from being a little fierce, her appearance is also one of the best in the entire Genoa No. 1 middle school. It's a pity that she has a mouth. She is suitable to be a mute bride. Shen Su opened the note and took a look at it, then smiled with relief. It seemed that he would not be able to be idle for the next few days. Earn money for your wife's happiness. Shen Su was very excited. Because the note said, I want to see the sea. P.S. The author's book has not yet been released, but I found that 3 lovely readers have asked for updates today. I am in a very good mood today. I will add 1 more chapter. The author has saved the manuscript and the outline is ready, so readers can read it with confidence. Chapter 20, An Old Boy, Touching All Audiences. Look at the sea, look at the sea. These days, Shen Su's mind is full of seeing the sea. One day on the weekend, Shen Su suddenly asked Luo Tianxiang. 4 eyes, do you want to make money? Brother Chen, don't look at me like that. My ancestors, Luo Tianxiang, have been loyal and brave for 4 generations. We cannot do anything illegal. When Luo Tianxiang heard that his good buddy was trying to make money, he was horrified and immediately distanced himself from him. Oh my god, listen to what you are saying. Can I do this? Luo Tianxiang nodded seriously, with a look of you will. Okay, I can't argue with you, let's get down to business. I remember you bought me a guitar for your birthday. Can you lend it to me? Shen Su didn't want to explain. Luo Tianxiang was just like that. When he heard about making money, he was suspicious as if he had heard about some major international case. If he had not later become a policeman and solved several major cases, Shen Su would never have believed that this guy had the ability to solve cases. What? That's it? What else do you think it is? Nothing, Brother Chen, if you want it I'll just give it to you. Anyway, I haven't played it in a while. But what do you want the guitar for? Luo Tianxiang stared at Shen Su with a strange look. Full of disdain. Damn, this is full of contempt. Of course a guitar is for playing. Can it also be used as a firewood stick? What? Brother Chen, you can play the guitar? Of course. When I was young, I was known as the Guitar Prince. Just blow it. Ah, believe it or not. Shen Su did not explain further. He just liked this kind of plot where he slapped others in the face, especially his good friend. That feeling was simply like being slapped in the face by a shrimp or a pig. The guitar issue is resolved. The rest is your own performance time. In the evening, 6:12. Shen Su appeared on the pedestrian street carrying a guitar and a portable speaker. Hey, Brother Chen, are you kidding me? Are you really planning to make money from this? Luo Tianxiang asked in confusion. He thought Shen Su was just interested for the moment, but he didn't expect that he was serious this time. What? You don't believe me? I'm telling you, today I'm going to conquer the entire pedestrian street with my music. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang felt mixed emotions. He really regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he should have smashed the guitar beforehand. His intuition told him that Shen Su had never practiced guitar. The two of them grew up naked as childhood sweethearts and they played together almost all the time except when sleeping. He had never seen or heard Shen Su mention practicing guitar. Besides, would someone like Shen Su, who didn't even attend class seriously, go learn guitar? It's simply a fantasy. Brother Chen, are you short of money? Luo Tianxiang wanted to struggle a little longer. Shen Su nodded very seriously. How much is missing? Shen Su stretched out 5 fingers. Of course the more money the better, but according to his plan, he actually needed 5,000 yuan. Fuck. It's just 50, right? Take it. Luo Tianxiang took out a bill generously. In order to avoid social death, he tried his best. Thanks. Shen Su took the money and thanked him very politely, thinking that it would be a waste to take the money for free. After that, he continued walking towards the pedestrian street. No, I've already given you the money, why are you still going? Making money. Oh, by the way. I forgot to tell you that my goal is to make 5,000 yuan before the National Day, not 50 yuan. But I still want to thank Boss Luo for the 50 yuan sponsorship. What? $5,000? Luo Tianxiang's heart broke apart on the spot. Did Chen Su dream about eating shit? The National Day is not far away. How can you earn 5,000 yuan in such a short time? You must be dreaming. However, thinking of the money he just spent, Luo Tianxian felt a pang of pain. This time he really lost more than he gained. Brother Chen, are you kidding me? How many days are left until National Day? You just want to make 5,000 yuan? Luo Tianxian asked with a look of doubt on his face. Although he is stupid, he is definitely not stupid. Chen Su's behavior is simply a pipe dream. Why not? I will be in charge of singing and you will be in charge of collecting the money. Let's work together, brothers, and make 100 million first. Chen Su said confidently. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiang became even more panicked. I should have smashed it. Arrived at the location. After putting down the equipment and setting up the microphone, Chen Su clapped his hands and said, For eyes, take this $50 and buy some glow sticks. Remember. Get the brightest ones. This. Luo Tianxian looked at the 50 yuan in his hand, feeling mixed emotions, shrimp and pig heart. Go quickly. By the way, remember to buy some more decorations. Although Luo Tianxian was not willing at all, he had to follow Chen Su's instructions and go to a nearby store to buy things because he had been on the list since he was a child. For you. Not long after, Luo Tianxian ran back panting and handed a large bag to Chen Su. Chen Su took the things and handed over a bottle of water. Thank you for your hard work, Lao Luo. You still have some conscience. Luo Tianxiang sat down, took the mineral water and started drinking it. Since you've worked so hard, just help them to the end and help me decorate the surrounding environment. Chen Su said with a smile. Puff. Luo Tianxiang sprayed out the water on the spot. Sure enough. There is no free lunch in the world. Just after taking a sip of water, Chen Su's weasel tail was exposed. Damn it, Brother Chen, I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a laborer? Luo Tianxiang's defense was broken on the spot. So will you help me, brother? In the end, Luo Tianxiang did as he was told. Although he cursed, he never stopped working for a moment. The scene for singing is set. Chen Su also began his first audition. He gently swiped the strings with his hands, and a beautiful sound floated out, soft and sad, intoxicating. Why do I feel like I have no difficulty at all when playing the guitar? I can even say that there is no difficulty at all. What a relaxing feeling. You don't know until you play it. This one shocked me. Even Chen Su did not expect that his attainments in guitar would become so high that he could play with ease any rhythm he thought of. It's simply a master level. This is the skill of a super musician. There was a trace of fear in my heart, but at this moment it all vanished and no longer existed. What song should I choose? Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, Chen Su fell into deep thought. The pedestrian street is bustling with people. Every night, all kinds of people walk here, including middle-aged people struggling for life, couples hugging each other sweetly, and young people cursing because of their frustration at work. And many more. At this moment, Chen Su's heart was slightly rippled. Once upon a time, hadn't he also walked through this step by step? There is a youth hidden in everyone's heart. It is only because of growth that I have forgotten that I was once an innocent little boy. It is only because of the baptism of time that the little boy has grown up slowly. At this moment, Chen Su already had a song in his heart that best suited his mood. That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply. Maybe I will never say that to him. Kneel down when you speak. In just a moment, many pedestrians around stopped involuntarily and moved towards here. Among them were middle-aged people, young people, and even elderly people. They were all in a hurry and most of them were very busy, but it seemed as if the pause button was pressed at that moment, and they were all motionless. Even Luo Tianxiang, who was busy complaining nearby, opened his mouth so wide in shock after hearing the song that an egg could fit in it. At that moment, all the pedestrians on the entire pedestrian street seemed to be caught up in some kind of emotion, with their expressions wandering. Has the original wish come true? Now all I can do is hold a memorial ceremony. Life is like a ruthless knife, changing our appearance. At this moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. No one spoke. It can be clearly seen that the expressions of the audience around have changed slightly, and there are crystal objects flashing in their eyes. They were smiling, and their smiles were filled with tears. If there is a tomorrow, I wish you, my dear. The song ended and applause broke out. Many viewers wiped the tears from their eyes and threw banknotes forward at the same time. You sang very well. This song really touched my heart. Thank you, brother. I've liked that girl for 10 years, but today she got married. From now on, I will no longer be in her world. I think she should be happy, right? Yes. Suddenly I realized that I have long passed the age of listening to love. Thank you so much, young man. It is you who made me remember a lot of things in the past. I think it is time to let go of some things. Chapter 21, Something is Wrong. While the atmosphere is hot. Qingqiu sang several old songs in succession, including those by Little Tigers and beyond. Just these few songs brought the atmosphere to its peak. Luo Tianxiang next to him was so tired of collecting money. Damn, I earned too much. Wow. Brother Chen, do you know how much money we made tonight? Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart at all. A few $100? Seeing Luo Tianxiang's excited look, Qingqiu began to waver and said uncertainly. After all, it is the first time, and it is very good to be able to make money. There is still some time before the National Day, so it is a good thing to be able to earn money, and you can take it slow. Be bolder. 100,000? Brother Chen, I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a fool. This time we earned a total of 1,100. Luo Tianxiang said excitedly. He is now completely conquered. You can earn so much just by singing a few songs. This is probably the same for popular street singers and internet singers, right? 1,100? Hearing this number, Qingqiu was also stunned. Obviously, Qingqiu was still surprised by this result. He knew that he had the skills of a super musician, but without any fame, it would be difficult to make money. It seemed that he had chosen the right song. Brother Chen, I think we don't need to go to class. You should go to the audition. I'll be your agent. Brothers, let's work together and make 100 million first. Luo Tianxiang said confidently. Why does this sentence sound familiar? Didn't you just say you didn't believe I could make money? Qingqiu glanced at him. Hey, Brother Chen, please stop making fun of me. It was my fault that I didn't recognize a great man. I know I was wrong. Luo Tianxiang said coquettishly, shaking Qingqiu's arm in a coquettish manner with his hands. Get out, get out. Qingqiu shook it off with a look of disgust. Patted his sleeves. Do you think it's so easy to pass the audition? Wouldn't everyone become a big star? Besides, the entertainment industry is very treacherous. I don't want to get involved in that muddy water, so forget it, kid. Well. Luo Tianxiang flashed a trace of disappointment inside. What's wrong? Qingqiu asked with his eyes squinted. He knew that this kid definitely had no good intentions. The entertainment industry is indeed a mixed bag. Since you don't want to go, Brother Chen, then I'll take the loss. Why don't you teach me how to sing and be my manager? How about we build a career together? Roll. Okay. A restaurant. After Qingqiu finished his meal, he wiped his mouth, looked at Luo Tianxiang who was wolfing down his food, and said with a smile, eat slowly, there's more, add more if it's not enough. Thank you, Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiang said something perfunctorily, then picked up a roasted chicken leg and started eating. Qingqiu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lao Luo, take these 200. It's your labor fee for tonight. Qingqiu took out 200 yuan and handed it to Luo Tianxiang. But Luo Tianxiang shook his head and refused. Luo Tianxiang, who was eating with gusto just now, suddenly put down his chopsticks. His serious look confused Qingqiu. Why don't you eat anymore? It's getting colder. Brother Chen, I, Luo Tianxiang, usually deduct a little, but today I'm helping you not because I want to get something. Don't I know you? You suddenly need such a large sum of money, there must be something important. Talk to your brothers, and I'll help if I can. Hearing this, Qingqiu fell silent. Yes. This is my good friend Luo Tianxiang. Although Luo Tianxiang usually seems to be stingy, he is really willing to spend money when something happens. In his previous life, he started his own business and was short of funds. He secretly gave all his savings to Qingqiu for investment without telling his family. Later, Qingqiu asked him with a smile. Lao Luo, you gave me all your assets, aren't you afraid that my investment will fail? He just smiled and said, no one knows a son better than his father. In fact, I have already seen that my son Chen Su has the potential to be a rich man. What if I fail? Failure is failure. Once is new, twice is familiar. I believe you will succeed one day. Of course, these are just jokes. But from this point it is not difficult to see that Luo Tianxiang is not wary of Chen Su at all, and is willing to support his brother even if there are great risks. It's nothing serious actually. Isn't the National Day coming soon? I made an appointment with Shen Qingqiu to go see the sea together. Chen Su said with a smile, not hiding anything. Hey, I was wondering why you suddenly became a different person recently. I never thought you were trying to make money from this. It hurts. Okay, eat quickly. Chen Su said with a smile. I also picked up a dish for him. By the way, Brother Chen, although I, Luo Tianxiang, am the kind of person who regards money as dirt, can you give me some money first? I really don't have money to take a taxi home. Chen Su chuckled. This guy. If you get ruthless, you won't even leave any money for the bus fare. But, although Luo Tianxiang did not take the money, it was impossible for Chen Su to really not give it. He just thought of another way. Lying on the bed, Chen Su was sitting with his legs crossed, counting the red banknotes in his hand, feeling extremely happy. The results are good today, let's keep up the good work tomorrow. Chen Su is full of confidence. According to today's trend, it will take less than 5 days to collect enough love funds, and then it will be just the world of the two of us, Shen Qingqiu. He. Shen Su even laughed like a pig. Bite. At this moment, a text message suddenly popped up on the phone, the kind of pop-up window that is unique to those born in the 1990s. Shen Su took the phone and saw that it was from Shen Qingqiu, and his interest was instantly piqued. Look, love is here. Are you there? Tell me what's going on first, and then I'll decide whether to stay or not. Oh, then you go ahead and get busy. Hey. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? How can I respond to this? Chen Su originally wanted to be a little humorous and show off his high emotional intelligence chatting skills to his wife, but he didn't expect it to go wrong. He immediately typed a reply. I'm here. The internet connection was bad just now, so I made a typo. What do you want to talk to me about? Looks pitiful. Do you have time? Yes, what's wrong? Shen Qingqiu's sudden question made Chen Su feel something was wrong. Logically speaking, Shen Qingqiu's personality shouldn't have led him to ask such a question. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Can you come out for a walk with me? I'm in Peacock Park. If you don't have time, forget it. Okay, wait for me. Seeing this, Chen Su stood up without a second thought, dressed, and put on his shoes, ready to get up. He knew that something must have happened to Shen Qingqiu, and he was in a very bad mood. They have been married for many years, and they are already very familiar with each other. Whenever Shen Qingqiu feels down, he likes to go out for a walk alone. But this time, unexpectedly, he called himself. Chen Su did not expect this. Mom, I'm going out for a while. What are you doing? It's already 10 o'clock. It's something. Don't worry, Mom. I promise to be back before 12 o'clock. Chen Su said with a smile. Return. Aunt Shen shouted. He doesn't look angry, but he definitely has a bit of complaint in his face. It's so cold, and you're still wearing short sleeves. Put this on. Don't catch a cold. As he spoke, he brought a thick down jacket from not far away and placed it in Chen Su's hand. Chen Su took a closer look and was instantly shocked. Holy shit! Wasn't this something my second aunt bought for me on my birthday a few years ago? Where did my mom get this from? Mom! You are not allowed to go without it. Aunt Shen gave a death order. Chen Su had no choice but to put it on. The moment I put it on, I immediately felt a sense of warmth. Don't mention it, even though it doesn't look very good and it has been stored for such a long time, the thermal insulation effect is still great. Mom, I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Su closed the door and ran away quickly, as if he was afraid that his mother would suddenly change her mind. This child. It's getting more and more lawless. Mother Chen shook her head, walked to the sofa and sat down, continuing to watch the recently popular Dai Jiangjiam. Jackie Chan, who was sitting on the other side and reading a newspaper, put down the newspaper and smiled. I think our Xiaoshu has grown up. Grow up? Look at how he behaves all day long. I'm worried whether he can get into a good university. Xiaofun, you are worrying too much. When has our son ever made us worry? He has been a good student since he was young. Who in the neighborhood doesn't say a good word when they see our Chensu? Although he is a little noisy, he is a boy after all, it's normal. Hearing this, Mother Chen straightened up slightly and said with pride, "That's right, don't you see who gave birth to your son?" Chapter 22. I'll take you back. Peacock Park. The night was not too late, and the full moon hanging high in the sky looked particularly dazzling with a hint of silver light. It's September. Although winter is still some distance away in Jianping, a cool breeze has already blown in Jianping County as night falls, bringing a hint of chill. Call. Shen Qingqiu leaned against the railing, looking at the calm water surface. He couldn't help rubbing his hands, and then hugged his hands tightly together. It was obvious that he was frozen. Tonight, she was in a bad mood. He ran out alone without telling his family and without even putting on warm clothes. Is it cold? Suddenly a voice came from beside him. Shen Qingqiu turned around and saw that it was Chensu. He had a sweet smile on his face. It has a bit of the flavor of a warm-hearted man in the 21st century. When Shen Qingqiu saw Chensu's smiling face, she felt a flash of joy in her heart, but she didn't show any excitement on her face. She just shook her head calmly to show that she was not cold. But when her thin shirt was exposed to the cool wind blowing from all directions, she couldn't help shivering. You said you're not cold. Student Shin is really a liar. Chensu smiled and took off his coat to put it on her. Shen Qingqiu quickly dodged upon seeing this. Why? Do you dislike me? I didn't, I just. If you don't mind, then put it on. Look at you, you don't wear more clothes in such a cold weather, aren't you stupid? Are you asking for trouble? Humph. You are stupid. Shen Qingqiu originally wanted to argue a little. But Chensu didn't give her any chance at all. This time, Chensu didn't care whether she was willing or not, and directly put the clothes on her, then took a step back and glanced up and down, nodded with a hint of taste, and said, "Yeah, not bad, it suits you well." A man who eats someone's food is soft-hearted, and a man who takes someone's money is grateful. After seeing the down jacket on him, Shen Qingqiu, who had originally wanted to save face, no longer had the nerve to continue to refute. I just asked timidly. Aren't you cold? Cold? A strong man like me is immune to such temperatures. Chensu said this in a very pretentious manner, and even raised his biceps on both sides to show them off. It can be said that he has taken pretense to the extreme. But in my heart, fuck, I'm freezing. Do you think I want to? If I wasn't afraid of freezing you, I wouldn't want to take it off, stupid wife, please be more careful. You are the stupid one. When Shen Qingqiu heard this, he felt angry and amused at the same time. Although he felt a little sorry for Chensu and even a little guilty, he didn't mind wearing this warm-down jacket at all. Tell me, what do you want from me? I can't look for you if there's nothing wrong. Shen Qingqiu raised his head, pouted and asked proudly. Okay, but you have to tell me why you're here with me. Otherwise, I'll be confused and don't know what to do. Chensu said with a wry smile. Didn't I tell you to walk with me? Your unhappiness is written all over your face, and you're still pretending not to know? Women are troublesome, nagging. Tell me what's wrong with you, so I can prescribe the right medicine. How can I know if you don't tell me? Although I was filled with indignation. But Chensu didn't dare to say a word. Okay, let's go. Chensu didn't hesitate, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked forward. After walking a few steps, he found that Shen Qingqiu didn't follow him, so he stopped again, turned around and said, What's wrong? Classmate Shen, didn't you just say you wanted to take a walk? Why are you not moving now? Humph. Chensu, you big bad guy. How dare you secretly say bad things about me? I'll teach you a lesson. Shen Qingqiu clenched his fists angrily, and a blazing fire suddenly ignited in his heart. He was already in a bad mood today, and now he was even angrier. No. My legs are numb. Shen Qingqiu said wronged. I saw her slowly squatting down, rubbing her legs uncomfortably, and her expression looked somewhat painful. Ha? You were fine just now? Why did your legs suddenly go numb? Chensu, who was not far away, let out a tisk sound, and his expression instantly changed from confusion to seriousness. Without giving any time for explanation, he immediately ran to Shen Qingqiu's side to check on the situation. Are you okay? Are your legs numb from waiting so long? I'm sorry. I made you wait for so long, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. No, just wait a moment. Let me massage it for you first. Before Shen Qingqiu finished speaking, Shen Su took action. Is this the place? He kneaded her legs carefully, not daring to use too much force while also finding the right amount of strength. It feels so good. Shen Qingqiu nodded subconsciously. She looked at Shen Su kneading her seriously, and the anger in her heart disappeared instantly, replaced by the sound of her heartbeat. No, no. Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be that I'm falling in love? Impossible. Impossible. It must be that this bad guy Shen Su is so annoying that my heart beats faster. Yeah, that must be it. Are you feeling better? Okay, much better. Thank you, Shen Su. Faced with Shen Su's sudden care, Shen Qingqiu, who had just been speaking in an extremely strong inner monologue, suddenly wilted and became incoherent. That's good, come on up. Come up, come up. Yeah, aren't your legs numb? Come on up. I'll carry you. No need. Shen Su, actually Just as Shen Qingqiu was about to explain that his legs were not numb at all and he could walk, Shen Su carried him on his back. Out of guilt, she didn't dare to say anything. Hold tight. Shen Su shook Shen Qingqiu on his back, and only after finding the right point of force did he continue to move forward with her on his back. Soft, like two balloons. But was my wife really that heavy when she was in high school? I remember she wasn't that heavy when I carried her before. Is this an illusion? Hiss, why are you pinching me? My hand slipped. My hand slipped? Are you kidding me? How much force would be exerted by a slip? And it is impossible for a slip to pinch someone, right? Under the moonlight, the two happy enemies walked and played together. A cold wind blew from not far away, and Shen Qingqiu subconsciously hugged Shen Su's neck tightly. When she reacted, there was already a blush on her face. But Shen Su seemed to be accustomed to it. He neither thought about it nor said a word. Shen Su. Do you think it would be a good thing if a person knew his future in advance? Fuck, isn't this talking about me? But why did my wife suddenly ask this question? Shen Su's heart was shocked. I wondered if Shen Qingqiu noticed something. But when I think back on it, it would be strange if my wife with such a stupid brain could find out, and I feel a lot more relieved. Well, it's actually okay. Think about it, if a person knows his future, he should be able to make up for the regrets he made in the past, right? What if the future we know is not a good one? Then try your best to change it, and try your best to fight for it again. But if you really can't change it, then just let it go. Life is like this, some things have to be faced. Oh. This time, Shen Qingqiu did not speak again, but gently leaned his head on Shen Su's back, shy and warm, like a wronged young wife. After a long, long time, Shen Qiucai suddenly realized a very important issue. Hey, classmate Shen, let me ask you a question. You didn't run out alone, did you? Yes. Then how are you going to get back? Of course I said. Before he even uttered the word car, Shen Qingqiu suddenly realized that he seemed to have taken out nothing except a cell phone and had no money in his hands. Well. Shen Su shook his head and sighed, then he took out his cell phone to check the time. It was 11:20. It wasn't too late and there was still time. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise, he could take this opportunity to maybe get a kiss or something. Thinking of this, Shen Su became very excited. It's not too late. I'll take you back. Chapter 23 Sunrise at Mount Huangshan. Just send it here. Shen Qingqiu stopped and looked at Shen Su and said. Shen Su looked up at Shen Qingqiu's home. It was really big and luxurious. Not many people could live in such a good house in the early 2000s. Is your foot okay? Shen Su was still a little worried. Shen Qingqiu smiled and shook his head. It's okay, everything is almost healed. Shen Su heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Looking at Shen Su's receding back, Shen Qingqiu felt a sense of loss and discomfort. She took a deep breath, looked up at the lights in the villa, and walked over. Shen Zhangkai. Tell me. The family expenses have been so high recently. Are you keeping a vixen outside? Can you please stop being so unreasonable? The most important thing right now is to know where Qingqiu is and whether she is in danger. I don't want to quarrel with you. Okay. You're using Qingqiu as a shield again, right? She's already that old and still needs you to worry about her? I think you have someone else outside. Don't be unreasonable. Shen Qingqiu raised his right hand and almost lost control, but in the end he still stopped in midair and did not let go. Okay. Shen Qingqiu. You are so bold, aren't you? You still dare to hit me? Come on. Hit me if you want. I can't live like this anymore. If you can't live together, then divorce. Just then, the door opened with a click. They both looked at it at the same time, stunned and speechless. I'm back. Shen Qingqiu lowered his head and said nothing, ignoring the two people who were arguing. Instead, he quietly put on his slippers and walked up the stairs. The crisp sound of his shoes echoed in the room. When Juanan saw her daughter coming back, she immediately adjusted her mood and said, "Where have you been so late? Do you know that this makes us very worried?" Hearing this, Shen Qingqiu turned around and looked at her and said, "I didn't realize how worried you were." "What did you say?" "I'm not a child anymore. I'll come back naturally with my hands and feet. If you want to quarrel, go outside and quarrel. It's getting late and I need to rest." Then he closed the door and locked it. The emotions that he had suppressed for a long time finally burst out. Shen Qingqiu leaned against the door and slowly slid to the ground, tears constantly flowing from his eyes. "Why are you arguing? Why can't it be just fine? Why do you want a divorce?" Confused and at a loss. The word divorce is often the most sensitive word for children of this age. No matter whether they are boys or girls, when they first hear the news, they will feel like the sky that has existed for decades has suddenly collapsed, and they will be at a loss as to what to do. Ding ling ling. At this time, the phone in Shen Qingqiu's pocket suddenly rang. She ignored it, but the other party's determination to not give up made her pick up the phone. Caller, Shensu. "Hey, Qingqiu, I forgot to tell you just now that I have already prepared for the National Day. Don't worry, I will definitely take you to see the sea." "Good." The voice was a little low and hoarse. "What's wrong with you?" Shensu frowned. I immediately realized that something was wrong. "Nothing, just sleepy." "Oh, then you should rest early. I won't disturb you for now. Tell me if you have anything to say." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Shensu fell into deep thought and couldn't calm down for a long time. The mood changes are so great. Something definitely happened. Although Shen Qingqiu tried very hard to conceal his emotions, Shensu still saw through them. Emotions are something that cannot be hidden, especially for someone who has been sleeping with you for many years. National Day is coming soon. Could it be that incident? If so, that's going to be trouble. Outside the door, the couple looked at each other. There has been no sound for so long, he must have fallen asleep. "Do I need to tell you?" Juanan said angrily, holding her hands. Shen Qingqiu suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Didn't we agree not to mention divorce before Qingqiu finishes her senior year of high school? Let's wait and see." Hearing this, Juanan remained silent. "Did Qingqiu hear anything just now?" "I don't know." Shen Qingqiu shook his head. "I hope he didn't hear it. She will soon be a senior in high school. This period of time is very important and she must not be affected by anything. Qingqiu, come out for a moment." Early in the morning, Shen Qingqiu had just gotten up when he found this message popped up on the phone next to his pillow. Needless to say, it was sent by Shensu. After a quick wash, she changed into a simple and pure dress and prepared to go out. Businessmen always have too much work to do. Shen Qingqiu's parents left home for the company very early in the morning, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Such a family is somewhat desolate, but she has gotten used to it over the past decade or so. As she went out, she glanced at the breakfast on the table, sushi and milk, prepared in an extremely hasty manner, took a deep breath, and walked out the door. Road to Huangshan. A beautiful mountain with thousands of years of rich history is the living signboard of Jianping and also the soul of the people of Jianping. Legend has it that life in Jianping in ancient times was extremely difficult and food was scarce. In order to solve this problem, a strong hero named Dao Wang relied on his perseverance to carry the mountain here step by step and brought food to Jianping. Later, people named it Dao Wangshan in order to commemorate it, and countless tourists visit it every year. Coming? Shensu smiled, carefully looked at Shen Qingqiu in front of him and joked, "Oh, you are dressed so beautifully today? Classmate Shen, are you so beautiful today, or are you this beautiful every day? You're so smooth talking. What do you want from me?" Shen Qingqiu ignored it and went straight to the point. "Nothing. In your words, I can't come to you if I have nothing to do? Ha ha. I'm just kidding. I haven't climbed Mount Huangshan for a long time. I want to find a companion. School beauty Shen won't refuse, right?" Although Daoshan and Huangshan differ by only one character, Daoshan cannot compare with its strange pines and rocks, nor can it compare with the grandeur of Mount Tai, but its unique scenery is in no way inferior to them. The two walked up the stairs. "You know the history of Huangshan, right? Everyone in Giant Pain knows it." Shen Qingqiu rolled his eyes at him as if he were an idiot. Chen Su scratched his head helplessly. This girl has really unique ideas, she can end the conversation with just one sentence. "Then do you know why Dao Huang was able to move such a big mountain here?" Shen Qingqiu thought for a while, then slowly said, "Perseverance, persistence, faith." Yes, these are all indispensable elements, but they are not the biggest factor in his success. Seeing Shen Qingqiu's puzzled expression, Chen Su said, "It is selfless. Everyone in Giant Pain knows that there is a food shortage and life is difficult in Giant Pain, but no one has stepped forward to say they want to move mountains, because they know that the process of moving mountains will be very difficult, but Dao Huang went." Hearing this, Shen Qingqiu also nodded slightly. "But Qingqiu, do you know? This kind of selflessness is also stupid, because not long after, Dao Huang also died of illness due to the exhaustion of moving mountains. His name is the only thing people remember." Before they could finish their words, the two of them had already reached the top of the mountain and could vaguely see Giant Pain County not far away. "Look, the sun is coming out." Shen Qingqiu couldn't wait to run to the fence and looked at the sun that was emitting golden light like egg yolk not far away. Its luster was spread all over every house in Giant Pain, shining brightly and beautifully. "What a nice view!" Shen Qingqiu exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Chen Su behind him looked at Shen Qingqiu's back and smiled slightly. "It's really beautiful." Chapter 24, Chef Chen is online. "Chen Su, can you take a picture for me?" "Sure." Chen Su smiled, then picked up his phone and turned on the camera. "Get ready, smile." Shen Qingqiu smiled cooperatively. Also comes with scissor hands. With a click, the beauty and the beautiful scenery were captured in the camera. Chen Su smiled slightly as he looked at the smiling Shen Qingqiu in the album. "My wife is so beautiful. Especially when she smiles. So sweet. Is it finished? Is it finished?" Shen Qingqiu ran over excitedly like a child to take a look. "I've finished taking the photos. How is it? Did I make campus beautician look ugly?" Chen Su said confidently. "Not bad," Shen Qingqiu said proudly. "What do you mean by not bad?" "My photography skills are first rate, okay?" Okay, you're the best." "Shen Su, let me take a picture for you too." Shen Qingqiu said that she was in a good mood now. "Well, since Miss Shen has said so, I am embarrassed to refuse. I will be your trial model reluctantly." "Narcissistic." Shen Qingqiu scolded with a smile. There was another click sound. The photo was taken. "How was it? Did you not make me look ugly?" "Of course not. I used to be in the photography club, so I'm pretty good at taking pictures." Chen Su walked over and picked up Shen Qingqiu's phone to take a look. "It's not that great. Look, when you compare this photo with me, it's obvious that I'm more handsome, okay?" Puff. "How shameless." "Qingqiu, look, standing on the Daowang mountain, you can see the whole Giant Pain County. Maybe this is what Confucius meant by climbing Mount Tai and looking down on the world. That's what Mencius said." Shen Qingqiu rolled his eyes at him. Really, actually none of this matters. What matters is how beautiful Giant Pain is like this." In order to hide the embarrassment in my heart, Chen Su quickly changed the subject. "Yes, I never realized that our Giant Pain is so beautiful before." Facing the morning breeze, Shen Qingqiu looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him and said with great emotion. "Giant Pain County is not big and cannot compare with those prosperous big cities, but home is home after all. It always carries the pride of every Giant Pain person and is hidden in the hearts of Giant Pain people." "Did you have fun today?" Chen Su suddenly asked. Shen Qingqiu nodded, but then he seemed to think of something and his mood started to get depressed again. Shen Qingqiu noticed something and pointed to a place not far away. Look! That's the direction of the island. Do you remember our agreement? I will take you there this national day to see the sea and feel the sea breeze. Actually, what I said was just a joke. You don't have to take it too seriously. Shen Qingqiu said calmly. How can that be possible? Since I promised you to take you to see the sea, I must keep my word, classmate Shen Qingqiu. I, Shen Qingqiu, am not the kind of person who doesn't keep my word. Oh. Shen Qingqiu responded softly. A warm feeling suddenly surged in my heart. Shen Qingqiu replied, it's really boring to come to Huangshan just to take pictures. It's still early now. Why don't I take you somewhere? Where are you going? You'll know soon. A few minutes later, Shen Qingqiu brought Shen Qingqiu to the destination. What comes into view is a stream. The water is clear and not deep. You can clearly see some small fish and shrimp swimming around in it. It seems like a fairyland on Earth. How come there is such a place in Huangshan? Shen Qingqiu was suddenly surprised. As a native of Jianping, I have been to Huangshan countless times since I was a child. I even know how many steps there are and where the scenery is best for taking pictures. But I have never seen the stream in front of me. This is my secret base. Shen Qingqiu smiled proudly. Shen Qingqiu was very naughty when he was a child. Every time he came to Huangshan with his parents, he liked to run around everywhere. There were several times when he almost went missing, and the couple was so scared that they almost called the police. The most ridiculous thing is that this kid always comes back covered in dirt in the end, and Shen's mother would cry and scold him, "You little heartless boy, you scared me to death." It was during that period that this creek became Shen Qingqiu's secret base. Every time the season came and the fish had grown to a certain size, he would bring his good brother Luo Tianxiang with him to come hunt. Shen Qingqiu was considered the third person to know about this. Can you catch fish? Shen Qingqiu was puzzled. Oh, I forgot. Your family is so rich, how could you have this? Who said I can't? Shen Qingqiu said angrily. She felt that Shen Qingqiu was treating her like a spoiled young lady, and felt a little dissatisfied for a moment. In fact, Shen Qingqiu had no such intention at all. After all, before they got married, Shen Qingqiu was not the kind of person who could fight with others in both the living room and the kitchen. You really can? Shen Qingqiu said with some disbelief. Of course. I'm not the kind of lady who never leaves the house. I also like outdoor sports, okay? Shen Qingqiu pouted and replied. Okay, let's go fishing together. Catch fish? Why catch fish? If you want fish, wouldn't it be more convenient to just buy it? Shen Qingqiu felt a little guilty. After all, she had just said that she could do it because she was unwilling to accept it. From childhood to adulthood, she had never even touched a fish, let alone caught one. That's different. The fish caught here are not only more delicate, but also chewy. The ones bought in the market are all raised on fish feed, and some even eat. Shen Qingqiu didn't continue talking. Oh, by the way, my parents are not coming home from work this afternoon, so let's catch 2 fish and I, Chef Chen, will show you my skills later. How do you think? Cooking? Shen Qingqiu can cook? Shen Qingqiu was surprised. You can also cook? Isn't this a little kiss? Qingqiu, let me tell you, a handsome man like me who can cook will be very popular in 10 years. School beauty Shen, do you want to consider yourself in advance? Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. After being reborn for so long, I'm almost an adult. It would be too low if I don't tease my wife a little. Besides, he really wasn't bragging. Chefs are very popular everywhere. The most classic saying is, if you meet Chef Xi in Dongfang, just marry her. Shen Qingqiu blushed when he heard this. Although he had heard similar words in Shen Qingqiu's heart before, they were all implicit. It was inevitable that he would feel a little shy when he said it out loud like today. Okay, it's just a joke. Look at you, you can't help but be amused. Come on, finish the work early and go home early. Oh. The next time. It completely became a world of 2 people. Shen Qingqiu. Look. What a big fish. Receive. After receiving Shen Qingqiu's order, Shen Qingqiu immediately took action. He first approached the target quietly, and then caught the fish in an instant with lightning speed. The fish thrashed madly in his hands. It is indeed very big. You are still not behaving yourself even after being caught. I will fry you in oil and sprinkle chili powder on you, and see if you can still jump around. Chen Qingqiu chuckled. The big fish in my hand is estimated to weigh about 7 or 8 kilograms, which is considered big for a small stream in the wild. Shen Qingqiu, who was standing next to him, was also amused by what Chen Qingqiu said, and said proudly, "This is all thanks to me." Yes, it's all your credit. I'm just helping out. I'll make you a great dish later." Real? Of course. The dishes cooked by Chef Chen are in no way worse than those in 5-star hotels. Chapter 25 Accident. What an accident. Click, the door opened. Chen Qingqiu held 2 fish in his hands, turned around and said with a smile, "Come in, this is my home." "Uncle and Aunt, are they really not here?" Shen Qingqiu asked in a low voice. She was still a little hesitant. After all, she had never been to a person of the opposite sex's home alone since she was a child. What if something unexpected happened? She hadn't even started yet, wouldn't she have to meet the parents? "Don't worry. My parents are working overtime today and have already informed me. Alas, they are willing to leave their own son like me at home alone. Aren't they afraid that something might happen to me?" Chen Qingqiu said with a sad look on his face. Shen Qingqiu chuckled. "I thought, what kind of accident can happen to you? It would be good if nothing unexpected happens." "Okay then," Shen Qingqiu said softly, and then bent down to take off his shoes. Seeing this, Chen Qingqiu quickly stopped them and said, "No need to take off your shoes. We don't have so many rules at home." "No." Shen Qingqiu insisted on taking off her shoes. In her opinion, this was a kind of respect for others. "Okay then." Chen Qingqiu smiled helplessly. After all, she was a rich girl, and being well educated and well mannered was ingrained in her bones. It was understandable. "Wait a moment, I'll get you a pair of slippers." Chen Qingqiu went into the bedroom and took out a pair of new slippers. Then walked to the door and put it down. "Put them on. Last year on my birthday, Luo Tianxiang gave me a pair of slippers. I was so furious at the time. Who gives slippers as a birthday gift? But after thinking about it, it was a kind gesture from someone, so I kept them. I had left them there without using them, but I didn't expect that they would come in handy today. Thanks." Shen Qingqiu took off his original shoes and put on slippers. They were a bit big, but they were quite comfortable. "You watch TV in the living room for a while. I'll go cook. There's food on the table. Don't be polite. Treat it like your own home and eat whatever you want." After Chen Qingqiu gave his instructions, he went into the kitchen. Soon there was a crackling sound in the kitchen. "Well, it's time to decapitate the fish." Shen Qingqiu sat on the sofa, looking around curiously. Chen Qingqiu's home was not as big as she had imagined, but it was very clean and tidy. The flowers and plants on the balcony, the clocks and calligraphy and paintings on the wall, every place exudes a warm atmosphere. This is the feeling of home. Crackling. Listening to the constant noises coming from the kitchen, Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but walk over out of curiosity. After all, she had never seen Chen Qingqiu cook before. "Why are you here? Are you hungry? Wait a moment and have a snack to fill your stomach. I'll be there soon." No, I just want to come over and help. Is there anything you need my help with?" "Hey. You know what? I really need help with cutting vegetables, right? I'm too busy right now. Can you help me cut the green onions, ginger, and garlic next to it? I'll need them later." "No problem. Who doesn't know how to cut vegetables?" Shen Qingqiu was full of confidence. He was quite excited about finding his goal and immediately immersed himself in his work. Chen Qingqiu smiled slightly as he watched Shen Qingqiu busying himself. This is life. How happy it is to have someone you love cooking with you. The seasoning needs to be chopped finer, otherwise it won't taste good. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know," Shen Qingqiu said embarrassedly. "It's okay. I'll teach you. Come, hold the knife and I'll teach you step by step." "Is that so?" "You can't do that. You'll hurt your hands." Chen Qingqiu subconsciously held her hand from behind, then adjusted her position and tried cutting a few times. "That's it. It may be a little awkward, but it's safe." Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's heart was beating violently, his face was already red, and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. "Chen Qingqiu was just teaching me the correct moves. Shen Qingqiu. What are you so nervous about? Shen Qingqiu tried hard to comfort herself, but Chen Su was too close to her, making her feel ashamed. You try it. Okay. The moment Chen Su separated from him, Shen Qingqiu seemed to relax all over, his face no longer felt hot, his heart stopped beating, and he immediately picked up the kitchen knife and started cutting. Sure enough, this time, the speed of cutting vegetables became faster and the vegetables were cut into thinner pieces. After seeing how well Shen Qingqiu cut the vegetables, Chen Su could now cook his fish with confidence. Soon, both fish were cooked. One in clear soup, one in braised sauce. Taking advantage of his free time, Chen Su also made a few side dishes, including fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and pickled cabbage. It smells so good. At the dining table, Shen Qingqiu said this. Although the food had not yet entered his mouth, he had contributed a lot after all. It smelled good and must taste good. Eat quickly. Shen Qingqiu didn't hesitate to try the fish cooked by Chen Su. It was really delicious. How's my cooking? Isn't it good? Shen Qingqiu nodded. I didn't realize that, Chen Su, you are quite good at cooking. That's right. Don't you see who I am? Chen Su patted his chest and said confidently. Humph. I also have some credit for this. Shen Qingqiu said arrogantly. She's just like a young wife who takes credit after finishing a job. Yes, it's also your credit. Without the skillful hands of school beautician, it would always feel like something is missing. Chen Su said with a smile. Shen Qingqiu straightened up, that's more like it. Just then, with a click, the door opened. Son, you must be hungry. Mom brought you some roasted. Before she could finish her words, Aunt Chen froze in place, staring into the eyes of the two people at the table. Oh, Suer, this is really your mother's fault. I asked her not to work overtime today and come back to cook for you, but she refused. Look, now the boss has asked us to go home early today. Halfway through his words, Lao Chen was also stunned. Oh. Now they were staring into each other's eyes. Chen Su was so frightened that he stood up. Mom and Dad, this is my classmate. I met him in Huangshan today and invited him to our house for dinner. No matter how bewildered Shen Qingqiu was, he knew what he should do at this moment. He immediately stood up and said stiffly, Uncle, hello, Auntie. Okay, you haven't eaten yet, right? This is the roast duck that Auntie bought, how about eating some? No need, Auntie. Chen Su's food is delicious. I'm full. Shen Qingqiu said embarrassedly. Cooking? This kid can cook? Old Chen next to him was also happy. He walked closer to the dining table and saw that there were indeed several dishes. You did all this? Chen Su nodded. Hey, it's really fresh. Lao Chen couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and tasted a few bites. It tasted really good. It was almost as good as the dishes made by his wife. Xiufen, come and try it, don't say anything. The dishes this kid cooks are really not worse than yours. Is this true or false? When Mother Chen heard this, she couldn't help but take a bite and found that it tasted really good. Suer, when will you learn to cook? I just learned it secretly. Hey! This bad boy. He didn't even tell his mom. Mother Chen scolded with a smile, but she was not angry at all. After all, she was very happy to be able to eat the food cooked by her son after so many years. Her son has grown up. Mom, it's getting late. I'll send her home first, otherwise her parents will be worried. Chen Su thought quickly. Okay, hurry up and send the girl off. I originally wanted to torture him severely first. But after all, there were outsiders present, and Shen's mother was embarrassed to refuse, so she could only let her son succeed in his plan. Okay. Chen Su responded quickly. Shen Qingqiu accepted the offer and said politely, Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Bye. Come and play again when you have time. P.S. Good news. Starting tomorrow, we will update 8,000 words a day for 5 consecutive days. Read with confidence. I promise you will read until you are satisfied. Chapter 26. There's really nothing between her and me. Qingqiu. Humph. Shen Qingqiu snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away, not wanting to pay any attention at all. Chen Su quickly caught up and explained, Qingqiu, listen to my explanation, things are really not what you think, I don't know why my parents came back suddenly. I don't want to bother with you right now, Shen Qingqiu said angrily. There is no intention of forgiveness. She just lost all her face. In broad daylight, a man and a woman were alone in the same room. That would be fine, but they even met their parents in advance. What the hell is this? Hey, Qingqiu, listen to me. Well, it's over, barbecue. Watching Shen Qingqiu's receding back, Chen Su sighed deeply. It was obvious that she was really angry this time, and the kind that couldn't be appeased. Let's go first. If we continue to pester you at this time, it might backfire. Based on the love experience gained from my previous life, it is better not to add fuel to the fire at this time. So he turned around and prepared to leave. Hello? At this time, Shen Qingqiu suddenly shouted. Chen Su turned around and saw Shen Qingqiu standing with his hands on his waist, frowning, looking like an angry doll. What happened? I don't know the way. Take me back. Chen Su was stunned for a second. But soon I thought of something. I almost forgot that my wife is a road idiot. But, how can she beg someone with such a bad attitude? Is she begging someone? Although I thought so in my heart. But I dare not say that. Chen Su shrugged. Okay, I'll take you back. Out of the winding community. Chen Su hailed a taxi and was about to get in, but he was unexpectedly driven away by Shen Qingqiu. What are you doing here? Of course I'll take you home. No need, I can take the car myself. That won't work. Chen Su said righteously, what if we run into danger? As soon as these words came out, Chen Su felt two daggers in his eyes. One was murderous intent, and the other was also murderous. Ahem. Driver, that's not what I meant. Look, the little girl is alone, isn't that right? It's normal for me to worry. But now everything is fine. Brother, you look very reliable. Goodbye, Qingqiu. Poof. After hearing this, the taxi driver stopped caring. The driver can be wronged. But you can't insult my character. Only after the car started did Chen Su wipe the sweat off his face. Oh, what should I do? If I go back so early, Queen Mother Liang will surely torture me to death. Back to the green door again. At this time, Chen Su's heart was already filled with mixed feelings. Compared to the first time when he was filled with emotion, this time he felt a little more desolate and willing to die bravely. What should we do? How about going to Luo Tianxian's house to avoid the limelight for a while? No. You can't avoid the 15th day, this is not a long-term solution. Never mind. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Su decided to go home later. It was still vacation now anyway, so he could delay it as long as possible. What was more important was to save his life. Besides, given his close relationship with Luo Tianxian, he wouldn't be hungry or cold if he lived in his house, so he didn't have to worry about anything. So I turned around decisively. Click, the door opened. Chen Su only felt a chill on his back. His feet stood still. Where are you going? A soul-searching question from my mother, Liang Xiufen. Hey. Chen Su turned around and said with a smile, I suddenly remembered that I need to go to Luo Tianxian for something. You know this guy is always full of trouble. Stop. Aunt Chen shouted coldly. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can't go anywhere. The Chen family's family rules are based on democratic review. Therefore, the judging system has become one of the indispensable decision-making processes, and everything must be put on the table. You little brat, I was suspicious the last time you came home so late, but I didn't expect you to be so bold this time that you brought someone directly to my house. Great job, Chen Su. I wonder if you will bring me a big fat grandson next time? Queen Mother Liang sat on the sofa and said angrily with her hands folded. She usually turned a blind eye to her son's behavior, but this time it was really too outrageous. Mom, would you believe me if I said I have nothing to do with her? Chen Su asked tentatively. Let her. I knew that my mother would definitely believe me. Hearing this, Chen Su immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put on a mask of arrogance. Unexpectedly, his mother's reaction in the next second forced him to take off the mask again. I don't believe you. Empress Dowager Liang said angrily, you have never given me peace of mind. Hey, Xiaofang, I can't say that. I don't think Xiaoxiu would lie. Besides, I think the girl is pretty and maybe she's good at studying. Dad Chen immediately tried to smooth things over. Chen Su pressed on, that's right. Don't be fooled by her quiet appearance. She always gets first place in the grade in exams. Mom, didn't you always ask me to study with the good students? I'm following your instructions. Humph. Keep talking nonsense. What's it to you if the girl studies well? Besides, I'm afraid that you will bring harm to her. Aunt Chen snorted coldly. Disaster? What is a disaster? Listen, is this human language? Hearing this, Chensu immediately put on a mask of pain. Mom, it's not right for you to say that. How can a mother be so mean to her son? Am I your biological son? Hey, you little brat. Hearing this, Lao Chen next to him could no longer sit still. Who else could my wife be if not your mother? Ahem, blame it on me, blame it on me. I expressed it the wrong way, but Mom and Dad, he and I are really just good friends, it's nothing. There's something wrong at her home. After holding it in for a long time, Chensu finally spoke out. Something's wrong? Shen's father and mother looked at each other and said almost in unison, what's the problem? Well. Shensu sighed and said 2 words, divorce. Divorce? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly froze. There was a heavy look on Shen's face. After all, they had been through this before and knew what the word divorce meant. Moreover, as parents themselves, they felt a little more sympathy for the female classmate their son brought with him. Seeing that his parents were silent, Chensu continued, she has been in a bad mood recently, so I thought of taking her to Huangshan to relax. It's noon now, so I just brought her home for a meal. The 2 elders were silent. So this child is quite pitiful. Aunt Chen said with some sympathy. Father Chen also nodded in approval. Our Xiaoshu did a good thing this time. The college entrance examination is coming soon. If he gets depressed because of this matter, his future will be ruined. That makes sense. Aunt Chen agreed, and then continued, Sewer, you should try to be nicer to the girl in the future. If you have time, bring her home to play more often. Do you hear me? Okay. Chensu was stunned for a moment, and almost laughed out loud after hearing what Chen Ma said, and quickly agreed. I thought today would be a grave. I didn't expect it to be spring. Mom, don't worry. I may not be any other person, but I'm definitely willing to help others. Chensu patted his chest and assured. P.S. Ding. The 8,000 daily updates from the readers have been received. Chapter 27 What's a good birthday gift? At night, at Shen Qingqiu's home. Damn Chensu. Damn Chensu. Shen Qingqiu leaned on the bed, grabbed the big white rabbit doll next to him and kneaded it angrily. Damn Chensu. I told you to lie to me. I told you to lie to me. I'll catch you. I'll catch you to death. I'll catch you to death. Humph. You actually lied to my uncle and aunt that you wouldn't go home. How can I face people in the future? What if uncle and aunt think I'm the kind of girl who's very casual? Woo-woo. Thinking of this, Shen Qingqiu felt so wrong that he almost cried, and buried his head in the quilt and sobbed. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Shen Qingqiu picked up the phone and saw that it was Chensu calling. This guy actually dared to call me. I don't want to pay attention to you. Humph. Shen Qingqiu did not hang up the phone, but simply turned the volume to mute and left it aside. But, on second thought, Chensu couldn't be blamed entirely for what happened today. After all, his uncle and aunt did come back early because the company had a temporary change of plans, and Chensu didn't lie. Isn't this a bit too much? Do you want to answer it? I was tangled in my heart for a long time. Shen Qingqiu answered the call anyway. What's up? He doesn't sound like a good person the moment he opens his mouth. Chensu, who had been waiting for the call to be connected for a long time, was also shocked. However, he was indeed not thoughtful enough about today's matter. With his connections, he could have gotten these things somewhere else. Why did he have to choose to do it at home? You will never live without the consequences. Ahem, Qingqiu, I was wrong about what I did today, but I really didn't expect my parents to come back suddenly. Can you forgive me? Chensu pleaded, without any twists and turns, just like he taught Wang Jibei, sincerity is always the killer skill in love. Humph. How dare you say that? You're so reckless when you meet your uncle and aunt for the first time. What if you get misunderstood? Shen Qingqiu said aggrievedly. I was worried about this. Don't worry, my parents didn't misunderstand our relationship. I've explained it clearly. We are just ordinary classmates. They even asked me to take better care of you in the future. Ordinary, classmate relationship? On weekdays, he calls me wife all the time, but when he meets my parents, he becomes my classmate? For no reason, Shen Qingqiu became even more angry. I was wrong today. How about this, as an apology, I agree to one of your requests, how about that? Well, it depends on your sincerity. Hearing that she could make a request, Shen Qingqiu immediately became interested, but she was too proud to agree directly. Can you really ask for anything? Is that okay? Humph. You hesitated. You're not sincere at all. How could that be? My attitude is absolutely sincere, and the sun and the moon can testify to that. As long as Miss Shen can forgive me today, I will do it even if it means going through fire and water. Who wants it so serious? Shen Qingqiu chuckled, thought for a while and said, well, let me think, next Wednesday is my birthday, I hope you can come to my house to celebrate my birthday then, is that okay? Chen Su on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds. Yes. Qingqiu's birthday is coming soon. How could I forget such an important thing? Chen Su slapped his head. I almost missed something important. What did you say? Oh, nothing, I just think this thing is too simple, do you want to consider changing it? No need. I don't have anything else I want to do anyway. Meng Yao is the only one who accompanies me on my birthday every year. I might as well find someone else to liven things up. Well, don't worry, Miss Shen. I will definitely arrive on time for your birthday this year. And I will also prepare a surprise for you. No need for surprises. Just don't be scared. Shen Qingqiu joked. Don't worry. Not only will it not scare you, it will definitely move you to tears. Boast. That's fine. If you're fine, hang up. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shen Qingqiu's mood also became exceptionally cheerful. Humph, you're smart. I won't bully you today. Shen Qingqiu held the little white rabbit doll that he had kneaded earlier tightly to his chest and entertained it well. On the phone, Chen Su was not so comfortable. Hey, I finally managed to appease my little ancestor, but what birthday present should I get? In my impression, Qingqiu doesn't seem to have anything she particularly likes. If she does like something, a little kid? But you can't give birth to a child for her, right? I don't mind, but the key is that she does mind. Ha Yan. Forget it, let's think about it tomorrow. I'm so sleepy. Chen Su yawned, and it was obvious that he was very tired. He had been singing in the pedestrian street every night for the past few days, and he also climbed Mount Huangshan during the day. He felt sleepy instantly. Another night. The vacation is over and it's time to return to the classroom. As soon as Chen Su arrived at the classroom, he saw a group of girls gathered together discussing something, among whom there were also a few flashy boys who were having a heated discussion. What are they doing? What else could it be? They must be talking about Jay Chou's concert. But to be honest, Jay Chou's song Dong Feng Pui is really amazing. Damn it! I really envy that woman Su Mengyao, who can actually go to the scene. Damn it! Dong Feng Pui? This is one of Jay Chou's most representative works. Even after 10 years, it still dominates the music scene. When Shen Su first heard this song, he also worshipped it for a long time. Okay, stop being envious, it's just a concert, I'll take you there later. Real? Of course, what is our relationship? Thank you, Brother Chen. We are brothers in our hearts. Luo Tianxiang patted his chest and said excitedly that in the past, with Chen Su's awesome look, he would never have believed that he would be taken to a concert or something like that. But it's different now. Chen Su is rich now, the kind of person who can earn thousands of dollars just by singing for one night. Alright. Shen Su said with great disgust. Hey, Luo Tianxiang, Qingqiu's birthday is coming up in a few days. What do you think I should give her? You've asked the right person. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiang immediately became interested. Stop. Chen Su suddenly interrupted, as if he suddenly remembered something. I don't want to listen anymore. He felt that he must be out of his mind to ask Luo Tianxiang what birthday present to give, as the pair of slippers he gave him last time was still at home. Brother Chen, don't you trust me, your brother? Chen Su nodded. Start digging up old scores. Ha, on my last birthday, you gave me a pair of slippers. You even packaged it so exquisitely and asked me to open it when I got home. I thought it was something fancy, but when I opened it, it was actually a pair of slippers. Do you know how hurt I was at that time? Ahem, an accident, it was an accident. Didn't I explain it to you? Besides, I also made up a new gift later, okay? Brother Chen, just trust me this time. I guarantee that school beauty Shen will be easily captured and moved to the point of being overwhelmed. Is this true or false? Chen Su glanced at him with some distrust. After all, Luo Tianxiang's unreliability was obvious to all, and Wang Jibei was a good example. Do you see that group of people in front? Luo Tianxiang pointed forward. Nonsense, do you think I'm blind? Luo Tianxiang was speechless. That's not the point. The point is what they are talking about. Don't little girls like this? Brother Chen, you sing so well, why don't you sing a song? Yes. I can sing. Shen Su suddenly realized. Why didn't I think of that? There are so many tear-jerking songs in the future that haven't been released yet. If I just pick a few of them, won't my wife be moved to death? You are great. Luo Tianxiang. Shen Su praised. Oh, I learned this from you, Brother Chen. Chapter 28. You are right. Wang Jibei, how far have you and Lu Ruoxue progressed? How many bases have you reached? What do you mean? Wang Jibei scratched his head. He really couldn't understand what Luo Tianxiang meant. Lao Luo, that's enough, don't teach him bad things. Shen Su said righteously, but I think with Lao Wan's heroic performance, he should have reached first base. Second base might be possible. Luo Tianxiang said with a smirk on his face, turning his attention to Wang Jibei, who had a confused look on his face. What are you talking about? You're laughing so obscenely. Suddenly, there was a sound of contempt from the side. When I looked up, it was Su Mengyao. She seemed quite happy today, less naughty and more proud. If nothing unexpected happened, it was probably because she got to watch the concert as she wished. It's none of your business. Luo Tianxiang muttered a few words. What did you say? Su Mengyao's originally happy face was suddenly filled with anger, and her head was about to explode. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Can you two stop yelling at each other as soon as you meet? We are all classmates, so we should try to learn to get along with each other, just like Qingqiu and I, how harmonious and loving we are. Shen Su said shamelessly. You're not much better. Su Mengyao snorted coldly, put the things in her hand on the desk with a pop and left. What's this? Out of curiosity, Shen Su picked it up and took a look. Concert souvenirs. This bitch, she just watched a concert, is it necessary for her to show off in front of us? Hearing that it was a concert souvenir, Shen Su seemed to suddenly understand something, patted Luo Tianxiang on the shoulder, and said earnestly. Lao Luo, promise me that you will never be a police officer again. I think you have insulted this profession. In the afternoon, physical education class. Shen Su, Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei sat side by side on the steps next to the playground, looking like gangsters. Shen Su, this show-off, just rolled up his trouser legs to his knees, doing whatever he wanted to do to make himself comfortable, and unscrupulously admired the beautiful girl in front of him who was wearing cool clothes. He subconsciously touched his trouser pocket but found nothing. Then he realized that he was not addicted to smoking yet. Alas, it's better to be young after all. Hey, Brother Chen, look at that girl in front of you, which class is she from? Why haven't I seen her before? She has a really great figure. Wow. She has a slender waist, a big butt, and a charming and graceful face. Amazing. Amazing. Luo Tianxiang performs art appreciation. All my Chinese language skills are used now. What a promising future. Shen Su rolled his eyes at him, then picked up a bottle of Waha mineral water, took a big gulp, and looked in the other direction. In that direction, Shen Qingqiu was playing badminton. Her movements were crisp and clear, and her play was very gorgeous. The badminton racket seemed like a toy in her hands, dancing freely and hitting accurately. Shen Qingqiu was wearing sportswear in the afternoon, and the white and tender thighs that were usually hidden under his pants were also visible to the young virgin boys, feasting their eyes. Shen Su remembers that badminton was one of the sports she was best at. She once represented Jianping High School in a statewide competition and won first place. It can be said to be both literary and artistic. Brother Chen, you still have the nerve to say that to me? Look at yourself, your saliva is almost flowing down. Luo Tianxiang said with great disgust. No way. I'm a gentleman, okay? Chen Su denied it directly. Hey, brother Chen, what is our relationship? Don't be embarrassed. In fact, I can see that Miss Shen is a little interested in you. What do you mean? Chen Su showed a puzzled expression. Even Wang Jibei, who usually doesn't like to join in the fun, leaned over and listened carefully. Brother Chen, think about it carefully. Shen Qingqiu's influence in our school is comparable to that of Zhang Huimin. Aloofness has always been her image. Ordinary people feel ashamed when they see her and avoid her. But why are you the only one who can always be by her side, talking and laughing? Luo Tianxiang made a well-reasoned analysis. This sounds like a compliment to me, but I feel like something is wrong. Chen Su glanced at Luo Tianxiang. Old Luo, are you trying to find a way to say that I am a bootlicker? How is that possible? Luo Tianxiang denied it with a smile. Brother Chen, in the entire Jianping High School, how many people can strike up a conversation with the school beauty Shen and still have a good time? There's no one else but you. Well, I agree with this statement. Although I don't know Shen Qingqiu very well, I can see that she rarely interacts with the opposite sex. It seems that you, Chen Su, are the only one who can be around her often. Even Wang Jibei said so? Suddenly I feel that what science said makes a lot of sense. Why didn't you realize I was so attractive before? Chen Su was stunned for a moment, then patted Luo Tianxiang on the shoulder with great satisfaction and said approvingly. Lao Luo, what you said makes sense. Remember, Shen Qingqiu will be your sister-in-law from now on. Chen Su said shamelessly. Luo Tianxiang. Wang Jibei. X2. Before the two could react, Chen Su patted his butt and stood up on his knees. Hey, brother Chen, where are you going? Chen Su turned around and grinned. Of course I'm going to go play with your sister-in-law. Get out of class is still here, maybe I can even kiss her. Dia. How shameless. Luo Tianxiang sneered in disdain. But I also feel sad. Damn it, even the school beautician is about to be conquered by his good friends, but I haven't even held a little girl's hand. It's so unfair. Does being handsome really mean you can do whatever you want? When love reaches its deepest point, it turns into hate. Luo Tianxiang sighed and said sourly. Hey, brother Chen, I don't have anything to wish you, so I just wish you to be single forever. Damn, what a vicious blessing. Shen Qingqiu was playing badminton. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather or because she had been playing for too long, her forehead was covered with sweat, but this did not seem to affect her beauty, and even added a bit of charm. She is like an exquisite statue of a beauty, always shining. Her black hair flutters in the wind, wet and charming. Can I have one more? Chen Su walked over and said with a smile. Shen Qingqiu turned around and saw that it was Chen Su. He ignored him and his expression immediately became cold. She is still angry about what happened before. Her current opponent is Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao had been beaten into autism at this time. This was a complete crushing defeat. Qingqiu didn't hold back at all. Qingqiu, you are too good. I played 5 games with you and didn't win a single one. You really hit me hard. Su Mengyao wanted to cry but had no tears. Su Mengyao, can you do this? Luo Tianxiang seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. It's easy to talk without any pain in the waist. If you can do it, go ahead. Su Mengyao responded bluntly, saying that Luo Tianxiang was really ungrateful, as she had given him a Jaichou souvenir in the morning. Ungrateful person. If you tell me to come, I'll come. Ahem. Brother Chen's badminton skills are pretty good too. Brother Chen, show this arrogant woman some of your skills and show her what badminton is all about. Okay, I want to see how powerful you are. Chen Su felt like crying but had no tears. I obviously didn't do anything well, right? Could you two stop using me as a tool? Having said that, Chen Su still agreed to the game. After all, it feels good to play a badminton game with his 17 or 18-year-old wife. Then I'll come? Chen Su came on stage. Looking at Shen Qingqiu and said. Shen Qingqiu nodded, indicating that he was ready. Chen Su started to pick up the ball with a focused look on his face, and then served it. Badminton thrown in the air. Chen Su quickly swung his racket sideways. The result was unexpected, empty. Ha ha. That's it? I thought you were so awesome. You're not even as good as me. Su Mengyao said sarcastically, pointing her sword at someone. It's a mistake, do you understand? Why are you in such a hurry? The game isn't over yet. Come on, Shen Su. Come on, Qingqiu. Don't let us down. Su Mengyao was not willing to fall behind. But why do I feel that Shen Su missed the ball on purpose? Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Wang Jibei, who was sitting next to them, muttered something in a low voice with an embarrassed look on his face. Chapter 29 Sister Lu Ruoshua's Wedding. Sorry, I haven't played for a long time. Shen Su laughed and scratched his head embarrassedly. It's okay, continue. Shen Qingqiu smiled slightly, but be careful, if you make 2 more mistakes, it will be counted as one of my goals. Okay. Shen Su smiled. In fact, Wang Jibei guessed one thing right. He did make that serve error on purpose. It is not easy to win over a girl. It is a technical job. Some men with a strong desire to win will put pressure on the girl from the beginning, and they are eager to show off what they have learned throughout their lives. I thought that as long as I could suppress her, I could win her favor, and I longed for a sentence. Brother, you are so handsome. Actually, how many crazy girls are there in real life? Shen Su's lukewarm serve error at this time not only made Shen Qingqiu, who was still a little resentful about yesterday's incident, smile, but also created a subtle atmosphere for the two of them. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This is his purpose. This time, I'm really here. Shen Su took off his cumbersome school uniform, revealing his strong physique, and grinned. His smile was aggressive. Throw high and hit quickly, the whole action is done in one go. So fast. When the ball came over, even Shen Qingqiu, who had participated in countless competitions, was slightly stunned, but after all, he had the strength, so he reacted quickly, accurately locked onto the badminton and hit back with a fastball. As expected of a professional. Awesome. After several rounds of fighting, Shen Su also felt unprecedented pressure and had to pay attention to the award-winning state-level master in front of him. Then find the right position and step back. There was a smash right in front of him. Bang. The badminton hit the net hard. Shen Su did not control the distance well for the smash, so it did not cross the net line and hit the net. Alas, I'm getting old, and my ball skills are getting worse. Qingqiu, from now on, you young people will dominate the world. While picking up the badminton, Shen Su made a joke in a nonchalant manner. Advance and retreat in order. Give girls some room to play, so that there will be more topics to talk about. You're still very good. You have a powerful serve and a good feel for the ball. You might be able to make the state team after a few years of training. Shen Qingqiu gave a fair evaluation. You know, when Shen Su served the ball just now, she almost didn't react. Putting aside the physical and physiological differences between men and women, Shen Su's ball skills are really good. Shen Su smiled and said, I always feel unworthy to receive such high praise from Miss Shen. I'm telling the truth. The fierce competition continued. The match between Shen Su and Shen Qingqiu lasted about 10 minutes. 10:7. The game ended with Shen Su trailing by 3 points. Although it is not a very glorious thing for a boy to lose to a girl, this result is already very impressive. You have to know that Shen Qingqiu is a real professional player and a top player who has won awards. No matter how good Shen Su's athletic talent is, it is impossible for him to truly achieve an incredible level of transcendence. Sharp. Shen Su couldn't help but admire. Of course. Look at my Qingqiu. She's a master who has won the state badminton championship. Before Shen Qingqiu could respond, he stood up and announced it proudly after seeing Shengli. School beauty Shen won, why are you so excited? It's like you won. You. Su Mengyao said disdainfully, I don't know who just said he would teach me how to play badminton. Even my Qingqiu can't beat him. Hey. I didn't say that. You two can quarrel all you want, but please don't always use me as a medium, okay? I'm getting shot even when I'm lying down. Shen Su smiled bitterly. Snort. The two of them turned their heads and stopped talking. Shen Su shook his head and ignored them, instead looking at Shen Qingqiu next to him. School beauty Shen is really amazing, I am convinced of my defeat this time. Humph, of course, I'm a very good guy. Shen Qingqiu said proudly. Okay, you're the best. Are you hot? I'll treat you to a popsicle. Shen Su suddenly asked. Okay. Shen Qingqiu was in a good mood and readily agreed. Brother Chen, I want to eat too. I want one too, I want one too. The two people who were arguing just now immediately became excited when they heard about food and stood in the same camp. Okay, we all have a share. We all have a share. Shensu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've learned that I shouldn't be too competitive with girls. I need to know when to advance and when to retreat, and I also need to learn how to praise her. At this time, Wang Jibei, who was standing in the corner, quietly took out a small notebook and wrote it down. Jibei. What are you doing? Come here, Shensu is treating us to popsicles. Oh. Hearing Luo Tianxiang calling him, Wang Jibei suddenly panicked, quickly hid the little notebook, and responded nervously, Got it, I'll be there right away. There were several casual tables in the open space of the canteen, with Coca-Cola advertisements on them. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, Shensu asked, Whatever you want to eat, just take it. I'll treat you today. Mung bean popsicles. Luo Tianxiang and Su Mengyao spoke almost at the same time. Wow, the couple is quite neat. But when they heard that both sides wanted mung bean popsicles, they looked at each other with disdain. Ha, you two really have a tacit understanding. Why don't you stay together? Maybe you can become a pair of bickering lovers. Shensu teased. Impossible. Okay, I spoke too much. Looking at the ferocious eyes of the two men, Shensu quickly admitted his mistake. What does Qingqiu want to eat? Then have a milk bar. Okay, Shensu looked at Wang Jibei again. Jibei, what do you want to eat? I don't mind. It's all right with me. Wang Jibei felt a little embarrassed. Okay, you guys take a seat first, I'll go buy it. Boss, give me 2 mung bean popsicles, a milk stick, and 2 old popsicles. Okay, wait a minute. Soon, 4 popsicles were delivered. Shensu took the lead and tore open the packaging bag to taste it. The cold popsicle hit the taste buds, and it felt so refreshing. It still tasted better than before. Luo Tianxiang also immediately launched a fierce attack. Compared with the first two, Wang Jibei, Su Mengyao and Shen Qingqiu were more reserved. After getting the popsicles, they just licked them one bite at a time and were not so bold. At this moment, Shensu suddenly saw Wang Jibei in front of him suddenly become strange. He didn't even lick the popsicle, but sat there stiffly. Shensu looked back and found that Lu Ruoxue was not far away, so he immediately greeted her. Hi! Classmate Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue found that her classmates were all sitting in the canteen and walked over with a smile. You guys are all here? Come, sit down. Would you like some popsicles? It's my treat. Shensu invited warmly. No, I've been. He stopped talking halfway through, so you all know what he meant. Wang Jibei next to him was at a loss as to what to do, and didn't dare to make any big moves, because Lu Ruoxue was sitting next to him, very close, and he could even smell the shampoo she used, which was fragrant. Ruoxue, you are dressed so beautifully today, are you going on a blind date? Su Mengyao joked. Wang Jibei agreed with the first half of the sentence, but he was a little bit unconvinced by the second half. How could Ruoxue go on a blind date when she was not yet an adult? Besides, even if she really wanted to go on a blind date, she should find an honest man like herself who was handsome, rich, and good at studying, right? Actually, I am quite suitable for it, hee. Huh, wasn't I beautiful before? Lu Ruoxue said this pretending to be angry, but there was a smile on her face and she didn't look angry at all. No way, my Ruoxue is the most beautiful. She is beautiful every day, but she is even more beautiful today. Su Mengyao said with a smile. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, I'm going to attend my sister's wedding tonight, so I dressed up in advance so that I can go directly after school. Wow! Sister Laqin is getting married? I'm so envious. Su Mengyao said excitedly, at this ignorant age, which girl has not fantasized about having a grand wedding in the future? Then congratulations, Sister Laqin. Lovers will always find love. Shen Qingqiu also gave his blessing. After all, it's a topic for girls. The 3 men didn't say much, just words of blessing. Actually, if you want to go, I can take you there. Lu Ruoxue suddenly said. Is it really possible? Su Mengyao was so excited that she almost jumped up. What's wrong with that? You and Qingqiu are both my good sisters. Besides, I don't know many of the relatives and friends at home. It would be awkward to go alone. Great. I can go to the wedding now. What about you three? Do you want to go? We went there but. Shen Qingqiu was about to refuse, but when he saw Shen Qingqiu's sharp eyes, he immediately changed his words, ahem. Of course we have to go. It would be a shame if we didn't go to classmate Ruosh Yue's sister's wedding. Don't you think so, Luo Tianxiang? Ah. Shen Qingqiu, I won't. Luo Tianxiang was about to refuse, but when he saw Shen Qingqiu's murderous eyes, he immediately changed his words, yes, it would be a pity not to go, right Jibei? 1 pot, 3 dishes. Here, the pressure was put on Wang Jibei. Young student Wang Jibei was caught in a dilemma. This, Ruosh Yue and I haven't confirmed our relationship yet, it's not a good idea to meet her parents so soon? But if I don't go, will Ruosh Yue be angry? Okay then, I'll go too. After much deliberation, Wang Jibei agreed to go. P.S. Duck. I originally planned to update 8,000 words a day, but I accidentally updated 10,000 words. But it doesn't matter, as long as you enjoy reading it. Of course, while updating 8,000 words a day, I will also improve the typos in the previous chapters and make some corresponding modifications, so that everyone can read more happily and easily. Novels are meant to make everyone happy. Chapter 30: An Enviable Chinese Wedding. In the evening, it arrived as promised. The table was full of guests and decorated with lights and colorful decorations. There are red curtains in the magnificent hall, and the walls are covered with red characters. The red carpet extends to the platform. This is a retro Chinese wedding. Xiaoxue, these people are. Mom, they are all my classmates. I invited them to attend my sister's wedding. Oh, I see. Welcome to my sister Ruosh Yue's wedding. Please don't be shy when you go in. Make sure to eat and drink well. Lu Ruosh Yue's mother said enthusiastically. It can be seen that she is very happy that her daughter is getting married today. Thank you, Auntie. We also wish Sister Laqin happiness in the future. I also hope that Auntie can have a grandson soon. Oh. This little girl has such a sweet mouth. Auntie also thanks you for your blessings. Come in quickly. Lu Ruosh Yue's mother couldn't stop smiling. Su Mengyao's well-behaved and obedient appearance almost made Luo Tianxiang's eyes pop out. Damn, Brother Chen, when did Su Mengyao become so feminine? Luo Tianxiang asked in a low voice, totally unable to believe that the woman in front of him was Su Mengyao. She is a girl after all. Lao Luo, you should put aside your prejudice against Su Mengyao. She is a beauty after all. Others are fighting for her but don't have a chance. Let me tell you, if you don't cherish her now, you will cry later. Brother Chen, you are joking. Even if she is the only woman left on earth, I will not be with her. Luo Tianxiang said stubbornly. Ha, whatever you say, just don't come and cry on my shoulder when the time comes. Shen Qingqiu also went through this age, how could he not know this? In fact, the biggest regret of adolescence is that you realize things too late. People and things that you didn't feel anything about before will leave you with great regret when you recall them after graduation. If only I had confessed my feelings at the beginning. This is the most useless and regrettable nonsense. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Today is a happy day, stop arguing. I know. I'll try to hold it in. Qingqiu, Ruosh Yue, let's go. Su Mengyao held Shen Qingqiu and Lu Ruosh Yue's hands and walked in happily. Well, the three of us are left behind. Shen Qingqiu said with a wry smile, let's go in too. Soon, everyone took their seats. Lu Ruosh Yue is serving as a bridesmaid so she is not here for the time being. Qingqiu is so beautiful. When can we have such a grand wedding? As soon as she entered the hall, Su Mengyao was completely attracted by the decorations in front of her, red silk wrapped around the pillars, red grapefruit lights. Wasn't this the ideal wedding in her dreams? Suddenly, I felt extremely envious. Ha, stop dreaming. Your wedding is still 10 years away. You can only blame the husband you found for being too unreliable. Unlike me. According to the future development, Qingqiu and I will get married almost after graduating from college. I don't know if it will be faster in this life. But to be honest, Sister Laqin's wedding was indeed lively, but it was inferior to Qingqiu and I's wedding. When Shen Qingqiu heard Shen Qingqiu say this, her face immediately turned red. It is said that a wedding is one of the things girls look forward to the most, and Shen Qingqiu is no exception. After all, which girl hasn't dreamed of her own wedding? Qingqiu, why are you blushing? Su Mengyao said with a smile, "Don't worry, when you get married in the future, Su Mengyao, will be the first to arrive. I will be your bridesmaid and watch you walk into the palace of marriage and be happy and contented." "Okay, then you have to wait for me." "Yeah." The two smiled at each other. Su Mengyao was not just saying this casually. She was the most difficult bridesmaid in the group. She cried so hard that no matter how much she was persuaded, she would not stop. People who didn't know her would think she was there to mourn. "Don't worry, Miss Shen will be very happy in the future." "How do you know?" Because I can read faces. Classmate Shen Qingqiu is so beautiful, which man would be willing to treat her badly? Don't you think so? Shen Qingqiu's face flushed. "What you said is too general. It's obviously just a blind guess." "Then look at me, what do you think my future significant other will be like?" Su Mengyao asked curiously. "Adolescent girls don't like studying, but they are very interested in love affairs." "Ahem, well." Chen Su coughed twice, subconsciously glanced at Luo Tianxiang next to him, and then slowly said, "Your other half may be a policeman in the future. He looks okay, but not as handsome as me. Although he is not very caring at first and quarrels with you all day, he treats you and the children very well after marriage. He can be considered a good man." Why does it sound so familiar? Is this true? Are you kidding me? How can I still like him if he's not as handsome as you? Su Mengyao listened very carefully. The description that Chen Su came up with sounded really like the truth. Damn, this little girl has a very sharp tongue. Then tell me, what is his name? Hey, believe it or not, the secret cannot be revealed, I can only say this much. Tisk, I'm not happy to hear it. Hey, Brother Chen, can you give me a test too? You? Chen Su glanced at him. Your future wife is a tigress. You have to be careful. No, Brother Chen, what you just described was very good. Why do you have nothing good to say when it comes to me? Puff. At this time, Su Mengyao next to her also smiled. Don't mention it. I think Chen Su's prediction was quite accurate this time. I think he is a masochist. Yeah, you're right. Chen Su was also amused. Why do young people nowadays still like to scold themselves? Su Meng. Luo Tianxian was about to retort, but then he realized that they were at a wedding and held his words back. A noble man does not bear grudges against a mean man. Hey, Chen Su, you can't be partial. We've talked about this for a long time, it's time to talk about Wang Jibei. Yes, I am also looking forward to seeing what kind of girlfriend Wang Jibei will find in the future. Hearing this topic, Wang Jibei began to feel a little embarrassed. It was the first time he realized that he was attracting so much attention. However, after all, it was about himself, and it was predicted by Chen Su, so he listened carefully. Wang Jibei. Chen Su thought for a while and said, Bei was born in Xiamu, so maybe his future girlfriend will be related to the word wood. Wood character? Isn't the radical of the character exactly the character? Thinking of this, Wang Jibei became inexplicably excited. The wedding officially begins. Along with this, the traditional Chinese song "Colorful Clouds Chasing the Moon" slowly sounded, filling the entire wedding scene. The guests who were talking and laughing just now became quiet at this solemn moment, looking at the lights on the stage shining in the center. Then the wedding host walked out, also wearing traditional Chinese clothing. The hall is decorated with splendid decorations, the beautiful scenery is full of music and singing. Today we raise a toast to invite relatives and friends, and we are in love with each other. Dear guests, dear relatives, and friends. Today, the groom Wang Tao and the bride Lu Liqin are celebrating their marriage. Auspicious time start. As soon as he finished speaking, gongs and drums sounded, firecrackers blasted, and the groom, with a big red flower hanging on his chest, walked slowly towards the front holding the hand of the bride with a red veil beside him. 3 books and 6 ceremonies, 10 miles of red wedding dress. This is the most authentic wedding in China. I don't even like the Western wedding ceremonies. Worship heaven and earth, set up a hall, and husband and wife bow to each other. At this time, the wedding reached its climax. Many people picked up their phones and started taking pictures. Their faces were filled with smiles and full of blessings. The Chinese wedding ceremony is complicated and the whole process lasts about 10 minutes to complete. I'm so happy. Su Mengyao was full of envy. Don't worry, I believe you will have a grand wedding in the future, Mengyao. Don't forget to ask me to be your bridesmaid then. Lu Ruoxue, who had just come down from the stage, said with a smile. Of course. You and Qingqiu are both my good sisters. Student Su Mengyao, what about me? You, just be an audience member in the audience. I envy you so much. Chapter 31 Dog-Headed Military Advisor Luo. The wedding was over at around 11 o'clock. Since everyone had classes the next day, everyone said goodbye one after another. Su Mengyao still felt a little reluctant to leave, but it was getting late after all, and their parents were urging them to go home. Okay, Mom, I get it. I'll be back soon. You and Dad don't have to worry about me. I'm safe now. I'm not a child anymore. Okay, then bye. Hang up the phone. Su Mengyao walked toward Shen Qingqiu. Let's go, Qingqiu, let's go back together. Well, then Ruoxue, Mengyao and I will go back first. Thank you for your hospitality today. You're welcome. We are all good sisters. Please be careful on the road. Lu Ruoxue reminded. I know. After saying that, Shen Qingqiu looked at Chen Su again, his face slightly red. Then we'll leave first. You guys remember to go back early. Okay, be safe. Chen Su didn't say much. He had already vaguely felt that Qingqiu's attitude towards him had changed. Wait until everyone has left. Chen Shucai asked Luo Tianxian, Hey, Lao Luo, do you think Qingqiu's attitude towards me has changed a lot recently? Now that you mention it, I feel a little bit like that, but I can't really put my finger on it. It's like I've become more shy. Wang Jibei suddenly added a sentence. The two people's eyes suddenly focused on each other. Hey! Luo Tianxiang said with a slight smile, Jibei, I didn't expect that you would reveal the secret in one sentence. When did you know so much about love? I didn't. I just felt that classmate Shen Qingqiu used to be a very cold person, but after spending a long time with Chen Su, he became less cold and seemed to have turned into a little girl. Wang Jibei hurriedly defended himself. Hiss, was my performance so obvious? You must not let everyone know that I have been secretly learning love skills from Chen Su these days. It would be so embarrassing if I were discovered. Well, that makes sense. Brother Chen, do you think that school beautician has fallen in love with you? Luo Tianxiang frowned. Chen Su didn't respond. Although he often boasted to Luo Tianxiang that Shen Qingqiu was his wife, after all, at this time in his previous life, he did not have much interaction with Shen Qingqiu, and he was not sure whether Shen Qingqiu liked him. How about this? We can help you find out what campus beautician feels about you. How do you find out? Chen Su was skeptical. It doesn't matter, I will take action. The next morning, get out of class was over. Student Shen Qingqiu, let me ask you something. Recently I noticed that Chen Su is always doing something secretly. Do you think he is doing something bad? Yes, classmate Shen Qingqiu. If you know, please tell us. We can't just watch Chen Su go astray. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Although Chen Su is not very reliable, he is definitely not the kind of person who would do bad things secretly. Shen Qingqiu replied calmly. Although he didn't know what Chen Su had been doing recently, it was definitely not what Luo Tianxiang imagined. Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei looked at each other and smiled unusually. What do you really think? What else? Shen Qingqiu frowned, I think you two are the same. Since you have noticed that Chen Su is abnormal, you should have a good talk with him. Maybe he has some difficulties. This. That makes a lot of sense. Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei were speechless for a moment. At this time, Chen Su, who had no idea about this, just came back from the toilet. He looked at the three people with a puzzled look on his face. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Chen Su, have you encountered any difficulties recently? Shen Qingqiu asked, if you have, tell us, maybe we can help. Difficulties? What the hell? Wait, are you in trouble? Could it be that Qingqiu knows about my affair? Oh no. No, what's the problem? Chen Su looked guilty. You're lying. Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei just told me that you've been sneaking around lately and no one knows what you've been doing. So, we just wanted to ask if you've encountered any difficulties. Shit, they're SA traitor. Chen Su glared at the two of them. Ahem, you really want to know? No regrets? Yeah. Shen Qingqiu nodded. Well, actually I've been thinking about what birthday gift to prepare for you recently. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect. Chen Su shrugged. Huh? After hearing this answer, Shen Qingqiu was stunned. It turned out that Chen Su had been secretly preparing gifts for him. He was really thoughtful. So don't worry, I'm really fine, it's just my two good classmates who are worrying too much. Ahem. Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei pretended to cough, pretended they knew nothing, and walked away as if nothing had happened. Chen Su. It's just a birthday present. You don't have to prepare it so carefully. That won't do. Before Shen Qingqiu finished speaking, Chen Su interrupted him and said, "This is my first birthday party for classmate Shen, I must take it seriously. I just think that the midterm exam is the day after tomorrow, and studying is more important than my birthday." "Well, don't worry, I will take care of your studies, but don't be too casual about your birthday," Chen Su said with a smile. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and rub his wife's hair, but his hand stopped in mid-air and slowly put it down. "I almost forgot that Qingqiu and I are still high school students and we haven't even started dating yet." "Then I'll go review." "Okay." Shen Qingqiu's eyes were flustered. Did he want to touch his head just now? My heart is beating so fast. What the hell are you two doing to me? Hey, brother Chen, didn't you ask us to find out what campus beauty Shen feels about her last night? So Wang Jibei and I took action right away. Yes, we were just trying to find out about Shen Qingqiu, Wang Jibei said seriously. But what does this have to do with me sneaking around and not knowing what I'm doing? I actually want to see what Miss Shen thinks of this matter. Wang Jibei and I just said that you've been sneaking around lately. Are you doing something bad? I want to test Miss Shen's first reaction. Guess what? What? Wang Jibei, you speak. Luo Tianxiang has the demeanor of a high-ranking official. Not doing very well. He actually figured out the concept of pretending to be cool. Oh. When Wang Jibei heard Luo Tianxiang asking him to speak, he straightened up. Scientific research shows that a person's first reaction when being asked a question is often the most genuine. Just now, Shen Qingqiu's first reaction to the question was not to show doubt, but to reassure us and tell us that you would never do anything bad. Your attitude is very firm. So, student Shen Qingqiu trusts you very much, and can even be said to understand you. He is the kind of person who can be sure that you will not do anything bad no matter how many rumors there are. So, does this help me figure out if she's interested in me? Oh. Shen Su. You usually seem quite smart, but why do you become so stupid when it comes to this matter? Luo Tianxiang said anxiously, a girl can trust you unconditionally and even worry about whether you are in trouble. When she takes this step, it is no longer just a simple friendship. Hiss. Shen Su smacked his lips. Lao Luo, this is not like you. Where did you learn so many great principles? The book, doesn't it say so? Please. I, Luo Tianxiang, am also very knowledgeable and the kind of person who likes reading, right? Haha, he is indeed a dog-headed military advisor. Shen Su shook his head. I originally thought that Luo Tianxiang had suddenly become enlightened, but I didn't expect that he just learned a few naughty words from the book and showed off. Shen Su hooked his shoulder and said, Lao Luo, instead of worrying about these things, you might as well pay more attention to yourself. The midterm exam is the day after tomorrow. If you rank last in the exam again, I wonder how you will explain it to Auntie. What? Midterm exam. Is this true or false? Tianxiang, you don't know, do you? Wang Jibei made a great finishing move. Luo Tianxiang was struck by lightning. Chen Su, do Tianxiang and I need to continue to investigate? No need. Chen Su smiled slightly. He already knew Qingqiu's attitude towards him. Chapter 32 Get Mom to Agree to Go See the Sea. The midterm exam is coming soon. Overall, the exam is divided into two levels. On one hand, there is the academic elite camp led by Wang Jibei, who takes exams like taking a shit, without any obstacles. On the other hand, there is the academic loser camp led by Luo Tianxiang, who also takes exams like taking a shit, but with constipation. However, Chen Su did well in this exam. After all, he had the math and English system plug-ins, so he could do it much more easily. Although there are still 4 other subjects left, it is well known that liberal arts is a subject that can get points as long as you write it. Although a lot of knowledge from the previous life has been forgotten, after a few days of study, it should not be too bad. Compared with Chen Su, Luo Tianxiang was much more down and out. He looked at his notes with full confidence before the exam and crammed at the last minute. After the exam, it seemed like time had passed and he saw his son die before him. Brother Chen, what did you choose for the first math question? D. Luo Tianxian looked at Wang Jibei again, and Wang Jibei nodded, me too. Oh my god. Is this true? Luo Tianxian was so excited that he almost jumped up. After all, each multiple choice question is worth 5 points. If you can handle the basic questions well, it will be easy to get 80 or 90 points. While the heat in my heart has not yet subsided, Luo Tianxian answered the next few questions correctly. He got 10 out of the 12 multiple choice questions right, and only got one fill-in-the-blank question wrong. Adding the answers to the big questions, he roughly estimated that he got about 90 points. He actually passed. Damn. My luck is so damn good this time. I can finally walk into the house with my head held high, without having to be scolded anymore. After checking the answers, Luo Tianxian became a completely different person, radiant and more confident. Not bad, Lao Luo, you've made great progress this time. Keep up the good work. Yes, it seems that Tianxian has been studying hard recently, Wang Jibei said with a smile. Hearing these unfamiliar compliments, Luo Tianxian felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. It's nothing, actually. I guessed most of the multiple choice questions this time. I can only say that I was lucky. Don't underestimate yourself. Shen Su patted his good friend on the shoulder. You have made great progress. Hey, thank you, Brother Chen. Afternoon, at Chen Su's home. You're back? Seeing his happy look, Chen's mother asked with a smile, what's the matter? Why are you so happy? Mom. Peel an apple for my son. As soon as he got home, Shen Su threw his school bag aside, lay on the sofa and put on a mask of arrogance. Hey. Brat, did I leave your hand behind when I gave birth to you? Can't you do it yourself? Mom, I am different today than I used to be. I tell you, my son performed very stably in this midterm exam. Maybe I can even get the top score in a single subject or something. Boast. Mother Chen didn't believe it at all. How could she not know what her son is like? He is the top scorer in the imperial examination. She should be thankful that he can pass the exam. Mom, I really didn't brag this time. How about we make a bet? No gambling. Humph, you little bastard, don't try to trick your mother. I don't do gambling. When Mother Chen heard about the bet, she immediately became cautious. Oh, Mom. Why are we betting money? I was just wondering if your son, really got the top score in a single subject in this exam. Can I ask you for a favor? What's up? Ahem. I want to go out for a trip during the National Day holiday. Oh, with Luo Tianxiang. In order to dispel his mother's suspicion, Shen Su deliberately brought Luo Tianxiang along. Travel? Where to? Island. Island? No. It's too far. Mother Chen refused immediately. Mom. Don't worry, I've been going out a lot lately. Actually, I've been singing outside and making a lot of money. The money issue has been almost resolved, and I will never ask for a penny from our family again. Hey, you brat. You didn't even tell me about this big thing. Mother Chen said angrily. She felt that her son was becoming more and more disobedient, and was slowly evolving into a rebellious son. Oh, Mom, I'm just worried that you won't agree. Mom, please. No. Aunt Chen said calmly, is the money a problem? I'm just worried that you'll get into danger. Mom. I'm going to be an adult soon. Isn't that right? If you really want to go, let's talk about it during the holidays and ask your dad to take you with him. Mom, I just want to go out and gain some experience by myself. What's the point of taking Lao Chen with me? At this time, Lao Chen also came out of the bedroom. This time, I agree with what my son said. Xiaoxiu has grown up, and it's a good thing for him to go out and gain some experience. It can also improve his ability to be independent, which is great. What's so good about that? He's still in school. How old is he? You come here and meddle in other people's affairs. Mother Chen folded her hands and sat on the sofa angrily, using actions to express attitudes, as if to say, this matter is not negotiable. I don't agree. Shen Su had no choice but to wink at Old Chen. Old Chen understood, leaned forward and whispered. Xiaofang, didn't our son make a bet with you that he would decide whether to go on a trip only if he gets the top score in a single subject? Since you don't want him to go, why don't you make a bet with him? Anyway, you know our son's level, why don't you do him a favor and let him go? If he doesn't get the top score in a single subject, there's nothing to say, right? When Aunt Shen heard this, she was confused. Doing this not only allows me to achieve my goal, but also prevents any estrangement between myself and my son. What a great thing! Well, since even your dad says so, I'll consider it. But you have to do as you said and get the top score in a single subject, otherwise there's no point in discussing this. Okay. Thanks, Mom. Shen Su said excitedly. Secretly gave Lao Chen a thumbs up. Hey, Xiaoxiu, this is the best I can do to help you with this matter. The rest is up to you. Don't worry, Lao Chen, I know what's going on. Seeing his son's confident look, old Chen asked doubtfully, are you sure? Did you cheat? Xiaoxiu, I tell you, even if you want to go on a trip, you can't use this method. Dad. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Although I really want to go to the island, I won't do such a thing just for this. That's good. After hearing the answer, Lao Chen nodded in relief. Chapter 33, Junior High School Girl, Zhou Yingying. P.S. Many viewers have said that they don't like the character of Xia Oxuimiai. Let me explain here. Actually, Xia Oxuimiai's role before Chapter 68 is very small, and it is almost all mentioned in passing. Chapter 68 is a turning point. Xia Oxuimiai's own emotional line begins to develop. She will only regard the male protagonist as a brother in the future. This novel is a sweet love story. There will be no toxic points. The holiday came after the midterm exam. Shen Su was not idle during these 2 days of vacation. He would come to the pedestrian street to sing every night, and his fame had spread throughout the entire street. So handsome. Yingying, is this the handsome guy who sings so well you mentioned last time? He's handsome, right? The girl called Yingying said with a smile, I'm his fan now, Xiaomei, do you want to join the fan club like me? Yes, yes. Hearing this, Xiaomei said excitedly, but Yingying, what's the name of your idol? Well. Yingying shook her head awkwardly, I don't know. We only know that he only comes here to sing on Saturdays and Sundays, and we don't know anything else. Oh. That's such a pity. Xiaomei was a little sad. After all, as a fan, if you don't even know the name of your idol, can you still be called a fan? Hey, Yingying, do you think the idol is a student of a certain school in Jianping? Xiaomei asked suddenly. Ah? Why do you say that? Because you said that idols only sing on weekends, which means he is most likely a student. Because he doesn't have classes on weekends. Well, now that you put it that way, I think it makes sense. Just wait. As she spoke, Yingying took out her cell phone from her pocket, a Nokia 6108. This type of cell phone already had the handwriting input function, which was relatively new at the time and naturally not cheap. Most of the sisters in the group are students. I posted photos of my idols in the QQ group and asked if any sisters knew them. This is more efficient. There's also a fan club? Xiaomei exclaimed. Of course, the idol has a lot of fans. This is just group 3. There are also group 1 and group 2. Xiaomei, I will add you to the group later. Okay, thank you Yingying. You're welcome. At this time, the singing started again. You once told me that you would always love me. Don't cry, girl. We are still together. The melodious melody keeps coming. The song Shen Su sang tonight was Luo Daio's Love Song 1980, which was a very classic old song released in 1988. Thanks to his angelic voice, Shen Su sang the song with the most authentic sense of the times as soon as he opened his mouth. Even though most of the people present were not from that era, they could still feel the unique memories of that era from the singing. This is probably the charm of the song. You sing beautifully. That's it. Yingying said this proudly, and then listened quietly to the end of the song. When the song was over, she ran over with a happy face and put 5 big red bills down for Shen Su. $500? See the 5 eye-catching red ones in the box. Shen Su couldn't help but look up at her. After all, 500 yuan in the 2000s was worth a lot of money. Besides, the girl in front of him was fair-skinned and looked innocent, so it was hard not to attract attention. Little sister, do you really want to give me 500 yuan? Shen Su asked. Yeah. Ying nodded. Do your family members know? After all, this is not a small amount of money. Chen Su was a little worried. After all, if his parents didn't know, it would be troublesome to explain when they came to ask for it, so he asked one more question. Is my idol worried that I will spend money recklessly? Wow! Love it! When Ying was asked this question, she became more and more excited. Who would have the heart to reject such a warm-hearted handsome guy? Don't worry, this is just my own pocket money. I just like listening to you sing. Is that so? Wow! She had so much pocket money in the early 2000s. Damn, she turned out to be a wealthy woman. Chen Su thought so in his heart. But he still had some doubts in his heart, but after he saw the mobile phone in the girl's hand, his concerns were dispelled. This is a real rich woman. That's good. Since you paid, I have to help. Tell me your favorite song and I will sing it for you. Chen Su said with a smile. Real? Ying was surprised. After all, she just wanted to give her idol some financial support without any other ideas, and she didn't want any return. Chen Su nodded. After all, the customer is king. Well, then let's go with Jay Chou's Love Before the BC. This is my favorite song. Can I? No problem. Chen Su smiled, recited the melody in his mind, then gently strummed the strings and hummed the lyrics. The king of ancient Babylon issued a decree. Code of Hammurabi. Carved in black basalt. It has been more than 3,700 years since now. Familiar melody, familiar singing style. Even Chen Su did not expect that this super musician could not only play various instruments and sing, but could also imitate other people's singing styles and retain the original flavor. As we all know, the soul of Jay Chou's songs lies in his unique unclear pronunciation. Ying beside him was already fascinated by what was being said. The idol is really great. He even knows Jay Chou's unique singing style. He is almost on par with Jay Chou. After the song, Ying clapped vigorously. It sounds great. In such a scene, even the shameless Prince Chen felt a little embarrassed. Thank you. Can I ask you something? Ask. Chen Su nodded. What's your name? My last name is Chen, and my given name is Su. Chen Su smiled, looking like a warm-hearted man. Chen Su. Ying muttered silently. What a nice name. She is indeed an idol. Well, today's concert is almost over. If there's nothing else, I'll close the stall. Thank you for your support. I'm about to leave. Ying said reluctantly, can I ask you for one more favor? Chen Su acquiesced. Can you give me your contact information? Ying was a little embarrassed, and her little face turned red in an instant. She almost made a great decision when she said this. What's the matter with that? Chen Su did not refuse. He felt that the pretty girl in front of him simply liked the songs he sang. There was nothing else to it. It was okay to add her contact information. The two added each other on QQ and then said goodbye. The night is long and the stars are shining. Chen Su leaned on the railing, looking at the ripples on the calm surface of Longtan. The white light refracted by the moonlight looked like crystal salt grains sprinkled all over the water surface, which was extremely beautiful. How beautiful! Chen Su sighed, looking at the full moon hanging in the sky and thinking of his past. At this time before, he should still be with his wife and children, right? Although the people from the past are still here. But everyone will miss the past, and no one can truly forget the past and be reborn. Although you can meet your predecessors again, a sense of loneliness in your heart is inevitable. He subconsciously opened his phone and looked at the person named Qingqiu in the address book and was stunned for a moment. Do you want to make a phone call? Forget it. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Su still didn't make the call. It was good to maintain the status quo. Acting too hastily would be counterproductive. At least he could still see the person he loved every day, which was enough. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came. I'm hungry. Chen Su paused and touched his belly. Let's go buy something to eat. Chen Su bought a bottle of water and some bread, put his guitar equipment on the side of the road, and squatted down to eat the bread. I never expected it. Chen Su, was once a celebrity on the Forbes rich list. I have seen everything. But I never thought that one day I would have to eat bread on the street just to make money. Chen Su smiled bitterly, which was more of a self-mockery. But he was not pessimistic because of this. He had actually already lost sight of his reputation in his previous life. When a person's capital has reached the top, when a person's reputation has reached the peak, and when a person has a happy and complete family, in fact, the first two items are no longer important in his life. What do you guys want to do? I advise you not to do anything rash. Otherwise, I will call the police. Call the police? Go ahead. I want to see who's faster, the police or you guys. He. Little sister, I advise you two to behave yourself, otherwise. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Shen Qingqiu stopped chewing and asked, "What's going on?" "Hello, host. The system has detected that a case of multiple people harassing women is happening in a parking lot 100 meters away from you. Do you want to take action? Task reward? I mourn. Another random reward. He is simply not a human being. You want me to take action? Are you kidding me?" Shen Qingqiu was stunned on the spot. Although he was young and strong, he couldn't be so awesome that he could defeat a group of people by himself, right? System, it's not that I don't want to save him, but I can't go up and die, right? Shen Qingqiu asked. Host, please rest assured that this mission will provide a 3-minute 10 years of mastery experience card. Yes, no, accept the task? Oh my god. There really is a cheat. Accept. The 10-year Master Skill Experience card is effective. I feel full of strength. Instantly, Shen Qingqiu's body suddenly became hot, such pure power, and he felt that there was an endless power in his heart that was about to burst out. Bu. Then, an inexplicable gas gushed out from Shen Qingqiu's butt. What the hell? I forgot to mention. This experience card has side effects. What? Forget it, I'll settle the score with you later. Shen Qingqiu looked hopeless. But now the situation was urgent, he didn't care about anything else and rushed over to save people. What on earth do you want to do? Ying stood in front and shouted bravely, while Xiaomei behind her grabbed her arm tightly and almost cried. Nothing, I just want to make friends, little sister, there's no one here anyway, I'll show you two something good. Don't come over here. Don't be afraid, We just want to make friends. Just when a few people were about to get close and do something bad, a roar from behind broke the original atmosphere. You're a bunch of perverts. Let go of those two girls. When a few gangsters heard the voice, they turned around and looked at Shen Qingqiu with disdain. What a fucking letdown. Who the hell are you? I advise you to mind your own business. I'm your father. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Qingqiu seized the opportunity, and with quick eyes and hands, he aimed at one of the men and threw a hook punch in the face, knocking him down in pain. What's going on? Fuck. Bro. This guy is so fierce. Even Ying and Xiaomei were stunned. The person who saved them was their idol. What's so fierce about it? Damn it. Beat him to death. When one of his brothers was knocked down, the leading man was obviously a little angry. He used all his strength to throw a hook punch, aiming it at Shen Qingqiu's head. It can be seen that this man is obviously a martial artist. This punch is very powerful. If you are really hit, it will probably be very uncomfortable. A mere trifle. Shen Qingqiu snorted coldly, and in a flash, he just swayed his body and passed by the fist. At the same time, Shen Qingqiu raised his arm, replaced his fist with his palm, and slashed at the man's shoulder. Ah! The leading man cried out in pain. Just now, his shoulder made a loud crack sound, instantly paralyzing the nerves and causing his entire arm to become disconnected and unable to move. Under the tremendous pain, he finally couldn't bear it and fell down with a bang. Wow! The air was deathly silent. At this moment, two unconscious hooligans were lying on the cold ground. Shen Qingqiu raised his head, raised his eyebrows and looked at the last person on the field, and asked, "Still fighting?" "No. I won't fight anymore, I won't fight anymore." He waved his hands hastily. Sweat soaked his shirt, his face turned pale, and he ran to the side. Wait. Big brother, is there anything else? Take them with you. P.S. Whoa. Sorry, I accidentally updated 10,000 words a day today. I originally promised everyone that I would only update 8,000 words a day. Whoa. Chapter 34, Empty Reputation. Not worth mentioning. It's finally over. After the fight, the time for the 10 years of Kung Fu experience card was almost used up, and Shen Qingqiu just felt weak all over. This was probably the side effect of the experience card. So fucking weak, like fucking Ultraman. Complete the mission and get a wish-fulfilling card as reward. A wish-come-true card? Isn't that right, hee 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 hee? Shen Qingqiu suddenly thought of some bad scenes. Ding! The host has been detected to have bad thoughts. System reminder, this experience card does not support any negative behavior in the dormitory, otherwise it will be invalid. No, I just want my wife to like me. Is this considered negative behavior? Host, please do not try to take advantage of this loophole. According to Chinese law, do not violate women's will. My goodness, you know all this? But, this isn't a violation of my will. She is my wife. Shen Qingqiu argued. Of course, it is not against her in the previous life, but this is Shen Qingqiu in 2003, a completely new person. You have no right to make her like you. Oh, I see. That is to say, Qingqiu of this era has her own unique personality, and it cannot be enforced, right? You can understand it this way. Then, can you send me back to where I came from? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? No. Why is it not allowed again? I haven't violated any laws or regulations, right? Shen Qingqiu was puzzled. In 2003, this did not violate any known laws, but in the future, relevant spacetime laws have already been formulated, and spacetime cannot be transferred from the front to the back. Holy crap! Is this even possible? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, according to the wheel of history, Qingqiu will be my wife sooner or later. There is no need for me to rush. Shen Qingqiu sighed, and gave up completely. It turned out that he had to take it one step at a time. Idle? At this moment, a voice broke the silence. Shen Qingqiu's heart trembled violently. Shit! I forgot, there's someone next to me. Could she have heard it? Please rest assured, host, when you were talking to me, I had already stopped time and space. She could not hear anything and could not find any flaws. Shen Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. This system is quite reliable at critical moments. It's you too. Shen Qingqiu turned around and saw two familiar faces, and was a little surprised. Well, thank you, Idol, for saving us. Yes, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. Xiaomei sobbed. It can be seen that she was really scared. In fact, Yingying's situation was not much better, but Xiaomei was more timid after all, so she had to stand up. Oh, it's all a small matter. And Shen Qingqiu scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, stop calling me Idol. It's embarrassing. Just call me Shen Qingqiu. Okay. Brother Shen Qingqiu, have you eaten yet? How about I treat you to a meal before you leave? I've eaten. Shen Qingqiu was about to refuse when his stomach growled. Damn. He was so disappointed at this time. The two girls smiled at each other. Brother Shen Qingqiu, please go out to eat with us. This way we will be safer. So, can you two really be sure that I am a good person? Although I look young, I am actually in my 30s at heart. Let's just forget it. Brother Shen Qingqiu, don't you think he dislikes us two little girls? If that's the case, forget it. We won't make things difficult for Brother Shen Qingqiu. Damn, this little girl is so sinister. This puts me in a difficult position. But I seem to have seen this cliché somewhere before? Did my wife say that? Oh, it can't be me, right? Well, then okay. Thank you both for the treat. Shen Qingqiu looked at the time. It wasn't too late, and he didn't have classes tomorrow, so he wasn't in a hurry. Yongchuan Hotel is a very famous hotel in Jianping County. It is large in size and luxuriously decorated. Its business model has been high-end from the beginning, and it is one of the earliest companies to start a business in Jianping. I'm not really hungry right now, so I'll just eat something. This place is too expensive, how about going to another place? Yes, Yingying, this store is very expensive. Yingying smiled and said, it's okay. I often come to this restaurant to eat. I'm used to it. After saying that, she stepped into the restaurant. She looked very familiar with the place and it was not difficult to tell that she was a regular customer of this restaurant. Wipe, often go in and out of luxury hotels. This little girl is something. It's Miss Show. What would you like to eat this time? As soon as she arrived at the counter, the girl at the front desk greeted her with a smile. It was obvious that she knew her. Let's keep it the same as before. By the way, Brother Qingqiu, do you have any dietary restrictions? Ying asked again. No, I can do anything. Well, Ying nodded, then let's just have a table as usual. Okay, Miss Shou, please wait a moment. Sit at the dining table. Qingqiu decided to open the topic and asked with a smile, I don't know what your names are yet. Oh, my name is Zhou Ying, Brother Qingqiu can just call me Ying, and this is my good sister Han Mei. Zhou Ying introduced, supporting her chin with both hands, looking at Qingqiu in front of her infatuatedly. Zhou Ying, Han Mei, these are good names, both sound nice. Qingqiu joked. Brother Qingqiu's name is also very nice. Zhou Ying said shyly. By the way, Brother Qingqiu, are you still in school? It seems that we can only see you singing on the pedestrian street on weekends. Han Mei asked curiously. Yes, I'm a student at Genoa No. 1 Middle School and I'm now in my second year of high school. Qingqiu replied. So she's from Genoa No. 1 Middle School and a sophomore in high school. Doesn't that mean she'll be an adult soon? Ying was secretly delighted in her heart, with an indelible smile on her lips. After all, there are some things that are much easier for adults to do, while minors are always in the way. I'm talking about falling in love. By the way, what about you? Are you students too? Yes, we are both from Jianpei No. 2 Middle School. We are in the first year of high school this year. We are junior sisters. First year of high school? I can't tell. Qingqiu glanced at Zhou Ying. She was fair and tender, and looked pure and cute, a typical little loli. TSK. I really can't tell, this little girl is already in the first year of high school. If she hadn't told me, I would have thought she was still in junior high school. As they were talking, the dishes were served one by one. Miss Shou, this is the dish you ordered. Enjoy your meal. Several waiters put the dishes on the round seats one after another, then left with a smile. I have to say, the service attitude is really good. And the figure is also good. This is too much. Qingqiu was stunned when he saw the dazzling array of dishes in front of him. I was just having dinner, and you're going to fill me to death. Eat, Brother Qingqiu, don't be polite. You are our savior tonight. Seeing that Qingqiu was slow to pick up his chopsticks, Zhou Ying thought he was shy, so she urged him with a smile. Okay. Qingqiu quickly agreed. Speaking of which, I went to save the beauty before I finished eating the bread. To be honest, I was a little hungry at this moment, so I started eating. Hey, Brother Qingqiu, I have a question. Why didn't you call the police just now? Wouldn't it be dangerous to let perverts like them go unpunished? You think I want? I am so exhausted after the fight, aren't I? What if they find out that I am exhausted and beat me up? I was just worried that if they were pushed too far, they might threaten your safety. That's why I let them go. Oh. Brother Qingqiu is really thoughtful. Zhou Ying said guiltily, Brother Qingqiu is such a good man. He still cares about the safety of others even in such a dangerous time. My heart instantly felt warm. Don't worry, they can't escape. I just took their photos. I believe the police will catch them soon. Qingqiu said that after all, the public security organs at that time were already very powerful, and with the photos, they could catch them without much effort. Well, Brother Qingqiu, eat more, you're welcome. Zhou Ying quickly picked up a few dishes for Qingqiu. Okay, thanks. However, I didn't expect Brother Qingqiu to be so good at fighting. He beat so many people by himself, it was really cool. I thought what was shown in TV dramas was fake. Han Mei said admiringly. Han Mei is a girl with great potential. What nonsense are you talking about? Qingqiu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm not that good. I practiced a little when I was a kid, and I only won the Jianpei County Primary and Secondary School Taekwondo Gold Medal, a provincial honorary title in Taekwondo, and an honorary certificate from the Youth Taekwondo Exchange Association. It's all just empty reputation, not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning that I still remember it so clearly. She is truly an idol. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying stared at him even more passionately. Who can resist a handsome and good fighter? And what about this man who sings so beautifully? After dinner, it was already late. Qingqiu stood up and said, Thank you too for your hospitality today. It's getting late now. I have to go back first. I'm about to go back. Zhou Ying looked a little disappointed. Then I'll go first. See you again if we're lucky. Wait. Zhou Ying suddenly called Chen Su. It shouldn't be easy to get a taxi at this time. How about I call a special car to take you there? No need. I've already troubled you today. I can go back by myself. Bye. Zhou Ying looked at Chen Su's back and said silently, see you later. Okay. Xiaomei behind her suddenly patted her good sister on the shoulder and said with a smile, we all know that brother Chen Su is studying at Genoa No. 1 Middle School. We will definitely see him again in the future. Don't be sad. Who is sad? Hey, you're still pretending. You've been distracted since the moment he entered the hotel. Is it that obvious? What do you think? Xiaomei tapped her nose. A blush flashed across Zhou Ying's face. Chapter 35 Theology, Double Top Scorer. The holiday after the exam is over, and the top students often don't feel anything, but you have to believe that the poor students pray to gods all night long. You must do well in the exam. You must do well in the exam. Luo Tianxiang kept muttering. Chen Su was getting impatient. Enough, my ears are getting calloused from listening to you. Lao Luo, haven't you already checked the answers? What are you afraid of? Brother Chen, I'm nervous. Chen Su had nothing to say. Thump thump thump. Quiet. There were several crisp knocks on the door. The originally noisy class suddenly became silent, as if nothing had happened just now. The person who spoke was Wang Wen, the head teacher of Class 3, Grade 2, and an outstanding moral educator in the grade. Even at the age of almost retiring, his eyes were still sparkling. He walked up to the podium expressionlessly, glanced at the whole class, and said slowly, don't talk during the next class meeting. Do your review work well. You will soon become a senior high school student. I hope you can be responsible for yourselves. Speak in a calm and humble tone. There is not a hint of blame. Lao Wang is well known for his good temper. He never hits or scolds students. He has a very good reputation among students, and it is almost impossible to find a word that scolds him. The way he handled things made those students who were usually more naughty in the class lower their heads in shame and say nothing, and they were truly convinced. Okay, I don't want to say more. The midterm exam results are out. Several students have done well. I hope they can keep up the good work. Don't be too proud. Of course, students who didn't do well shouldn't be discouraged. Keep working hard next time. In addition, I want to praise a classmate. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of discussion. Who is it? Need I say more? It's either Wang Jibei or Shen Xiaohua. That's right. After all, they are both top students in their grade all year round. Student Chen Su did very well in the exam this time. He got the top score in both mathematics and English. Everyone should take him as a role model in the future. Wang Wen announced. What? Chen Su? Won the top prize? And he is the top scorer in 2 subjects? At this moment, all eyes were focused on Chen Su, and Chen Su felt the pressure instantly. Oh my god. Brother Chen. Top scorer in 2 subjects? You didn't cheat, did you? Luo Tianxiang was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Oh, I'm gonna cheat? Again. Have you ever seen the sun at 5:30 in giant pain? Jokes aside, Luo Tianxiang still believed that Chen Su would never cheat given his character. Unless, theology. Thinking of this, he started mumbling again. God bless you. God bless you. In addition to Chen Su, I would also like to praise Luo Tianxiang. He also performed well in this exam and scored 503 points. Let's give him a round of applause. After he finished speaking, there was applause from the audience. Wow, Lao Luo, you got 503 points this time? I guess you don't need to be scolded by Auntie. Keep it up. When he heard that the score was only 503, Luo Tianxiang stopped muttering instantly. He was neither excited nor sad, but a trace of regret could be seen on his face. What's wrong? Lao Luo, are you unhappy? Chen Su asked. He had already vaguely sensed that his good brother was not in a good mood. Oh, stop talking. I made a bet with my mom that she would buy me a bicycle if I could pass the 2nd-tier college entrance examination. I thought I could do it this time, but I didn't expect it to be a little short. So that's why. It's okay. Lao Luo, I've saved enough money for this National Day holiday. A bicycle is nothing. I'll take you out to see the sea. Is this true? But aren't you going to go out with school beauty Shen? It's okay, she won't mind. Thank you, Qingqiu. Luo Tianxian was so excited that he almost cried. After class, Wang Wen also met with Qingqiu alone. Qingqiu, you did well in the exam this time. You must keep up the good work next time and never take it lightly. I know the teacher. I knew you had potential, but it's a pity that you just can't concentrate on studying. Otherwise, you could pick any university in the province, not to mention Tsinghua or Peking University. Go back and keep working hard. Teacher believes you can do it. Well, thank you, teacher. Qingqiu nodded. Lao Wang had a good relationship with him and they were in frequent contact even in their previous lives. However, what he regretted most was that he was unable to see him off for the last time. At that time, he did not have the full head of black hair he has today, nor was he as energetic as he is now. After leaving the office, some gossips could be heard around, and most of the eyes were focused on Qingqiu. Even if those people tried their best to pretend, they could not escape Qingqiu's sharp eyes. These people are really weird. Why are they staring at me? Have I become more handsome again? What does Lao Wang want to see you for? Luo Tian asked impatiently as soon as he returned to his seat and sat down. What else could it be? It's just telling me not to be proud and to study hard. Qingqiu shrugged. These were the teacher's usual phrases. Great. You kid. I didn't realize you're such a potential stock. Luo Tianxiang said enviously. Qingqiu glanced at him and said, your attitude changed too quickly. You were so desperate just now, but how come you became full of energy in the blink of an eye? Well, actually I've come to terms with it. It's just a bicycle, right? If I don't want it, I can still go on an island trip with you, Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiang smiled. So you are happy about the freeloader, right? Qingqiu suddenly had the urge to regret it. Qingqiu, congratulations, you really impressed me this time. She didn't know what was wrong with her recently. Whenever she heard Qingqiu's words, she would think too much and couldn't control herself. Hey, that's enough. How can you be so ungrateful after getting such an advantage? I seriously suspect that you have a tendency to act cool, and I have evidence. Su Mengyao next to her couldn't bear it anymore. All right. Today is a good day, let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria, it's my treat today. Qingqiu said very arrogantly. Yeah. Chapter 36 School Meeting, Lao Wang takes responsibility. The cafeteria was very lively today. Almost all of Qingqiu's good friends gathered together for a meal. Of course, Lu Ruoxue was also invited to this short celebration. According to Qingqiu, if you feel happy, you should also let your good brothers feel happy. Come on. Everyone. I'm in a good mood today, everyone, eat as much as you want, don't be polite. I'll pay for today's canteen consumption. Brother Chen is generous. Brother Chen is awesome. Brother Chen is awesome. Hearing what Qingqiu said, everyone became excited. Eating is not a big deal, but everyone likes to join in the fun. Today I, Luo Tianxiang, will be generous and serve 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. I will make Xiao Chen poor. Come on, Qingqiu has plenty of money. How can someone like you want to eat a poor man like Qingqiu? Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. Stop. Qingqiu hurriedly stopped them. Today is a good day, give me some face and don't quarrel. Let's eat and drink. Snort. It seemed that the two of them had no intention of continuing the argument. Qingqiu shook his head helplessly. I really don't know why this pair of happy enemies can still be together and so loving. Isn't it just that I did a little better on the test? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? And even have a dinner party? I am dying of laughter. That's right. I also heard that the kid in class 3 didn't do well in his studies normally, but his grades suddenly improved during this midterm exam. Don't you think that's strange? Is it cheating? It's obvious. I got first place by cheating. I don't know what there is to celebrate. And I also heard that the school leaders had already known about his cheating, but do you know why he wasn't criticized for cheating? Why? It was their class teacher Wang Wen who protected him and said that his students would never cheat. After all, his qualifications were there, and the school leaders couldn't do anything about him. Hey, isn't this obviously a cover-up? And he's a teacher, ugh. Does he deserve it? That's enough. Listening to the rumors around me. The students in Class 2-3 of senior high school could no longer hold back, and the originally lively atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Luo Tianxiang decisively slammed the table and stood up. Old Wang will never cover up for me. Chen Su will never cheat. If you guys dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouths apart. That's right. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Su Mengyao also stood up. Her thin body looked particularly powerful standing in front. Now that I think about it, this pair of bickering enemies really do look like one another. No wonder they were able to get together in the future. Ha, who are you trying to scare? Who in the school doesn't know about the little thing that happened to Class 3? Say it again if you dare. Luo Tianxiang was also angry. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. Lao Luo, don't be impulsive. Chen Su held him back and shook his head to dissuade him. He was about to enter his third year of high school, and he didn't want Luo Tianxiang to have a stain on his file because of his impulsive behavior during his last few days. Seeing Chen Su holding Luo Tianxiang, the group of people nearby became even more angry and challenged him. Hey, you still want to fight? Come on, I don't believe that we can't beat you. Exactly. Do you really think you are Li Xiaolong? Crash. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chairs being pulled away was heard. Behind Luo Tianxiang, all the students who attended the dinner stood up. The meaning is obvious. If you dare to touch him, we will touch you. What are you going to do? The man was obviously a little scared. I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law. If you dare to do anything, you'll end up in jail. Oh? Just now you guys took the initiative to ask him to come over, and you also wanted to beat him up. I think you won't get any advantage if we really fight, right? We call this self-defense. Su Mengyao said lightly. You shouldn't confuse the concepts. We won't surrender. The man summoned up his courage and said. My feet couldn't stop shaking. Haha, how many of you? Su Mengyao sneered and glanced behind him. Hearing Su Mengyao's words, the man immediately asked, what do you mean by that? Look behind you. Su Mengyao pursed her lips. The man turned around and found that the two people who had just been eating and chatting with him had disappeared and ran away in shame. Damn it! Traitor! He froze in place for a moment. Then he ran out at lightning speed. Still want to run? Seeing that he still wanted to escape, Luo Tianxiang immediately chased after him. Alright, Lao Luo. Stop chasing me. We are innocent and we don't hide our mistakes. But if someone dares to put a false accusation on me, I won't tolerate it. But Brother Chen, that grandson just now. Okay, Shen Su patted his shoulder, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. After that, Shen Su thanked everyone present, thank you all for your trust in me. I, Shen Su, am very happy to have friends like you. Oh. It doesn't matter how big the matter is. We are still brothers. That's right, Brother Chen. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Those who are innocent will be innocent. Don't bother with them, they are just a bunch of idiots. Okay, it's all over, let's continue eating. Ignore them. Are you okay? After dinner, Shen Qingqiu and Chen Su strolled around the campus together. It's okay, I just feel really sorry for Lao Wang. Chen Su sighed. From the statements of that group of people just now, he knew that the reason why this incident was settled was because Lao Wang secretly took it on for him. He felt a little guilty for a moment. He is just like that. He likes to bear everything by himself and doesn't like to talk about it. But this can't be blamed on you, right? It's not your fault that you scored high. You really don't blame me? It is hard to believe that he suddenly became the top student in 2 subjects from an ordinary student with mediocre grades. This time it was because I was not rigorous enough and made a bet with my mom to go to the island, which led to Lao Wang being wronged. I didn't expect that such a respected teacher like him would be criticized by his classmates. Qingqiu, thank you for comforting me. Don't worry, I will solve this matter in my own way. I trust you. After all, Zhenhua No. 1 Middle School is an old middle school and attaches great importance to the results of the midterm examination. As soon as the results of the midterm examination came out, the school called a meeting in the Guangrong lecture hall that afternoon. Students, the midterm exam results have come out. Most of you did very well in this exam. I hope you will keep up the good work. For those who didn't get the results you wanted, don't be discouraged. There is still a long time before the final exam. I hope you can study hard during this time and get excellent results. It's still the same old cliché. School meetings are always so boring. Every time he spoke, he just talked nonsense that could be recited by heart. Even a few naughty students could predict what he would say next and recite it along. Oh, it's just an award ceremony, is there any need to make so much fuss? Just announce the names quickly, let Brother Chen go up to receive the award and adjourn the meeting. Luo Tianxiang muttered. I agree with your idea this time. Yeah. Su Mengyao and Luo Tianxiang rarely reach an agreement. That's not the case. Wang Jibei pushed up his glasses and said, the school leaders did this to encourage students to keep working hard. Now let's read out the winners. Finally, the list of winners was announced. Luo Tianxiang nudged Chen Su next to him and said with a smile, Hey, Brother Chen, you're going to go up and receive the award soon. Are you happy? What's the matter? This time, the top student in the liberal arts class is Shen Qingqiu, who scored 685 points. Let's give him a round of applause. Shen Qingqiu walked up to the podium, calm and composed. As soon as she came on stage, there was a round of applause from the audience, especially the male compatriots, whose hands were almost broken from clapping with excitement. Goddess Qingqiu is so beautiful. And she is so outstanding. She is always there to receive awards. Goddess Qingqiu, let me be your dog. At this time, a spirited young man with a betel nut painted on his head said, I have to make a few remarks at this moment. I raise the banner for Qingqiu. See who dares to be her enemy. There are enemies everywhere. I am his husband. It is also her flag. Fuck, which bastard is bragging in public again? Draw your sword, Goddess Qingqiu is mine. No one can compete with me for the Goddess Qingqiu today. Chapter 37I, Shen Su. No cheating. My wife's popularity is still as high as ever. Shen Su couldn't help but sigh. Some people are born to be the protagonist, such as Shen Qingqiu. She is not just the kind of person who shines only on campus. In her previous life, several film and television giants have come to her for cooperation, and she has also shot several movies, and every show was packed. But after she had her little girl, she stopped taking on acting jobs and became a full-time housewife. The next winner is Wang Jibei, who scored 680 points. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, 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 applause broke out again from the audience. Although equally enthusiastic, Wang Jibei's applause was slightly inferior to Shen Qingqiu's popularity. Wang Jibei, you have to keep working hard. As soon as he returned to his seat and sat down, Lu Ruoxue encouraged him, which made Wang Jibei feel itchy. Yes, I will. Then the Excellence Award, Progress Award and Encouragement Award were presented one after another, all celebrated with warm applause. The next award will be for the top student in a single subject. Brother Chen, it's finally your turn. Don't worry, I will definitely take the most handsome photo of you. Luo Tianxiang took out a mobile phone from somewhere, set up the fulcrum, adjusted the angle and spoke to Chen Su. Looking at his excited expression, if you didn't know him, you would think he had won the prize. Okay, you have to look handsome when the time comes. No problem. Luo Tianxiang said confidently. The winner of the Chinese language and politics subjects is Shen Qingqiu from Class 2-3 of senior high school. The winner of the history and geography subjects is Wang Jibei from Class 2-3 of senior high school. The winners of mathematics and English are Wang Xian from Class 6 of senior 2 and Zhang Junkai from Class 4 of senior 2 respectively. Let's welcome them with applause. Please invite these students to come up to the stage to receive their awards. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in Class 3 of Grade 2 all looked at Chen Su, who was sitting in the last row, in disbelief, because in the morning Lao Wang had announced the good news that Chen Su had won the top honors in 2 subjects. How come his name was not on the list of winners? What's going on? Why didn't I hear Chen Su's name? Did you hear it? No, could it be that the teacher read it wrong? Chen, Brother Chen, maybe the teacher read it wrong. Wait, I'll go find Lao Wang and report it. No need to go. Chen Su grabbed Luo Tianxiang and said, that's it. He doesn't want to cause any more trouble for Lao Wang. Is this reasonable of you? At this time, Wang Wen, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly stood up and said, directly, I would like to ask, my student clearly won the first place in mathematics and English, why is his name not on the list of winners? Hey, Lao Wang, don't get excited. We received reports from some classmates saying that Chen Su was suspected of cheating, so he cancelled his certificate. Evidence. Do you have evidence? Without evidence, how can you say that my student cheated? Chen Su is my student. I know his character. He would never do such a thing. Old Wang, you. We don't have any evidence, but you know Chen Su's usual grades. His math is okay, but he can hardly pass English. He suddenly got first place in the grade. Do you believe it? That's right. Of course you will protect your student, but the facts are right in front of us. You can't continue to protect him in front of so many people, right? I think he is just quibbling. I used to think he was a good teacher. Bah! At this time, gossips were heard from the students. If Luo Tianxiang saw the people who were talking, he would definitely recognize them and beat them up. They were the students who had fled in panic in the cafeteria before. Stop talking. Chen Su suddenly stood up from the student seat. Chen, brother Chen. What are you doing? Chen Su, calm down. Shen Qingqiu also dissuaded him. But at this moment, Chen Su couldn't listen at all. To put it bluntly, you just doubt my strength, don't you? I know that a stinky cabbage in the field can suddenly grow into a towering tree. I can understand that you don't believe me and question me. But I won't allow you to insult my teacher. Chen Xiuwan looked around and spoke each word in a sonorous and powerful voice. Then, facing the gazes of the entire grade, he slowly walked from the back row to the front of the podium. Director Li, as long as I prove my ability, will you believe that I didn't cheat? Director Li sighed. How are you going to prove it? Chen Su ignored him and continued to look towards the audience. What about you? Who else is questioning my cheating? Stand up. As soon as he finished speaking, several students in the front row stood up. No need to guess, they were the ones from the cafeteria before. Then, one after another, many students stood up. Some came to watch the fun, while others were truly suspicious. Most of them were top students in the grade. Okay, Director Li, doesn't our school have a foreign teacher? Please invite him over. Hire a foreign teacher? Why do you want to invite him? I want to communicate with him in English. I want to prove in front of all my classmates that I, Chen Su, did not cheat. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Communicate in English? Are you kidding me? A high school student who cheated to get into the top of the exam dared to brag that he would communicate with foreign teachers in English? It's simply, the little sparrow pecks the cow with joy, the sparrow eats the cow. Chen Su. Shen Qingqiu was a little worried. You. Director Li on the stage was stunned for a moment, but finally agreed to this request. After all, this was an idea that could help calm down this cheating storm. Okay then, I'll call him over right away. Thank you, Director. I also hope that if I can really communicate with my foreign teacher in English, all the students and teachers here who think I cheated can apologize to me. Apologize to my teacher. Chen Su said solemnly. Dozens of minutes later, the foreign teacher arrived at the scene. He graduated from a prestigious university and was a pure British. After learning the truth of the incident, he also rushed to the scene quickly. It is so quiet at this moment. It seems that the air is suffocating. The conversation between the two began. The foreign teacher asked the first question, and Chen Su responded calmly. There was no sign of tension or stiffness in his body, and he answered so naturally. Even many English teachers in the audience were stunned, from suspicion to admiration. Chen Su's proficiency in English can be said to be effortless. How could such an excellent student cheat? After a few minutes, they stopped talking. The foreign teacher said in his broken Chinese, "This student's English is very good, even better than the English teachers here, Mr. Li. I think such an excellent Chinese student has no need to cheat in English. He is fully capable of doing those questions." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Especially those students who just stood up, they were so embarrassed that they could be deducted from their 3-bedroom apartment. He actually got recognition from a foreign teacher? How is that possible? His English is obviously not good. Chen Su, how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? Shen Qingqiu was relieved at this moment. Oh. I worried for nothing. It turns out that Chen Su has been playing dumb the whole time? Hey. Luo Tianxian, didn't you grow up with Chen Su? Did he live abroad to be so good at English? Su Mengyao asked. Is there? Should, probably, possibly, right? At this moment, Luo Tianxian, who grew up naked with Chen Su, actually doubted himself for the first time. Please keep your promise. Chen Su's voice was deafening. Under pressure, many students apologized. Etc. At this time, a strange voice was heard. So what if you are good at English? Being good at English doesn't prove that you didn't cheat in math, right? The man wanted to struggle again. Ha ha. Chen Su smiled. How about asking a few math teachers to give me a set of test papers? Okay. That's it. All right. The student who just spoke to me, come to my office and let me know what happened this time. We wronged Chen Su, I apologize to you. Director Li bowed and apologized. He didn't want things to go on like this. Teacher, does Chen Su's certificate still count? At this time, Su Mengyao, who was sitting in the back row, shouted mischievously. It counts. I'll go back and print a certificate for classmate Chen Su. Meeting adjourned. Okay. There was a cheer from below. P.S. Damn it. I'm stuck in updating 10,000 posts a day and can't extricate myself. Today I'm still updating 10,000 posts a day. Please support me. Chapter 38. My son has grown up. In the office. Wang Wen left Chen Su alone. You stinky boy. Why are you always so impulsive? If you handle it improperly, you will be punished. Chen Su didn't say anything, just laughed. He knew that Lao Wang was just talking, but he actually had no intention of blaming him at all. Ha, but you're pretty good this time. You even dared to ask to communicate with the foreign teacher in English. So, when did your English become so good? Wang Wen asked as he took a sip of tea. The tea he drank was not very good. Just some ordinary tea. Lao Wang doesn't like the elegant set, he lives a simple life and doesn't pursue luxury. In his previous life, Chen Su often brought him some authentic Chinese famous tea, but he was still the same and only liked to drink ordinary tea. He always said that plain tea is better, that kind of famous tea is for rich people, he is just an ordinary person. Chen Su scratched his head and laughed. A secret, I can't tell you this. Hey, brat, you're still playing tricks on the teacher. Well, since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. As long as your grades improve, that's enough. Lao Wang didn't ask any more questions. Old Wang, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble again. I heard from others that it was you who overcame everyone in the school council to save me. Your good reputation for so long. Ha, you little brat, what are you talking about? I don't want my students to be wronged in vain. I just did what a teacher should do. They can say whatever they want. I'm already old, what reputation do I need? I can't take it into my coffin. But. Alright, what do you have to do? Class is about to start, why don't you go to class? Lao Wang suddenly scolded. Chen Su was so scared that he ran away. When he ran to the door, Chen Su stopped, turned around and smiled. Lao Wang, thank you. Seeing that Chen Su had just been showing his whole world enemy spirit, but now he turned into a playful smile after a while, Wang Wen couldn't help but shook his head. This brat. He's not a good person. Although he said this, Wang Wen still liked Chen Su from the bottom of his heart, even though his grades were not that good, just above average. But Chen Su is a steady guy who gets along well with everyone. Almost everyone who knows him thinks more highly of him and admires him. Such a person. They are often the most promising in the future. Chen Su just entered the classroom. The whole class burst into warm applause. Chen Su was also shocked when he saw the scene. You, what are you doing? Of course we welcome back the hero. Luo Tianxiang smiled and said. Brother Chen, you don't know how handsome you were just now. Not only did you confront Director Li, but you also made so many people apologize. You are simply my ideal man. Chen Su. I didn't expect your English to be so good. Su Mengyao asked in surprise, feeling a little disappointed after being surprised. Oh, there is one less person at the bottom of the English class, and the next one up will be me. Woo woo. Chen Su scratched his head. Ah, it's all luck. Luck? If you can call it luck, please give me some. That's right, Brother Chen, if you call this luck, will you let us live? Chen Su smiled awkwardly. He really couldn't find an excuse. You can't say that I'm protected by the system boss, right? Chen Su. Suddenly a sweet voice came from behind. Chen Su turned around and saw Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu said shyly, "Congratulations. You have proved yourself with your strength." It was a rare moment for campus beauty Shen to smile. She was really beautiful when she smiled, with bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin with a faint blush, thin lips as tender as rose petals, and 2 shallow dimples on her mouth when she smiled. Chen Su gradually became a little dazed. Shen Qingqiu bit his lips tightly. Why is he staring at me? Is he going to confess? If Chen Su really wants to confess, should I agree to him? Shen Qingqiu fell into deep thought for a moment. Brother Chen, why are you always staring at school beauty Shen? Luo Tianxian's sudden words immediately broke this wonderful atmosphere, and Shen Qingqiu and Chen Su both looked away tacitly. I'm going to review. Shen Qingqiu found a random excuse to leave. Is there? I'm looking at spiders. You know spiders, right? Look at the spider webs up there, how long has it been since they were cleaned? Lao Luo, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but as a sanitation committee member, you have to remember to take responsibility. Chen Su immediately diverted the conflict. When Luo Tianxiang heard this, he also looked towards the ceiling. It's quite clean. I didn't find any spider webs either. However, Chen Su is right. Recently, our class has lost a lot of points in hygiene and attendance. As the hygiene committee member, I should really take it seriously. Brother Chen, you were right. I will supervise carefully in the future, and there will definitely not be spider webs or anything like that again. Well, Lao Luo, keep going. My classmates and I trust you very much. I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. When I got home in the afternoon, Chen Su brought the good news back home. Mom! I won a prize in my final exam. I know. Hey! You little bastard, don't step on the floor I just mopped and make it dirty again. Mother Chen, who was mopping the floor, scolded. She was not that excited even after hearing the news that her son had won the award. Doesn't she know about her son? With Chen Su's academic performance, he could at most win an award for excellence in sports. If he did not do well in other subjects, he would be suspected of cheating. I was excited at first, but I got used to it after winning so many awards. What is the point of winning so many sports awards? I can't go to college. That is strange, why doesn't T-Mom react? This shouldn't be the case. According to the normal plot, shouldn't she be already excited by now, and even planning to add 2 more dishes for her dear son? Mom, why aren't you excited at all? Make way, don't block the way. Mother Chen said as she mopped the floor that Chen Su had just stepped on. It's just an award for excellence in sports. You've won it several times already. I've already worn out my excitement. Oh. I'll be happy when you can give me an award for excellence in study. Mom, what sports excellence award? I won the top prize in both English and mathematics. What? Number 1? When Shen's mother heard this, her expression was obviously stunned. She became a little unbelievable and even doubted if she had heard it wrong. You said you won the first place in the imperial examination? It's still a double subject. Mother Chen was a little skeptical. Absolutely. When Shen Su saw his mother's face full of disbelief but also a little expectation, he immediately understood what she meant. Few parents would believe their children's lies unless they could see evidence. Shen Su had no choice but to take out the 2 top scoring certificates from his school bag and hand them to his mother. This is truly the top prize. Looking at the certificate of honor in front of her, Mother Chen couldn't help but smile. In an instant, the attitude changed tenfold. Son, come and sit down. Are you hungry? Come, let me peel an apple for you first. As she spoke, Aunt Chen picked up a bright red apple and started peeling it, with a smile on her face. She couldn't stop looking at the certificate on the table. At this time, the door opened. Old Chen is back. What are you laughing at? When I walked in, I saw you 2 laughing so happily. Did you win the lottery? Hey, Lao Chen, you're back just in time. You don't know, our son has made great achievements. Mother Chen said proudly. What did he do again? Father Chen said with a smile. He followed and sat on the sofa. At this moment, Qingqiu, who was sitting next to him, frowned and became unhappy. Mom and Dad, look at what you two are saying. I am so useless. Chen's father and mother looked at each other. The atmosphere was awkward for a second before Chen's mother continued, that's right. When has our son ever been a failure? You're just talking nonsense. Mother Chen pointed at old Chen and scolded him. Old Chen was also confused. I just came back and didn't say anything. It was obviously you who said it. Alas, being a man is hard, and being a father is even harder. What happened? Old Chen had a serious expression, knowing that he had to take the blame, but he couldn't just remain unclear, so he continued to ask. Do you still remember what your son said last time? Asked Mother Chen. What is it? It's about the time he made a bet with us that he would get the top score in the imperial examination. We didn't believe it at first, but we didn't expect that he would actually do it. And he got the top score in 2 subjects. Did he really do it? And he's the top scorer in 2 subjects. Old Chen said in surprise, and then glanced at his son who was standing beside him with a proud look on his face. Ahem. Seeing this, Qingqiu quickly pulled his collar, looked at the person whistling next to him, and pretended to be calm. Of course, look at this. Mother Chen handed over the certificate. When Lao Chen saw it, hey! He really is the top scorer in both subjects. And there is also the school seal. It can't be fake. You can do it, brat. That's right. Don't you even know whose son it is? Come, Sewer, have an apple. Mother Chen said proudly. Hand over the peeled apple. Qingqiu was not polite. He took the peeled apple and took a bite. Then he put his feet up on the sofa and said, Mom, these are just small things. Don't take them too seriously. I'll get a few more awards in the future. But, you have to keep your promise to me. How can this be considered a small matter? I have to tell your aunt about this, so that she can see that I, Liang Xiufang, have raised a good son. Qingqiu was somewhat helpless. After so many years, the competition between my aunt and my mother is still not over. In Qingqiu's memory, there has always been an invisible comparison between his aunt and his mother, and the stakes are naturally himself and his poor older cousin. But my aunt has restrained herself recently. After all, she is about to go to college, and there might be a college student in the Chen family. The stakes will undoubtedly be multiplied tenfold. Xiufan, we are all family, don't take it too seriously. At this time, Lao Chen spoke. He has always believed that a family should live in harmony, and not act like they are going to war in Syria, with everything filled with gunpowder. Hearing this, Mother Chen's face darkened, and she was obviously dissatisfied. Is it my fault? When I first got married, your family was against me. It was only after I gave birth that things started to get better. Do you think it's easy for me? Mother Chen began to bring up some old issues and recount the difficulties she had faced over the years. Old Chen also understood all this. After all, Xiufan had suffered a lot with him when they first got married. She even quit her job as a civil servant for him and became a middle school teacher. So he just endured it and didn't dare to say anything back. Cough. Qingqiu realized something was wrong, gave Lao Chen a look, and quickly responded, Mom, I'm hungry. Hearing her son say he was hungry, Mother Chen gradually came out of her excitement. Okay, Mom will do it for you right away. After saying that, he glared at Lao Chen fiercely. Thank you, Mom. Qingqiu said kindly. See the smoke gradually recede. Old Chen, who was standing by, glanced at his son and a look of joy appeared on his face. It turned out that his son understood him best. Old Chen, you are really something. You know there is an invisible barrier between Mom and Aunt, but you still keep staring at them. Qingqiu said earnestly. When Lao Chen heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head and replied, Well, I will be more careful next time. Oh, that's right. Qingqiu poured a glass of water for his father and said, Sometimes women don't want face, but need a little care and encouragement. If even her husband doesn't support her, she will be very angry. But you can't just watch your family members always have conflicts, right? Old Chen asked. Qingqiu shook his head, stretched out his index finger and shook it, and said seriously, Vulgar, vulgar. After that, he poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and said, Minor quarrels between families are inevitable. But the ones between my mom and aunt are not really conflicts. They just hope that their sons can succeed and they hope to get more attention. Old Shen nodded, as if agreeing with his son's statement, and began to think about something. Seeing his father pondering, Qingqiu nodded with satisfaction, feeling a little relieved, and decided not to continue fooling him. Okay, Dad, take your time to think about it. I'm going to take a shower first. I have to eat later. Qingqiu took the last bite of the apple, made an accurate 3-point shot, and then stood up and left. Looking at his son's back, Lao Chun, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled with satisfaction. My son has grown up. Chapter 39, The Vicissitudes of Life and Lost Youth of the 1970s. Just as Qingqiu finished taking a shower, he received the good news. It's time to eat. I heard Chen Ma's clear voice. Qingqiu's nose twitched and he could smell a strong aroma of meat from a distance. I quickly ran to the dining table and sat down, drooling at the steaming food in front of me. It smells so good. Let's eat. Qingqiu didn't care about anything else and picked up the chopsticks to fill his stomach. Snap. A crisp sound was heard. He interrupted Qingqiu's outstretched chopsticks. Qingqiu was stunned, looking at Chen's mother blankly. Just as he was about to ask a question, his biological mother glared at him fiercely. You have no respect for your parents. What's going on? Why are you being so disrespectful just when eating a meal? After swallowing his saliva, Qingqiu remembered that Lao Chun had not yet arrived at the table. For a traditional well-off family, the boss started eating before he even sat down. This is undoubtedly a huge taboo. My mother's attitude now is obviously a typical example of a woman who is sulking and is too embarrassed to speak out, so she has to make fun of her own son. Qingqiu is indeed a handsome guy. He can infer such things just from these tiny details. Oh, my mom has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Qingqiu put down his chopsticks obediently, glanced at his mother without noticing anything, then cleared his throat and shouted towards the living room, Dad, it's time to eat. Coming soon. He answered very quickly. It was obviously planned for a long time. Lao Chen is not the kind of man who can lose face. He is relatively shy. Even though he was already starving and smelled the tempting aroma of the food, he still didn't dare to take a single step without Shoufeng's message. Now, after waiting for so long, he finally heard his son's cry, and he finally had a real chance. In Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, this is a typical example of a henpecked man. Cough lightly. Old Shen came to the dining table, glanced at his beloved son subconsciously, and then sat down carefully. Today's food is so delicious. Old Shen laughed and took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere, with a hint of uneasiness hard to hide at the corners of his mouth. But Chen's mother was very shrewd. She looked stern and ignored Lao Chen's sugar-coated bullets. She just ate by herself, occasionally picking up a few pieces of meat for her son and saying caring words. Son, eat more meat. You'll be entering your 3rd year of high school soon. You need to take care of your health. You can't let your body get ruined during this final sprint. Yes, eat more, we don't lack this little money. Lao Chen felt that there was an opportunity, and he took advantage of the gap in the conversation to give advice. I wipe. Dada's move of attacking with the dragon is brilliant. Qingqiu secretly cheered for Lao Chen in his heart. Mother Chen glared at him and Old Chen hurriedly turned his face away, but at least there was a breakthrough in the Cold War. Thank you, Mom, and thank you, Dad. Qingqiu felt a strong smell of gunpowder and did not dare to say anything at this time. He could only be a good son and help Old Chen. After all, he is also a person who has been through it. Understand what this means. The little things between husband and wife are like the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. They seem calm, but in fact they are fighting openly and secretly. It is said that they quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Before that, it just takes a process. The man lowered his head. Qingqiu couldn't stand this atmosphere. After a while, he finally couldn't help it. He looked at Lao Chen seriously and asked, Dad, didn't you just say you wanted to give Mom a gift? When Old Chen heard this, he was stunned. At some point, Chen's mother also stopped using her chopsticks and continued eating. Although he was confused by his son's sudden move, he was still a role model of the times who had received higher education. Old Chen quickly accepted his son's suggestion, put down his chopsticks, and said hesitantly, Yes, I'll get it right away. Old Chen stood up and winked at his son. Qingqiu had no choice but to turn his head away. I only helped with the moves, but I didn't promise to do the work. Old Chen had no choice but to walk into the bedroom. Although this brat helped me out temporarily, if I really can't come up with any gifts, wouldn't it be even worse? Old Chen sighed, looking hopeless. This brat. It's like pushing your own father into the fire pit. Just then, the door opened. Old Chen was startled and looked towards the door. The person who came in was Chen Su, the instigator. What should I do? Lao Chen was also unambiguous. Be direct when you speak. Cold. Chen Su laughed. He walked behind Lao Chen and rummaged through the drawers. What are you looking for? Old Chen looked confused. Looking for a diamond ring. Don't you still have a diamond ring that you haven't given away for more than 10 years? Is it still hidden? This little old man. I didn't expect it to be so romantic. Chen Su answered nonchalantly while rummaging through boxes and cabinets. You know all this? Old Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. He had never told anyone about this matter and he didn't understand how his son knew about it. He was a little surprised. Chen Su raised a smile and said calmly, I found it when I was a kid. I found it hidden in that place several times, so I guess that my mother must not know about it. Old Chen was sweating, and found that his son was really different. Not only did he do things in an orderly manner, but he also spoke in a philosophical way. In fact, he had no idea that this was what Lao Chen talked about with him when his mother got seriously ill more than 10 years later. He said, that was my lost youth. Thinking of this, Chen Su suddenly wanted to laugh. If my dad knew that I would be like this more than 10 years later, he would probably be so embarrassed that he couldn't contain himself, right? Of course, he couldn't be stupid enough to tell Lao Chen directly, so he simply lied and tried to get away with it. Chen Su is a ruthless person. When he knew about this, it was just something that Lao Chen mentioned casually. In fact, he didn't know where the ring was hidden, but he still pretended to search for it in boxes and cabinets for most of the day. He was trying to trick Lao Chen. I want him to reveal his true colors. Old Chen at the side had a bitter face and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Do you know where it is? I know. But it was a long time ago, so I can't remember it clearly. Chen Su chuckled. Old Chen had no way to deal with his son, and he didn't know if his son was lying to him, but there was nothing he could do now. He shook his head and walked over, pushing his son away. Go away, I'll find it. Old Chen was a little unhappy. After all, anyone would be unhappy if their secret was discovered, especially when the secret concerns their lost youth. Chen Su stepped aside consciously. Because he felt that if he didn't leave now, he might get slapped in the face by Lao Chen. Old Chen squatted down cautiously, leaned over and was about to look for something, when he suddenly turned his head and looked at his son as if he remembered something. You go out first. No way, Old Chen, I'm your biological son. You can't even trust me on such a small matter? Chen Su frowned, looking unhappy. It's not that I can't trust it. You know, men all have little secrets, so. Before Old Chen finished speaking, Chen Su turned around and yelled, Mom, my dad said he has a little secretary. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Old Chen became anxious. The tiger's body trembled and he stood up, covered his son's mouth, and shouted softly, What are you yelling about? Chen Su didn't continue shouting. He pointed his mouth towards the bottom of the bed, motioning Lao Chen to continue. Old Chen slapped his forehead. A look of despair on his face. What sins did he commit in his previous life? Giving birth to such an ungrateful child. Old Chen glanced at his son, his eyes revealing resentment. But this time he said nothing and simply lay down under the bed, groping in the dark for something. Suddenly, there was a pop sound, and Lao Chen smiled happily. He took out a diamond ring from the small hole opened by the switch at the foot of the bed. Not to mention, diamonds are so hard that they haven't been damaged at all even after being hidden for decades. Chen Su stared at the diamond the size of an eye booger in Lao Chen's hand and said, Fuck you, Lao Chen, I'm not saying anything harsh about you, but how dare you take out such a tiny diamond? You know shit. Do you understand the vicissitudes of life for those born in the 1970s? Chen Zhishuan almost laughed out loud. Old Chen is serious for once. Directly incarnate the Socrates of philosophy. Okay, I don't understand. Then I would like to ask this vicissitudes of life born in the 1980s, how are you going to deliver it to Ms. Liang Shofan? This. Old Chen was speechless and scratched his head. The strong momentum just now instantly wilted. How about you help me deliver it? No, I'm still a young man and I don't understand the vicissitudes of you people born in the 1970s. Shen Su folded his hands, looking proud. Old Shen couldn't argue with his son, so he gritted his teeth and said, $50. Dad, who do you think I am? We are father and son after all, how could I do this to you? Shen Su's face was filled with indignation. Old Shen looked at his son, a dramatic actor, and sighed to himself, 100. Dad, I told you, I'm not interested in money. Hey, don't come over here. I'll help, isn't it okay for me to help? Seeing Lao Chen turning around to leave, Shen Su hurriedly stopped him. Feelings are one thing. Once the money is gone, it's really gone. Ahem. Shen Su coughed twice and said, Dad, let me make it clear in advance that I am helping you because of our father-son relationship over the years, not for money. Of course, if you insist on giving it to me, I will not refuse. Old Shen. The hierarchy in Shen Su's family is roughly divided into 3 levels, namely the Queen Mother, the Crown Prince and the least powerful one. There is a reason why Chen Ma has been the Queen Mother since her son was born. After all, it is a great thing for a woman to control the economic and food lifeline of a family. This was not ruling from behind the scenes, but more like Empress Wu personally leading the army, with the typical aura of an Empress Dowager. After dinner, Empress Dowager Liang washed the dishes as if it was none of her business. In a blink of an eye, she had washed most of the pots and pans in the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you wash. Shen Su sensibly sneaked up behind Empress Dowager Liang and snatched the dishes from her hands to wash them. Empress Dowager Liang was startled and stared at her son. Hey, the sun is rising from the west today? Of course not. If I want to, I can make the sun pop out from the north or the south. Shen Su said with a smile while washing dishes. Nothing serious. Queen Mother Liang smiled, patted her son gently, and then hurriedly drove him away. Go, 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 why are you washing dishes, little brat? Just let me do this. I have classes tomorrow, go do your homework. Shen Su seized the opportunity. He took out the ring and put it on Queen Mother Liang's hand. Mom, I'll put it on you. Queen Mother Liang was also startled. She raised her hand and looked at it carefully for a few times. She was furious in an instant. Where did you get the ring? Tell me. Did your father spend money recklessly again? Ouch, Mom. Shen Su's skill in playing the good guy is like cotton candy, sweet and soft. You really misunderstood Lao Chen this time. This ring was bought more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago? Don't you know Lao Chen's character? He is a pioneer in big things. But he is timid and submissive like a little girl in small things. Can he tell you? Empress Dowager Liang was also amused by her son's vivid metaphor and burst out laughing. But then he regained his usual serious expression, tapped his son on the head and said, What did you say about your father? I was wrong. Shen Su admitted his mistake immediately without any ambiguity. A real man is a hero if he can bend and stretch. Then mother, this ring. Keep it. If you return it, it might have depreciated. Empress Dowager Liang carefully took the ring out again, wiped it on her clothes, and examined it carefully. But just don't say it. Oh, okay, I'll be leaving first. Shen Su completed the task and turned around and left excitedly. 100 yuan. 100 yuan. 100 yuan. Wait. Empress Dowager Liang immediately called Chen Jishuan. What's wrong? Shen Su thought his mother was going to go back on her word. Asked with some concern. Queen Mother Liang wiped the freshly washed dishes clean and said, If you have nothing else to do in the future, let Xiaoshen come to our house for dinner. His parents are about to get divorced. Can you imagine how much harm this will cause to the child? I know, Mom. Hearing this, Shen Su was suddenly stunned. Yes. The ones who are most saddened by their parents' divorce are the children. Although the wife may not look abnormal at ordinary times, who knows how sad she is in her heart? National Day is coming soon. I have to make her happy. Chapter 40 What a big bag of band-aids. At night, at Shen Qingqiu's house. Shen Qingqiu leaned back on the bed and took out the big rabbit doll he had been playing with. It was already 12:10. Normally, Shen Qingqiu would have turned off the lights and fallen asleep by this time. However, today he did not feel sleepy at all. He was always thinking about something in his head and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Is Chen Su really planning to confess his feelings this afternoon? It's all Luo Tianxian's fault. If it weren't for him, Chen Su might have already been with me. Speaking of this, Shen Qingqiu's face suddenly turned red. No, no. Why would I think so? I'm not the kind of girl who's so casual. Shensu wants to confess to me, which proves that I'm excellent. And even if he likes me, I may not agree. Shen Qingqiu said arrogantly. But why hasn't he called me yet? Tomorrow is my birthday, could he have forgotten? No. I have to remind him. Shen Qingqiu subconsciously picked up the phone and dialed the number. Just as she dialed the number, she remembered that Shensu should be asleep at this time. Moreover, it was the middle of the night, and she, a girl, called another boy. What would others think? Just as I was about to cancel, the call came through. Hello? Qingqiu, you're still awake? What are you doing? Thinking of you. I'm reviewing my lessons. Shen Qingqiu said with a guilty conscience. What about you? Why, are you still awake? As for me, I'm writing a self-criticism. Although the school didn't say anything, such a big incident happened this afternoon, Director Lee has to let me go through the process. Oh, but it's so late, write it tomorrow. Shen Qingqiu said this for some unknown reason, but she felt something was wrong right after she finished speaking, and she hurriedly added, I'm not concerned about you. I just think there is no need for you to write a self-criticism. They were wrong in the first place. This is not like the style of school beauty Shen. Shensu said with a smile. Since Rebirth. He still saw Qingqiu like this. Yes. So, why exactly did you call? I called here just to ask, do you still remember what you promised me? Did I promise you anything? What? He didn't remember? He actually forgot such an important thing. Shen Qingqiu was almost crying with anger. Humph. All men are pigs. Okay. Seeing that Shen Qingqiu remained silent and did not respond, Shensu continued, I've always remembered your birthday. Don't worry, I will definitely go back to attend your birthday party tomorrow night. It's getting late now. I'll go to bed right after I finish this. You should go to bed early too. You have a bad stomach and can't stay up late. Hearing this, Shen Qingqiu's mood improved a little. This Shensu clearly remembered my birthday, but he pretended not to know. How mean. Humph. So angry. Although I thought so in my heart. But the words changed when they came to my lips. Okay, then you should go to bed early too. Okay, I understand. Shensu agreed. After the phone call was hung up, Shen Qingqiu unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He actually knew that I had a bad stomach and told me to go to bed early, hee. Alright. Even though you always like to bully me and lie to me, at least you still remember my birthday and care about my health. I will reluctantly forgive you. Shen Qingqiu happily placed the big white rabbit doll in front of him and adjusted its position, then leaned over and gave it a kiss, saying, Good night, Shensu. Hey, it's raining? As soon as Shensu went out, light raindrops hit him, and then the rain suddenly became heavier. Shensu was so scared that he ran back home to get an umbrella. There are always unexpected events. Shensu sighed. It rains so early in the morning. God really doesn't know how to choose a day. However, even though it is raining, we still have to go to school, otherwise we will be chased and beaten by Empress Dowager Liang with a chicken skin duster. Hey! Brother Chen! Brother Chen! When riding his bicycle past the bus stop, Shensu suddenly heard someone calling his name. I thought it was an illusion at first, but when I turned around, I found that it was Luo Tianxian waving and calling me at the bus stop. Shensu could only turn his head and said with a smile. Hey, Lao Luo, what are you doing? What's going on? Are you cosplaying as a drowned dog? Ouch. Brother Chen, please stop teasing me. Who the hell knew it would rain so heavily just after we went out in such a lousy weather? I'm so f***ing convinced. That's troublesome. If the rain doesn't stop, it's time for class. Hey! Why are you looking at me? Brother Chen, hee. I only have one umbrella. In the end, Shensu still couldn't defeat Luo Tianxiang. 2 bicycles, 1 umbrella. Oh, Brother Chen, if you move any further, the rain will hit me. Look! I'm all wet. Got it. Got it. Shensu had no choice but to move a little more reluctantly. He really regretted it. I should have pretended not to hear it. I stumbled to the classroom. Chen Su and Luo Tianxiang were both soaked, but fortunately the umbrella did play a role and they were not completely wet. Although rain has its disadvantages. But there are benefits as well. For example, at school, you can see female students just coming out of the bath, their hair is wet, their pants are wet, and even their genitals are wet. This is a magnificent sight not seen in a century. Luo Tianxiang sighed, put down his school bag, and hurried out of the classroom to find the best viewing seat. Rogue. Su Mengyao, who was sitting in the classroom, rolled her eyes. When I saw Luo Tianxiang's shifty eyes and his hurried appearance, I knew that this guy was up to no good. Promising. This kid has been with me for such a long time, but he hasn't learned even a single good thing from me. Ah. Shen Su also sneered, then turned around and began to look for Shen Qingqiu. He's not wet. Shen Su felt a little regretful. Shen Qingqiu usually relied on a special car to go in and out of school. It was impossible for her, who was extremely wealthy, to get caught in the rain. But it's okay this way. After all, only I, Shen Su, can appreciate my wife's beautiful appearance after she comes out of the bath. Shen Su comforted himself in his heart. Who wants to show you? Hearing the inner voice, Shen Qingqiu whispered something secretly, and his face suddenly turned slightly red. Shen Su is such a weird guy, he has such obscene things in his head early in the morning. And Luo Tianxiang is the same. Are all boys like this? School beauty Shen, can you lend me some paper? Shen Su suddenly walked over and said shamelessly. Oh, okay. Seeing Shen Su approaching her and sticking so close to her, Shen Qingqiu instantly became a little flustered, and from this distance she could just see his abdominal muscles faintly reflected by the rain, which made her even more at a loss. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what is going on in my head? Shen Qingqiu was immediately confused. He hurriedly reached into the drawer and took out a tissue and handed it to Chen Su. Here. Thanks, this is. Before he could even say thank you, Shen Su was startled by what Shen Qingqiu handed him. Damn! What a big pack of band-aids! Oh. Sorry. When Shen Qingqiu found out that he had taken the wrong thing, he was so scared that he quickly snatched it back, then quickly pulled out a few pieces of paper from the drawer and handed them to Chen Su. Then she just laid down on the seat, motionless, bubbling with embarrassment. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. Chen Su smiled, turned and left. What's wrong with Qingqiu today? He seems to be acting rash and out of sorts. Chapter 41, My junior high school girl transferred to another school? Because he slept too late yesterday, Chen Su couldn't stand it as soon as the first class was over. He lay down on the desk and fell asleep without thinking. Damn, what time did Brother Chen go to bed? To be so weak. Luo Tianxiang next to him was full of energy today, not only because he slept well yesterday, but more importantly, this morning was more exciting than any previous morning. Such a beautiful view. Not bad. Not bad. However, as a person who often sleeps at his desk, he can understand this situation. After all, it is like this sometimes. When you wake up in the morning, you are full of energy, but after listening to a class, you lie down like a corpse, and even the ghost can't take you away. Shen Qingqiu saw Chen Su sleeping on the table, and remembered the conversation with Chen Su last night. He couldn't help but smile, but when he remembered what he handed to Chen Su this morning, his face instantly blushed. So embarrassing. I won't be able to face him anymore. Is Brother Chen Su here? At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly came from the door of Class 2-3 of senior high school. It was Zhou Yingying. Wow! Isn't this Lolita herself? When Luo Tianxiang saw the girl standing at the door, he was stunned and his eyes lit up. It's totally out of control. As a veteran Lolita lover, he can say responsibly that the girl at the door can definitely score 9.8 points in the Lolita world. A total of 0.2 points were deducted. 0.1 point deducted for not wearing Lolita. 0.1 point was deducted for not wearing a white hair wig. Otherwise, she would be the perfect loli. Luo Tianxiang was drooling at what he saw. Zhou Yingying wore a white t-shirt with a few English letters on it this morning. She had 2 small braids on her head. The white t-shirt outlined her perfect figure. It can be said that her looks are in no way inferior to that of campus beautician. But one is more cute. The other one is more of a tsundere type. Seeing that the beautiful woman at the door seemed to be looking for someone, and no one answered her calls after she called out several times, Luo Tianxiang felt that it was time for him to take action. Hello, Xiao Luo, ahem, little classmate, who are you looking for? I am Luo Tianxiang, who is always kind and generous. Do you need my help? Luo Tianxiang said seriously. He thought he was really smart. A short conversation not only established his glorious image, but also let the little girl know his name. It really killed two birds with one stone. Hello, Senior Luo, I want to look for Brother Chensu, is he here? Chensu? Why are you looking for Chensu? And why do you call him, brother? Luo Tianxiang frowned. I was suddenly confused. But, he soon figured it out. Damn, I never thought that Chensu actually has such a beautiful cousin that I don't know. This is too much. Brother-in-law. Ha, Chensu. I know him, he's my good buddy. He's my best friend, ahem. Hasn't he mentioned me to you before? So you're Brother Chensu's friend. Brother Chensu should have mentioned you to me before, but I may have forgotten. I'm really sorry. Oh my, what a sweet sound. Luo Tianxiang felt like his heart was about to melt. It's all right. Then could you please ask Brother Chensu for me? I need to see him for something. Zhou Yingying asked. Okay. Luo Tianxiang just agreed when he realized something was wrong. Chensu had just laid down. If he woke him up at this time, he would definitely get hurt. Ahem, but classmate Chensu just went to bed. Maybe he was too tired last night. How about you come and see him later? Is that so? Zhou Yingying looked into the classroom and saw Chensu sleeping on the desk. He looks so handsome even when he is sleeping. I wonder if he will snore when he sleeps with me in the future. Then I won't disturb Brother Chensu's sleep. Senior Luo, please wait here for me. After saying that, Zhou Yingying ran away. Luo Tianxiang was stunned and stood there in a daze. He actually let herself wait for her here? Isn't this the plot of an idol drama? The heroine asked the hero to wait for her, then secretly prepared a little surprise, and then began to confess her love. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Senior Luo? Senior Luo? Before he knew it, Zhou Yingying had returned to his side. Luo Tianxiang suddenly woke up. Oh, you're back. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Following his gaze downward, he found that the little girl was holding a cell phone and a bunch of snacks. That would have been fine, but she even took out one of her coats and handed it to him. Junior, there's really no need to give me these things. Besides, a boy can't wear your coat. Luo Tianxiang declined. But he was still a little touched in his heart. The little girl was so kind that she even wanted to give him her coat when she saw that he was wet in the rain. It seems to make some sense. Then please give these snacks to Brother Chensu. I have classes to attend, so I'll leave first. Thank you. After saying that, she left. Luo Tianxiang looked at her back, feeling a little confused. What? Aren't these things for me? The bell for class rang. Luo Tianxiang couldn't wait to wake Chensu up. Hey, Brother Chen, it's time for class. Chensu opened his eyes reluctantly and stretched comfortably. Although he had not slept enough, he slept comfortably. He rubbed his eyes, looked at the snacks on the table and took a bite. Hiss. Lao Luo, the snacks you bought are quite delicious. When did you buy them? How come I didn't know about it? You sleep like a dead pig, what do you know? And these were not bought by me, but by your sister. What? My sister? Chensu was completely confused. When did I have a sister? Could it be that Lao Chen secretly gave birth to the child behind my mother's back? However, he quickly dispelled this worry. Not to mention that old Shen looked like a thief with the intention but not the courage. He had never heard that he had a sister in his previous life. Could it be my cousin? Chen Yuqian? But she is only 3 years old. She can't come to Genoa by herself, right? Hey, Brother Chen, why didn't you tell your brothers that you have such a beautiful sister? Luo Tianxiang pushed Chensu next to him. His face was filled with an obscene smile. Damn it! Damn BT! Even I, a BT, think you are a BT. Chensu couldn't take it anymore. Lao Luo, I've always treated you as a good brother, but don't even think about it. My sister is only 3 years old, don't have any bad thoughts about her. Be careful or I'll fight you to death. 3 years old? What do you mean 3 years old? Although the little girl is very white, young and thin, she can't be only 3 years old, right? Brother Chen, what are you thinking about? I'm not talking about Chen Yuqian. Luo Tianxiang knew that Chen Su had misunderstood, and said speechlessly, I'm talking about your other sister, who also seems to be studying at Genoa No. 1 Middle School. Studying in Genoa No. 1 Middle School? Is there such a person? Luo Tianxiang described the scene when the little loli came to see him just now, and also described her appearance. When describing it, Luo Tianxiang was full of aftertaste, just like malt sugar. Could it be her? That's not right. Isn't she from Jianpei No. 2 Middle School next door? Why would she come to Genoa? Could it be, did he transfer to another school? Through Luo Tianxiang's description and the fact that he kept calling Chen Su brother, Chen Su had some guesses. He said, could it be Zhou Yingying? P.S. 100,000 words. I hope you will support me. Friendly reminder, the plot will become sweet later. Chapter 42. I also want to attend my senior's birthday party. After school. Students are busy everywhere. Students in their second and third years of high school are easy to identify. Generally, the students who walk on the street with a smile on their faces and who may even be holding a little girl in their arms and flirting with her without restraint are undoubtedly sophomores in high school. As for those students who look weak when they walk and have kidney deficiency, there is no need to guess. Definitely a miserable guy in the third year of high school. The Chinese college entrance examination is so painful. Chen Su shook his head. After all, he had been through this before and understood the hardships involved. Brother Chen, do you think senior year is really that tiring? Why do the seniors all look like they have kidney deficiency? Luo Tianxiang asked softly. I have 6 exams a day. I thought I could relax, but I found out there are 6 more exams waiting for me tomorrow. There are countless knowledge points around me, and I can't get enough sleep. Are you tired? Chen Su really expressed his true feelings as a senior in high school in his previous life. It was truly touching. Damn, so miserable. Luo Tianxiang's body trembled violently when he heard this. For a moment he even had the urge to drop out of school, but he was afraid that his mother would beat him to death. It's not that serious actually. As long as you have a goal in mind and a university you want to go to, you will be happy no matter how hard or tiring it is. Wang Jibei said. Su Mengyao beside her nodded in approval. That Qingqiu. Which university do you want to go to in the future? Beijing University. Chen Su said lightly. Shen Qingqiu was stunned. Who asked you? I'm asking about Qingqiu. How do you know where she's going to take the exam? Does she have your worm in her stomach? Su Mengyao shouted angrily. Are there worms in your stomach? Maybe there really is. Chen Su laughed and said, that sentence said I was a worm in her stomach. I am uneducated. How terrible. I don't care. That's what I mean anyway. At this time, Shen Qingqiu spoke, to be honest, I really want to go to Peking University. After all, it has the best literature school in the country, and I want to be a writer in the future. It turns out that my wife's dream of becoming a writer began at this time. No wonder she asked me if I could write when I was a full-time housewife at home. Wow. He's a writer. Don't worry, Qingqiu. Your grades are so good, and every essay you write is an excellent essay that gets close to full marks. I believe you will succeed in the future. Su Mengyao blessed. Well, thank you Mengyao. Everyone pushed the cart to the school gate. Then I saw a very cute girl pushing a bicycle and waving at Chen Su, Brother Chen Su. Yes. Brother Chen, I'm talking about her. Isn't this your sister? When Luo Tianxiang saw the little Lolita again, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He immediately pointed at the little Lolita and kept introducing her. Su Mengyao couldn't help pouting when she saw Luo Tianxiang's expression, humph. Your saliva is almost flowing out. Brother Chen Su, you are finally out of school. I came to see you just now, but you were still sleeping, so I didn't disturb you. The junior school girl smiled sweetly. Hearing Chen Su being called brother all the time, Shen Qingqiu's face turned unhappy. Besides, the fair and tender little schoolgirl in front of her was as pretty as her. For the first time, Shen Qingqiu felt a sense of crisis. Who is this? Shen Qingqiu asked subconsciously. Oh. She's a younger sister from No. 2 Middle School. I met her by chance. Chen Su explained. He even added the word by chance on purpose to indicate that they were not very familiar with each other. I am a fan of Brother Qingqiu. By the way, Brother Qingqiu, was the restaurant I took you to this weekend delicious? How about we go there again tonight? It's my treat. Zhou Ying also noticed the two girls standing next to Brother Qingqiu. The one with smaller breasts was not scary, but the other one made her feel a little threatened. She wants legs that are great and a great figure. Such an opponent cannot be ignored. Shen Qingqiu took all these words to heart, and a raging fire ignited in his heart. Great! You still say you are not familiar with it. You are not familiar with it even after dinner? And it is at night. Shen Su. You are a big liar. Let's forget about it tonight. After all, Shen Su has promised to attend my birthday party, right? Brother Qingqiu? Shen Qingqiu turned around and glared at Shen Su. Shen Su didn't dare to look into her eyes. Ahem, yes, Ying, I promised this senior that I would attend her birthday party tonight, so I'm really sorry. Oh, so that's how it is. The junior school girl was not willing to give up. Since senior sister Shen is Brother Qingqiu's friend, she is naturally my friend as well. If you don't mind, can I also attend senior sister Shen's birthday? Don't worry, there will be no shortage of gifts. She also deliberately emphasized the word friends. Shen Qingqiu was speechless. Hey, who do you think you are? Why did we ask you to come to Qingqiu's birthday? You are Qingqiu's friend, but that doesn't mean you are our friend, right? Su Mengyao next to her couldn't bear it anymore. Although he felt that Qingqiu was not worthy of a good girl like Shen Qingqiu, it did not mean that she was willing to let other women bully her in front of her best friend. Mengyao, don't say that. If you are a junior schoolmate, then come on over. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. See you in the evening. After saying that, Shen Qingqiu left quickly. Hey, Qingqiu. Shen Su saw Shen Qingqiu leaving and shouted, but Shen Qingqiu did not turn back. Humph. Damn scumbag. Qingqiu, wait for me. Su Mengyao glared at Shen Su. Then he quickly caught up with Shen Qingqiu in front of him. Brother Chen, Wang Jibei and I will go first. We have an appointment to eat at the newly opened spicy hot pot restaurant, right Jibei? Hey, what are you talking about? Go away. Although the temptation of the little loli is really great, it does not mean that Luo Tianxiang is a fool. He tactfully pulled Wang Jibei away from the battlefield, and before leaving, he did not forget to say hello to Chen Su politely. Goodbye, Brother Chen. You too. Shen Su sighed. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Shen Su looked at his junior high school girl's big round eyes and wanted to say something, but couldn't. Why are you here? I remember you are from Jianpei No. 2 Middle School, right? Oh, I transferred to another school. Transferred to another school? Shen Su's pupils were shocked. It had only been a few days and the transfer procedures had been completed. This girl had an impressive background. How much money did she spend? Yes, because I want to be closer to Brother Qingqiu. The junior school girl said shyly. Ha, ha, ha. Shen Su forced a smile but almost cried. I had just established a slightly ambiguous relationship with my wife, but my junior high school classmate messed it up. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chapter 43 Qingqiu, I wish you a happy 17th birthday. 10 o'clock in the evening, at Shen Qingqiu's home. Miss, your birthday cake has arrived. Well, Auntie, please push these cakes to the yard. There may be too many of my friends coming today. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient. It's okay. It's the young lady's birthday today and I'm so happy. The nanny said with a smile, then took out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Shen Qingqiu. I'll give you a red envelope today as well, as an aunt. Auntie. I'm so embarrassed. No thanks. Shen Qingqiu was a little surprised and hurriedly pushed the red envelope back, refusing to accept it. Take it. The nanny forced the red envelope into Shen Qingqiu's hands. Although it may be a little small, please don't despise it. Auntie has watched you grow up. I have worked here for so many years. Seeing you grow from a child to a big girl, Auntie is happy. The deep affection was hard to suppress. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had felt such family affection. Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but hug his aunt, his eyes moistened. Thank you, Aunt. Don't cry, Auntie wiped Shen Qingqiu's tears and said with some heartache, today is your birthday, it's a good day, you should be happy. Yeah, I understand. Shen Qingqiu nodded, wiped his tears, and finally smiled. That is a happy smile. Qingqiu, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Qingqiu. Su Mengyao and Lu Ruoxue came together with bags to congratulate. Thank you, Mengyao, and thank you, Ruoxue. Shen Qingqiu hugged their arms sweetly, then looked at the things they brought and asked curiously, why do you bring so many things? I'm worried you won't have enough to eat. Su Mengyao said embarrassedly, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought all the snacks I like. Oh, right. This is for you. As she spoke, Su Mengyao took out a necklace from her pocket and put it on Shen Qingqiu's neck, shining brightly. Wow, what a beautiful necklace! Shen Qingqiu exclaimed. It was obvious that she liked this necklace very much. After all, it was a gift from her best friend. Of course, this is what my father brought from abroad. There are only 2 of them. Look, I have one too. Su Mengyao took out her own necklace and waved it in front of Shen Qingqiu. Thank you, Mengyao. I love this gift. I have one too. This is a dress I picked especially for you. Do you like it? Lu Ruoxue also handed the gift to Shen Qingqiu. It looks really good. I will try it on later. Thank you, Ruoxue. Shen Qingqiu took the clothes out of the gift bag and looked at them carefully, and was overjoyed. I'm glad you like it. I was worried that you didn't like it. Happy birthday, Miss Shen. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shen Qingqiu, Su Mengyao and Lu Ruoxue turned around and found that the people coming were Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei. Luo Tianxiang was wearing a suit today, looking very cool. Although Wang Jibei was a rich second generation, he was much more low-key and only wore an ordinary-looking suit. Why are you here? When Su Mengyao saw this guy, her smiling face suddenly fell. Hey, look at what you said, why can't I come? I brought gifts, I'm not here to eat and drink for free. Oh? Really? Then why don't you take out your gift? Su Mengyao retorted. Dang dang dang. Luo Tianxiang suddenly took out 2 exquisitely packaged gift boxes from behind him and said proudly. This is what Wang Jibei and I prepared together. Don't open it in a hurry, Miss Shen. Remember. You must wait until your birthday is over before opening it. Pretending to be profound. Su Mengyao said with disdain. But Shen Qingqiu was very happy. Her family hadn't been so lively for a long time. She happily took the gift box and smiled at them and said, Thank you both. Don't worry, I won't open it until after the birthday party is over. By the way, why are there only the 2 of you? Where's Chen Shuren? Could he really be going on a date with that junior high school girl? Su Mengyao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, these 2 talented people should have come with Chen Su. Humph. I knew that all men are bad. Is Chen Su really not coming? Shen Qingqiu felt a little sad when he heard this. Could it be that Chen Su really went on a date with her? Hey! Su Mengyao, what are you talking about? So-and-so is going on a date? Brother Chen is not that kind of person. Yes, Chen Su is going to prepare. Seeing that Wang Ji was about to be silenced, Luo Tianxiang quickly covered his mouth tightly. Children should not be restrained in their words. Children should not be restrained in their words. Humph, what is Chen Su preparing for? Luo Tianxiang, why don't you let him continue talking? I think he is just going on a date. Let you 2 cover for him here. Su Mengyao said angrily. Luo Tianxiang ignored Su Mengyao and said to Shen Qingqiu, School Beauty Shen, don't listen to Su Mengyao's nonsense. Brother Chen will be here soon. Hey, what time is it now? Luo Tianxiang seemed to suddenly think of something and looked towards Wang Jibei. Wang Jibei took notice and hurriedly opened his phone to check the time. Oh no. It's already past 19, and it's almost 20. What? So fast? Wang Jibei, get ready. Oh. After saying that, Luo Tianxiang and Wang Jibei quickly retreated to both sides in tacit understanding, then opened the fireworks gun with a bang. The flying paper scraps in the sky slowly fell down with the spray of the fireworks gun, and then a man with a guitar on his back slowly walked out of the room. 10:20. It's Chen Su. Shen Qingqiu had a smile on his face. The protagonist always has to be the last to appear. Chen Su smiled slightly and began to pluck the strings. Back to the beginning, your immature face in my memory. Comb your hair like an adult and put on a handsome suit. After returning to my seat in the classroom, I deliberately asked for your gentle scolding. Chen Su's singing voice echoed beautifully in the yard. Almost no one in the audience spoke. They were all mesmerized and intoxicated by the beautiful music. Su Mengyao was so excited that she took out her phone and started recording a video. It sounded great. It was really great. Only after the song ended did Chen Su breathe a sigh of relief. In order to perform this song perfectly, he even deliberately deleted all the words love in the lyrics. After all, if he rashly confessed like this, he didn't know whether Shen Qingqiu would refuse. A song called Those Years dedicated to classmate Shen Qingqiu. I wish you a happy 17th birthday. Thank you. Chen Su. Shen Qingqiu felt a little embarrassed. She was originally worried about whether Chen Su would come, but now it seems that her worries were completely unnecessary. Besides, the songs Chen Su sang were really nice. Hey, Chen Su, why can't I find the song you sang online? It's so nice. Ha, it would be strange if you could find it. I copied this song from 2011. Of course I can't find it. I racked my brains for a whole night to come up with this song. Chen Su said shamelessly. At that time, there was no Huxia in Fangjiang, so who would know that I copied his song? Original? Su Mengyao was surprised. I didn't expect it, Chen Su. You're so good. I'm almost your fan. Ha, I don't know who was talking about my brother Chen just now. Luo Tianxiang said sarcastically from the side. Some people are really shameless. Just shut up. Could this song be written just for me? Shen Qingqiu thought sweetly in his heart. Okay, I'm hungry. Let's start cutting the cake. Okay. As he was eating, Luo Tianxiang suddenly realized a very important question. Shaluo, didn't my junior sister say she would come back to celebrate your birthday? Is she here? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Eat yours. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. After hearing this, Su Mengyao stuffed the cake on the plate into Luo Tianxiang's mouth. Puff. Damn it, Su Mengyao, I will never forgive you. Luo Tianxiang also picked up a piece of cake in his hand and chased after him. Lulu, you can't catch me. This kicked off a cake war. After the birthday, Shen Qingqiu was extremely happy today. This was the first time she had been so happy in all these years. After seeing everyone off, she returned to the house and saw the gift box on the table and asked, Auntie? Who sent this gift box? Shen Qingqiu was somewhat unfamiliar with this gift, or even had no impression of it. She couldn't remember who had given her this gift, so she asked her aunt. Oh, it was a little girl. But she went back after giving the gift and wrote a note. Shen Qingqiu opened the note and smiled, then he unpacked the gift box in front of him and saw that it was a pure white stuffed bear. It was really cute. The note read, You win this time, but only this time. I will never give up on brother Chen Su. Also, happy birthday to you. Chapter 44 Two More Papayas. These days, Chen Su did not continue to sing, because he had saved enough money, even much more than expected, and Chen Su became a rich man overnight. National Day is coming soon. The island trip is about to begin. The junior school girl continued to pursue Chen Su with perseverance and fierceness. She would show up on time every day to ask about his well-being, and would either bring him food or be on her way to deliver food, so that rumors soon spread throughout the school. Chen Su also had a headache because of this. He didn't mind the rumors, and he could get free snacks, so why not? But he didn't mind. The key point was that Shen Qingqiu minded. He had already vaguely felt that Shen Qingqiu began to deliberately distance himself from him, and he avoided him as much as possible when he saw him. This was not good. This was a sign of abandoning her husband. There are bad things and there are good things. With the help of Su Mengyao, Chen Su's singing video quickly spread in Genoa No. 1 Middle School. It spread from one person to 10 people, and then 10 people to another. Soon it became popular outside the circle, which also made him successfully famous. Chen Su, can you sign an autograph for me? Chen Su, can you sing Those Years again? It's so beautiful. I'm fine with signing, but forget about singing. My throat has been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately. At the beginning, Chen Su really enjoyed the feeling of being an idol. No matter where he went, there would be a large group of fans surrounding him, holding him in their hands and calling him Appa one by one. This sounds so cool. But gradually it became a trouble for him. The fairies are so fierce that it seems like they have endless energy. No matter where they go, there are long queues asking for their autographs. Who can stand this? This reminded him of the painful experience he had at number 8 middle school. Alas, when you are famous, you are prone to gossips. God spares no one. Finally, the National Day holiday came. After obtaining the approval of the family's top leader, Empress Dowager Liang, Shen Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What should I bring for an island trip? A camera. Sunglasses. A sun hat. No. None of these are important. How can you travel to an island without bringing a telescope? He. It took about 10 minutes to pack up. After that, Shen Qingqiu called Luo Tianxiang again. Hello? Lao Luo, are you ready? It's time to leave. We've already prepared it. Brother Chen, how are we going to get to the airport? How about riding a bicycle? Hearing this, Shen Qingqiu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Hey, Lao Luo, what are you thinking? We are going to travel, not to pick up junk. Why ride that thing? Besides, where are you going to put the bike when you get to the airport? Pack your things and wait at the door. I'll pick you up. I'd been waiting for you to say that. Shen Qingqiu realized it later. Hiss, why do I feel like I've been scammed? An illusion? 3:10 p.m., Jianping Airport. Hey, Brother Chen, what exactly is the surprise you said you would give me? Could it be a beautiful woman? Alright. You actually guessed it right. I'll tell you. For a moment, Luo Tianxiang began to daydream endlessly. Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, big and round butt, yes. The butt must be at least a D. Oh my goodness, it would be best if I could have the 8-point Lolita flavor of a junior high school girl, then this National Day holiday will be full of energy. Look, 2 beauties. One is mine, the other is yours. Shen Qingqiu waved to the front, indicating that he was here, and the 2 people in front quickly came over. You don't need to look, the taller one among the 2 people in front is Shen Qingqiu. Today he is wearing a floral dress, and although he has put on some light makeup, he is still pure and cute. The other one is, of course. How is it? Pretty, isn't it? She is indeed beautiful. But Brother Chen, why does this person look familiar to me? Could it be Su Mengyao? After thinking for a long time, Luo Tianxiang got this horrible answer. The beauty that Brother Chen was talking about was Su Mengyao. I originally thought that he had the same taste as me, but I didn't expect that he was blind at such a young age. Brother Chen, the beauty you are talking about is Su Mengyao? After Luo Tianxiang learned the news, he was shocked and completely unhappy. Hey, you are such a hypocrite. Didn't you just praise her for her beauty? Why? When you found out it was Su Mengyao, you were so disappointed. Shen Qingqiu's move of acting first and reporting later was really too mean, and Luo Tianxiang had nothing to say. What? Why is it you? Su Mengyao was wearing sunglasses. From a distance, she saw a person standing next to Shen Qingqiu. He looked pretty good. When she got closer, she saw that person. After knowing it was Luo Tianxiang, Su Mengyao's attitude suddenly changed 360 degrees. Who is that handsome guy? Who did he become directly? I was wondering why you were here too. After saying that, they both turned their eyes to Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu coughed twice and scratched his head. I was just worried that if 3 of us were to travel together, the remaining person would be lonely. Look, 2 men and 2 women, it's a perfect match, how great! What a fart! The 2 spoke almost in unison. Oh my, time is almost up, let's go board the plane, otherwise it will be over if we miss it later. Shen Qingqiu made up an excuse and quickly left the battlefield dragging his luggage. There is actually no difference between taking a plane and taking a high-speed train, it is just the difference between heaven and earth. The former sounds more high-end, while the latter is not so familiar. Their processes are almost the same. When buying the tickets, Shen Qingqiu deliberately bought a ticket to sit together with Shen Qingqiu, and the rest of the happy enemies naturally had to sit together. In response, Su Mengyao lodged a strong protest. I protest. I want to sit with Qingqiu. Protests are useless. Shen Qingqiu had expected Su Mengyao to say this, the plane ticket is bound to the ID card and cannot be changed at will. Qingqiu and I are next to each other, and you and Luo Tianxiang can only be next to each other. Then why didn't you buy a ticket for Qingqiu and I to sit together? I forgot. Chen Su smiled and said nothing. Although Su Mengyao was extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to accept this result. When boarding the plane, Chen Su pushed Luo Tianxiang and said, "Hey, Lao Luo, the plane will be very noisy when it takes off and lands. Remember to cover your ears. Oh, and don't forget to cover Su Mengyao's ears as well." Chen Su gave him a look that said you understand. When the plane took off, the rumbling sound was really loud. Shen Qingqiu looked a little flustered and uncomfortable. Chen Su next to her naturally covered Shen Qingqiu's ears to relieve her nervousness. The same thing happened to Su Mengyao in the back seat. Luo Tianxiang remembered what Chen Su had just said, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only push Su Mengyao next to him and signaled her to cover her ears, which would provide some relief. Su Mengyao nodded and did as she was told. Sure enough, her nervousness instantly decreased a lot. After the plane entered the stratosphere, the huge rumbling sound disappeared and the plane stabilized. Su Mengyao then pushed Luo Tianxiang next to her. Why? Thank you for that, she said somewhat embarrassedly. No, nothing. When Luo Tianxiang heard Su Mengyao thanking him, he was slightly shocked and didn't know what to do for a moment. To be honest, he was not quite used to Su Mengyao like this. I'm sorry about what happened last time. I thought you showed us the concert souvenirs to show off, but I didn't expect you to give them to me. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Luo Tianxiang got hot-headed and didn't know what he was thinking. He actually took this opportunity to apologize to Su Mengyao. He didn't know how he said it at the time. His face turned red and he felt uneasy. It's okay, I've already forgotten about it. Su Mengyao smiled sweetly, with bright eyes and white teeth, and two shallow dimples when she smiled. Luo Tianxiang was suddenly dazed. It was the first time he felt that Su Mengyao was actually quite pretty. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Su Mengyao found that Luo Tianxiang had been staring at her. She subconsciously thought that there was something on his face and even touched his face with her hand. Ah, nothing, nothing. Luo Tianxiang turned his head away, bubbling with shyness. Hiss. Didn't she notice that I was looking at her just now? No, I was just looking at the mosquito just now, yes. I was looking at the mosquito. Compared to the two happy enemies, Chen Su's side is much sweeter. When the airplane meal is about to arrive, he turned around and asked, Qingqiu, I remember you haven't had breakfast yet? You must be hungry now. What else do you want to eat besides the airplane meal? No, just eat the airplane food, Shen Qingqiu said calmly. That won't work. How about 2 more papayas? Chapter 45 Island Trip. After more than 3 hours of flight, I got off the plane in the afternoon and the plane finally landed at around 6 o'clock. As soon as I got off the plane, it was almost dark. Hiss, it's so cold. Luo Tianxiang held his hands and shivered. The same thing happened to Shen Qingqiu and Su Mengyao next to them. Seeing this, Chen Su quickly took off his coat and put it on her. Shen Qingqiu did not refuse this time. After all, after spending some time together, she had begun to adapt to this way of getting along with Chen Su. One could even say that she was dependent on him. Su Mengyao looked at the two of them showing off their affection. Hey, Qingqiu is not the only girl who's cold, okay? What can I do? Chen Su shrugged. I can't just take off my shirt and put it on you, right? Besides, isn't there a living person standing there? Chen Su looked at Luo Tianxiang. No, why are you all looking at me? I'm cold too. Luo Tianxiang said aggrievedly, covering his coat tightly with his hands, as if he was afraid that they would take it off him. Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. Comparing yourself to others can really make you angry. Hee, I actually had a little bit of expectation in my heart just now. I was really blind. Didn't we always say in geography class that islands are very hot? I wonder, can this be called hot? It's so cold, I'm lying down. Su Mengyao felt like she had learned all that knowledge in vain. After all, you are still a high school student and you lack experience. So you will naturally rely on the knowledge you learned in high school to do things, and you will probably only learn a little bit at a time. And Chen Su has already been a veteran. Chen Su smiled and said, it's true that the island is very hot, but it's autumn now, so the temperature is bound to drop. And it happened to rain all day today, so the temperature is so low at night. Don't worry, you will feel the real heat of the island tomorrow. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Mengyao suddenly realized. But Chen Su, I'm still very curious, why do you know so much about the island? Shen Qingqiu blinked and asked curiously. Of course I understand, but I can't tell you that in my previous life, your husband's company's headquarters was located here. When traveling, it's inevitable to read travel guides. Oh. Brother Chen, where are we going now? Luo Tianxiang asked when leaving the airport. Although the other three people except Chen Su are almost adults and travel frequently, this is their first time traveling alone, so they don't have much experience. As the initiator, Chen Su naturally became the main leader of this tour. I think it's almost dark now, we need to find a place to stay first. Let's go find a hotel nearby and book a few rooms, and then go to the night market on the island. Go to the night market. Yeah. Everyone was excited when they heard that they were going to visit the night market. I heard that seafood on the island is very cheap. I want to eat lobster. Then I want to eat hairy crabs. Seeing the three people in front of him who had never seen the world, Chen Su couldn't help but smile. After all, they were still children, so naive. Besides, can lobsters and hairy crabs be as delicious as abalone juice? Hello, is there any room here? Yes, sir. But there are only 3 rooms left. Do you want to consider it? Double room? Sorry, there are only single rooms left. Chen Su thought about it. It was already very late and he was very hungry. He didn't know how long it would take if he continued searching. Besides, he and Luo Tianxiang could sleep together, so he could just let the 2 girls have a room each. I just don't know what everyone's opinions are. What do you think? It's all right. How about you and Luo Tianxiang each take a room, and Meng Yao and I can stay in one? A single room has a king-size bed anyway, so it won't be a problem for us to sleep in it. That's fine with me. Come to think of it, I haven't slept with Qingqiu for a long time. I miss the old times so much. Let's just reminisce about the past today. I haven't slept with her for a long time. I don't know why, but Chen Su felt a little jealous. Chen Su originally wanted to give them each a room, but since they wanted to live together, he and Luo Tianxiang had to occupy the remaining 2 rooms. Okay, then please open 3 rooms. Yes, sir. Just when Chen Su was about to book a room, Su Mengyao suddenly stood up and said to Chen Su viciously, "Don't make a mistake this time, I want Shen Qingqiu to live with me, otherwise the 2 of us would rather sleep on the street." Wow, Miss Su is so strong-willed. Su Mengyao is truly a woman of steel. Of course you 2 sleep in the same room. Chen Su smiled bitterly. Hey, classmate Su Mengyao, can you please stop thinking of me as something so dirty? He had not originally planned to sleep in the same room with Shen Qingqiu. Not to mention whether Shen Qingqiu was willing or not, even if he was willing, Chen Su would not dare to book a room randomly, after all, his current wife was so beautiful and young. If one can't hold on, then you may have to become a father early. He didn't dare and couldn't do this. Who knows you? Su Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Shen Qingqiu beside him blushed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Every place has its own special cuisine, such as Kyoto's Kyoto roast duck, Tianjin's Jianbing guzi, Western Yunnan's cross-bridge rice noodles, Guangdong's boiled chicken and so on. Because of its special geographical location, the most distinctive food of an island near the sea is of course seafood. As the ancients said, live by the mountain, live by the water, eat the water. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Golden Light Night Market on the coast takes more than half an hour to walk from one end to the other. It is one of the largest night markets in the area and also the most lively gathering place for internet celebrities to check in. Most of the island's online fame comes from this. Walking along the road of Jingguang Night Market, there are a wide variety of raw seafood on display everywhere, some of which are even still alive and kicking. However, Chen Su and his friends don't plan to buy these because they are already hungry. There's a teppanyaki restaurant up ahead. Su Mengyao seemed to have found her prey. Come over immediately. The boss is a young guy, but looking at the fancy teppanyaki movements he makes you know that he is already a veteran. His techniques are very powerful. What would you 2 beauties like to eat? They are all fresh seafood. Very cheap. I want grilled squid and lobster. And Su Mengyao turned to ask the others, what do you want to eat? Come on, order. I want hairy crabs. Do you have hairy crabs? Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. When the boss heard this, he smiled and said, yes, hairy crabs are good for men. Puff. When Chen Su heard this, he almost burst out laughing. This boss is really interesting. You have quite a sense of humor. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiang, who was standing next to him, had a dark face the whole time and didn't say anything. No, I just wanted to eat some crabs, who did I offend? Woo woo woo. While waiting for the teppanyaki, several people sat around the wooden round table next to the stall and started chatting. There are so many people here. Of course, this is one of the largest night markets on the island, with at least tens of thousands of visitors every day. So many? Luo Tianxiang was stunned. My goodness, if I could set up a stall here, wouldn't I be able to make over 10,000 yuan a day? While we were talking, the teppanyaki was served. Chen Su even asked Luo Tianxiang to buy some local specialty coconut juice, but Luo Tianxiang was unwilling to do so. He refused again and again but still couldn't stand Chen Su's soft and hard nagging. Damn Chen Su! You only know how to order me around. Although he was reluctant, Luo Tianxiang still did as he was told and went to buy some fresh coconut juice. It's so sweet. Shen Qingqiu took a sip and felt that the coconut milk tasted delicious. Chen Su smiled and said, teppanyaki can easily cause internal heat, and coconut milk can reduce internal heat, so I specially asked Lao Luo to buy some for everyone. Everyone can eat as much as they want tonight. Eat and drink well. Don't treat yourself badly. Yeah. Then I'm going to start. The seafood teppanyaki is really delicious, and since it's on an island, it's much cheaper than other places. But for the portion for 4 people, the price was still not low when we paid the bill. So expensive? Luo Tianxiang clicked his tongue. Normally, he was an extremely frugal person with money, but when he saw that a teppanyaki meal cost several hundred yuan, he felt distressed and a little embarrassed. After all, Xiaochen said that this time it was his treat. Chen Su, how about we split the bill? We actually brought quite a bit of money with us on this trip, and you've already paid for our airfare. Shen Qingqiu suggested. Shen Qingqiu didn't lack this little money, but he was afraid that Chen Su would be embarrassed. Yes, Chen Su, let's go Dutch. Su Mengyao also said so. Although Chen Su said before the trip that everyone would travel for free, each parent had given a lot of money to their children, so he couldn't just use Chen Su's money, right? What the hell are you talking about? Didn't we agree in advance that I would pay for all the expenses of this trip? If I still ask you to pay, wouldn't that be a scam? I'm young and I don't want to go to jail. Chen Su said jokingly, but seeing that everyone still looked embarrassed, he said. Okay, then what do you do? I'll still pay for the group's travel expenses, but you can pay for your own individual expenses. Is that okay? Well, okay. In the end, everyone compromised. P.S. Dear audience. The island chapter has begun. I personally think that the island chapter is the sweetest and most interesting chapter among the more than 40 chapters. Please support us. Chapter 46, a small card outside the hotel. When I came back, it was almost 12 o'clock. I had a lot of fun tonight, but after all, I had been flying for most of the day, and it was getting late, so Chen Su's eyelids were a little sore. I'm so sleepy. Go take a shower first. What if Qingqiu dislikes me when she kisses me tomorrow? Yawning and resisting the extreme sleepiness, Chen Su pushed the door and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, I put on a bathrobe and wiped my wet hair with a dry towel. Just as I was about to lie down on the bed for a while to wait for my hair to dry, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? At this point, could it be Qingqiu? Could it be that I have been under a lot of pressure recently and want to? Chen Su frowned, isn't this happening too fast? I'm not ready yet. Chen Su excitedly stood up to open the door. Before leaving, he slightly opened the bath towel wrapped around his chest and sprayed some perfume. Although I say this, my body is honest. Open the door. There was no one outside the door. Chen Su stuck his head out and looked towards the corridor. Is there anyone? It's so confusing. Chen Su was about to close the door when he felt like his foot stepped on something. He looked down and saw that it was a D photo, and it was lace. Ha ha. It's this cliché again, making me happy for nothing, ugh. Chen Su threw the small card into the trash can in the bedroom. Would Chen watch this kind of thing? I read the spring and autumn annals. This kind of small card is actually very common, not only on the islands, but also in Jianping. If you encounter a real one, the worst that can happen is that you spend a lot of money to have a good night. But if you encounter those habitual criminals who set up honey traps, you will not only fail to get the sex but will also be blackmailed, leaving you with nothing, and in the end you will lose even your underwear. Chen Su was very clear about this matter. In his previous life, he had a friend who was lying on the bed, fiddling with my phone. A message suddenly popped up on the screen. It belongs to my elementary school girl. Chen was already in my mind. Brother Chen Su, how was the island trip? Was it smooth? Unfortunately, I have to attend music exam training during the national day this year, so I can't go with you. Not bad, not bad. Good on the exam. Not being able to come is just what I want, Chen Su thought to himself. But don't worry, brother Chen Su. I will chat with you on QQ every day. If you really can't help missing me, you can call me. Ha, junior sister, you are still as confident as ever. By the way, I'm not worried at all, okay? It went pretty smoothly. We even had seafood teppanyaki at the island today. It tasted good. But Aimying, since you're preparing for a music exam recently, you should train hard. Studying is more important. You don't need to send messages so frequently. Chen was already in her mind. Brother Chen Su is just as important. Besides, it's just a message chat and it doesn't take up my time. Brother Chen Su, don't worry. So you just won't listen to advice? Chen Su had no choice but to stop persuading her. In fact, he once tried to be straightforward and told his junior high school girl that he already had someone he liked, but the junior high school girl didn't believe it at all and insisted on seeing what that girl looked like. Chen Su is not yet at the stage of establishing that kind of relationship with Shen Qingqiu, and he doesn't dare to rashly say that Shen Qingqiu is the person he likes. What if his junior high school sister confronts her? So I had to treat her as a friend and deliberately keep a safe distance, for fear that Qingqiu would misunderstand. What can I do? Okay, I've been busy all day and I'm tired. You should go to bed early too. I already have Chen in my mind, then I won't bother brother Chen Su. I'm sleepy too. Good night, brother Chen Su. Love, love. What can I do? Good night. After taking care of my junior high school girl, my sleepiness instantly disappeared. That's how people are. I was quite sleepy just now, but the moment I picked up the phone, I wasn't so sleepy anymore. Why am I not sleepy anymore? How about teasing Miss Yao before going to bed? So Chen Su turned his gaze to the trash can. Hello, sir? How can I help you? She has a sweet voice and is a little girl. Hello? Chen Su replied. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Hello? Chen Su pretended not to hear. Sir, what do you need? This time, Chen Su hung up the phone before the other party finished speaking. Hey, this girl has a pretty good service attitude. She's really persistent. Interesting, really interesting. Chen Su's eyes curved into duck eyes due to smiling. After a while, he called again. Hello? Sorry, the signal was a bit bad just now. What services do you have here? It's all right, sir. The girl patiently explained, we have a lot of services here, and the services are very good. If you have any other new tricks, we will try our best to accept them. Would you like to consider it? Wow, this little word is quite professional. It makes me a little cautious. Oh. Chen Su asked again, I like younger ones. Are there any schoolgirls? I want fairer ones. Yes, sir, but the price is higher. How much per hour? 500. Wow, it's so expensive? Are you trying to steal money? If you weren't a customer service representative, I would also like to ask you how much it costs. It's too expensive. Do you have any older ones? A mature older sister is fine, but she also needs to have fair skin. Yes, 301 hours. Yeah, not bad. Chen Su nodded. Excuse me, sir, what is your room number? We support swiping the card first and then experiencing the experience. What? Swipe first, then experience? It's really a scam. Swipe the card first and then get service. Even the capitalists would cry if they heard it. Etc. Do you support half and half payment here? Half and half payment? The other party was also confused after hearing this. What does it mean, a new payment method? Sir, what do you mean by half payment? The little girl didn't understand. Oh, you don't know what it means. That's okay. I'll explain it to you. Look, didn't you just say that the student girl only costs 500 per hour? And the mature sister only costs 300 per hour, right? Yes. Well, I'll pay you 400 yuan now. Both of us will only need half an hour. Can you call both the student girl and the mature sister over to me? This, sir, I'm sorry, we don't have such service regulations here for the time being. The girl who answered the phone was also confused. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. She was stunned for a long time without saying a word. It doesn't matter if there are no rules. When doing business, the most important thing is to have the courage to try and to dare to break through yourself. I'll take a loss this time and be the first person to try something new in your store. How about that? Chen Su lied seriously. Sir, this. The little girl was so anxious that she almost cried. At this moment, an angry boy suddenly shouted from the other side, Hey! Brat! Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Tell me the room number if you dare, or I'll kill you. Attitude. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you treat your customers? Can you be a little more professional? You stupid bastard. I educate you. Before he could finish his words, Chen Su hung up the phone again, and this time he deliberately locked him up in a small dark room. Hee, it's really fun to tease a silly dog. Chapter 47 I dare not look at it. No matter you are from the north or the south, as long as you don't live by the sea, you will envy the people living along the coast. The people living along the coast on TV eat a lot of seafood and meat every day, which almost makes the people living in the mainland envious. Isn't there a saying that goes? From tomorrow on, be a happy person, feed the horses, chop wood, travel around the world. From tomorrow on, care about food and vegetables, face the sea, and watch the spring flowers bloom. The sea always gives people unlimited imagination. Watching the setting sun, feeling the sea breeze, and being with the one you love, what a wonderful thing it is. Therefore, as southerners who are not near the sea, the thing Chen Su and others look forward to most when they come to the island is to see the sea. Because of the special climate of the island, Chen Su asked everyone to set the alarm clock last night and get up early. After all, if they get up early afternoon, they will not be going to the beach, but to a steam oven. When Chen Su came to the hall, I found that everyone was ready. Especially Luo Tianxiang, who was wearing sunglasses and carrying a big bag of unknown things. If you didn't know him, you would think he was going to find Bear Grylls to survive in the wilderness. However, it can be seen that everyone is in a good mood today. After all, they are going to the beach. Is everyone here? Chen Su smiled and said, he originally thought he was the first to arrive, but unexpectedly he was the last one. Hey, brother Chen, why did you get up so late? I've been waiting for you for most of the day. When are we leaving? Luo Tianxiang was already impatient. Lao Luo, don't worry, this place is still several kilometers away from the beach. Let's have breakfast first. Chen Su waved his hand and said, after all, we are still a few kilometers away, and we can't go to the beach on an empty stomach, right? Still waiting. Luo Tianxiang wilted instantly. Helplessly, they could only find a breakfast shop nearby to have breakfast. The proprietress who sold breakfast was a lady in her 30s or 40s. There was a little girl helping her. She looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, which was the age for school students. She must be her daughter. National Day is a statutory holiday. According to regulations, primary and secondary schools across China must have holidays. Moreover, the little girl's age has even longer holidays. However, she was unable to enjoy the holiday and instead came out to help her mother with work. It's not that she doesn't want to, but that she can't. There is no child who does not look forward to holidays, but life does not allow her to have so much fun, and helping her mother is just a common occurrence. Brother and sister, here are your steamed buns and coffee dough sticks. The little girl brought the breakfast in a baby voice. Seeing this, Luo Tianxiang hurriedly took them all. Thank you, little sister. You're welcome. The little girl smiled and walked over happily. Little sister is so cute. At this moment, a group of children riding bicycles suddenly ran quickly on the street. They were talking and laughing, and were still discussing how to have fun during the National Day. The girl at the breakfast shop could only stare at it, her expression slightly moved, but she soon lowered her head and continued to knead the dough in her hands. Hey, coffee fried dough sticks, this is a novel way to eat it. Luo Tianxiang dipped the fried dough sticks into the coffee. It tastes pretty good, island people really know how to eat. Listening to Luo Tianxiang's comments on the food, everyone couldn't help but try this new way of eating. Well, it's really good. As a foodie, Su Mengyao also gave it a very high evaluation. It not only has the mellow aroma of coffee, but also the crispness of the dough sticks. It is really delicious. It's okay. Chen Su was no longer surprised by this. After all, he had eaten coffee and fried dough sticks this way countless times when he came to the island in his previous life, and it tasted better than this one back then. But, Brother Chen, isn't it National Day now? The kids outside are running around and making noises. Why is this little girl still at home helping her mother with things? TSK, how can a mother bear this? I have to do this even if I don't have the heart to do it. Chen Su sighed. Take a good look at that lady. She has no left hand and is disabled. Then look at the crowds of customers around her. There are so many customers during the National Day holiday. If there were no little girl to help, would they be able to handle it? That's right. Luo Tianxiang nodded in agreement. The handsome boy looks young, but he actually sees things very clearly. The little girl's name is Juanan. Her father died a few years ago, and her mother is disabled. Life is not easy for this family. An uncle next to him sighed. In this way, everyone finally understood why Juanan had to help with housework at such a young age. The family had no backbone and had to work for a living. How pitiful, little sister. The world is tough and it is not easy for anyone. Only. They are just the most difficult group of people. Morning, 9:30, at the beach. After half an hour's drive, we finally arrived at our destination and everyone saw the sea as they wished. Looking from afar, the sea surface is like a huge sapphire. How beautiful. Is this the sea? Wow. It's so beautiful. Qingqiu, come and take a picture. Everyone couldn't wait to run towards the sea. For those who have never seen the sea is always so new and novel, even if it is just a body of water wider than a river, just like most of the people playing snowball fights in the north during holidays are from the south, while many people in the north just want to stay at home and don't want to go out. Because I haven't seen it, I'm looking forward to it. One by one, they are really useless. During this time, this is the most comfortable time on the island. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight is moderate in temperature, not too strong, and still a little warm. Coupled with the sea breeze blowing in your face, it is simply a paradise on earth. Chen Su shook his head and sighed. This was not the first time he had seen the sea, so he was not that excited. So he rented a big umbrella and a beach chair nearby and prepared to enjoy this rare comfort. Chen Su was lying on a beach chair wearing sunglasses, looking at the scenery in front of him without any shyness. White, really white, such long legs, such a big butt, wow, I dare not look at it, I dare not look at it. Perhaps because he was tired of looking at the scenery up close, Chen Su took out the binoculars he had brought from home, took off his sunglasses, and just as he put them over his eyes, he noticed a white object. White, big, no. White and big. But, why does it feel so close? Just when Chen Su was confused, Shen Qingqiu snatched his telescope away with a bang, put his hands on his waist, and said with a blushing face, Chen Su! What are you doing? The sudden sound startled Chen Su. Oh shit! It turns out it was my wife who was standing in front of me. I was wondering why the target suddenly became so big. I thought the telescope was powerful and could see clearly, but I didn't expect that my wife was right in front of me. I'm looking at the stars. Qingqiu, you don't know that I have been an astronomy enthusiast since I was a child. Just now, I heard that the latest meteor shower will be in the next few days. I even brought a telescope with me because I was afraid of missing it. Hearing the explanation, Shen Qingqiu's lips curled slightly. Chen Su's reason is too ridiculous. Let us not talk about whether you can see what the stars look like clearly with a telescope, but if you want to look at the stars in broad daylight, aren't you afraid that the sun will blind your eyes? Rogue. Shen Qingqiu cursed, then turned and left. Hey, Qingqiu. My telescope. The tools used in the crime. Confiscate them. Don't. Chen Su sighed. Boring, oh, boring. The only fun of coming to the beach is gone. Chapter 48. Chen Su gets angry. There was no other way. All the tools used in the crime had been confiscated by his wife, and it was too boring to just sunbathe, so Chen Su had to get up and join them in the water fight. I, old pig, am here too. Humph. Shen Qingqiu snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention at all, and continued to play in the water with Su Mengyao. Okay, Brother Chen, you are committing a crime against the law. You even brought a telescope. Do you have a spare one? Let me feast my eyes. Luo Tianxiang came over and pushed Chen Su with a lewd smile. When it comes to ruthless people, you still have to look to my brother Chen. School beauty Shen was right next to him, but he still dared to secretly look at the beauty, and he was even looking at her with a telescope. He is truly like a little cow visiting her relatives, so awesome. He is a role model for our generation. Go! 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 I was just observing the celestial phenomena, you know nothing. Shen Su knew that this boy came to laugh at him, so he didn't give him a chance and quickly waved him away. Observing the celestial phenomena during the day, ha! Brother Chen, aren't you afraid of laughing when you say this? Where can there be celestial phenomena in broad daylight? You are just being daring. Fuck you. Shen Su couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly scooped up seawater with his hands and splashed it at Luo Tianxiang. Luo Tianxiang was splashed and escaped in a panic. Brother Chen, you are so unkind. Then don't blame me for being unfair. This triggered a water-throwing war. Help! Save my daughter! Suddenly, a cry was heard not far away. It turned out that a little girl was accidentally swept into the seawater because of playing, and was struggling in the water. Ding! A person has been detected drowning nearby. Please rescue him immediately. If you complete the task, you will receive a mysterious reward for your bravery. Yes, no accepted? Accept. Chen Su had no choice but to hesitate. After all, when it comes to saving people, even if there is no system, you can't just ignore it when it happens in front of you. Just when Chen Su was about to run over to save the little girl who fell into the water, he discovered that Shen Qingqiu, who was closest to the little girl, had already swam towards her not far away. Chen Su's expression suddenly changed. Crazy. Why show off if you can't swim? After saying that, he ran forward desperately. Little sister, don't be afraid, sister is here to save you. Shen Qingqiu tried her best to comfort the little girl and slowly approached her. Although she couldn't swim, the water where the little girl was drowning was not deeper, so she waded over carefully step by step. Woo woo. The little girl might have been frightened and kept crying. Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but speed up when he heard the crying. Hurry, hold your sister's hand. Shen Qingqiu saw that they were not far away, so he stretched out a hand to hook her. But the little girl kept crying and struggling. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank into the water. She kept drifting further into the sea, and Shen Qingqiu couldn't pull her out at all. The water was almost up to my chin. It can only get closer. Shen Qingqiu gathered all his strength, waded over, and quickly grabbed the little girl's hand. I got it. Sister will take you back now. Shen Qingqiu comforted him and was about to walk back when a wave came from behind and directly submerged the two of them. Qingqiu. Qingqiu is flooded. Go save her. Su Mengyao was so anxious that she almost cried. I'll go get the lifebuoy. Luo Tianxiang saw Chen Su running over, so he turned around and went to get the lifebuoy to ensure his safety in case of an accident. Qingqiu, please don't be in any trouble. Seeing that Shen Qingqiu had been submerged by the sea, Chen Su became extremely anxious, but he still tried his best to calm himself down and jumped into the sea with a bang. Where is the person? There was no trace of the two people on the sea. There's no way to tell where the person is. Chen Su could only hold his breath and rush into the sea to grope around, but the visibility in the sea was poor and he couldn't see anything at all. Damn it! I can't see it at all. System, you bastard, come out now. Think of a solution quickly. Chen Su cursed in his heart. Bite. It is detected that two life forms are losing their lives not far away. The task reward is issued in advance. The system will provide the host with a 10-second underwater perspective mode. Please save them quickly. Here we come. As soon as the words fell, Chen Su's eyes brightened. The originally turbid underwater became clearly visible. There. After finding the target, Chen Su didn't allow any explanation and immediately swam over as fast as he could. Slowly, it got closer and closer, and Chen Su's vision gradually became blurred. Underwater perspective mode has ended. But Chen Su had already memorized her location. Qingqiu, hold on. Chen Su exerted his strength fiercely. He hugged her body and swam upwards. Call. Finally floated to the surface of the sea. Brother Chen. Life buoy. At this time, Luo Tianxiang threw the lifebuoy over, and it hit the water with a bang. First, save the child, Shen Qingqiu said in her weak voice. Okay, hold on. Shen Su put the child in her arms into a lifebuoy and then held her waist tightly with his left hand and swam towards the shore. Although the mission reward is gone, it's worth it. Hospital. At this time, Shen Qingqiu was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and very weak, but fortunately, after she swam ashore, Shen Su drained the water out of her body in time and sent her to the hospital. Her situation was not very bad. Shen Qingqiu, I think you are crazy. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Why are you showing off your ability when you can't swim? Shen Su's eyes were full of red and he shouted angrily. In order to send Shen Qingqiu to the hospital, he didn't even have time to change his clothes, and his body was wet. Chen, brother Chen, don't be angry first. School beautician is also eager to save people. Shut up. Shen Su didn't give Luo Tianxiang any face. I ask you. What if something just happened to you? How am I going to explain this to my uncle and aunt? Shen Su could no longer control his inner anger, and at this moment, he vented it all out. Shen Qingqiu remained silent. Luo Tianxiang knew that Shen Su was out of control, so he went over and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Chen, go change your clothes first. Meng Yao and I will stay here. Looking at Shen Qingqiu's weak appearance, Shen Su also realized that he was too excited just now, and took a deep breath to calm down. I'm sorry, I spoke too harshly just now. Meng Yao, you and Lao Luo take good care of her here. I'm going to check out and change my clothes. Okay. Su Mengyao nodded. After Chen Su left, Su Mengyao came to Shen Qingqiu and said, Qingqiu, you were really too impulsive this time. If it weren't for Chen Su. School beautician, brother Chen's words just now were a bit harsh, but you know him well. If he wasn't so worried about you, he wouldn't be so angry. You must not take it to heart. Shen Qingqiu shook his head. I'm not angry, thank you for taking care of me, it's me who made you worry too much. What are you talking about? We are good sisters, and it's my duty to take care of you. It's okay. Su Mengyao sat next to him, holding Shen Qingqiu's hand and comforting him. At this time, a couple suddenly came in from the door. After seeing Shen Qingqiu lying on the bed, they quickly knelt down and said, Thank you. Thank you for saving our daughter. You are our savior. Seeing this scene, Luo Tianxiang and Su Mengyao immediately helped them up. It's okay, uncle and aunt, you get up first. Little girl, thank you so much. Without you, my husband and I don't know what we would do. I'm so sorry. I almost got you into trouble. Don't worry, we'll pay for your medical expenses. It's okay, auntie. I'm fine. Although Shen Qingqiu was still very weak, she still tried her best to stand up and talk to the couple. It's all right. Where's the young man? We have to thank him too. It's like this, uncle and aunt, his clothes are all wet, so we asked him to change his clothes first. Don't worry, we will convey your thoughts to you. Then thank you for your help. There are still many good people in the world. P.S. Warm reminder. There is a lot of sweetness ahead. Chapter 49 Dog Food and Principles. The door of the ward opened. Chen Su changed into a clean set of clothes and walked in. He carried a lunchbox and placed it on the table. Are you all hungry? I brought you some food, eat it while it's hot. The three of them looked at each other in silence. He didn't move his chopsticks and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Shen Su looked at the few people who didn't move, and was also confused. Eat, are you afraid that I will poison you? Shen Su, I'm sorry. Finally, Shen Qingqiu spoke. The atmosphere was silent for a second. Eat first. I brought you some porridge. Shen Su took out a bowl of hot porridge from the plastic bag, moved the stool next to her, scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and said, I'll feed you. No, I can do it myself. Shen Qingqiu blushed and waved his hand to refuse. Shen Su didn't put down the spoon. Shen Qingqiu glanced at the two people next to him again. Su Mengyao and Luo Tianxiang looked away tacitly. Ahem, Luo Tianxiang, why is it so hot on the island today? Su Mengyao fanned the air with her hands. Yeah, it's really hot. Don't hospitals here have fans? Luo Tianxiang said righteously, then opened the lunchbox and took a bite. Hiss, it tasted really good. Fragrant. Su Mengyao winked and made eyes. Don't you think it's cool outside? How about we go out and eat? I don't think so. It's too sunny outside. It might be even hotter. Luo Tianxiang said casually. His focus now was only on food. Hiss, why don't you understand me? Su Mengyao was so angry that she almost died. Really? Luo Tianxiang is so stupid. She had no choice but to grab Luo Tianxiang by the collar and drag him outside. I'm going out to eat, you come with me. Hey, my meal. Let me get the food first. Watching the two of them walk out the door, Chen Su then smiled and said, the annoying light bulbs are gone, can we eat now? If we don't eat now, the porridge will get cold. Oh. Shen Qingqiu had no choice but to open his mouth and eat the spoonful of porridge that Chen Su scooped. It was sticky and had shredded pork in it, which was quite delicious. Thanks. Another bite. Before Shen Qingqiu could swallow it, Chen Su grinned and scooped another spoonful from the bowl, like a scoundrel. Shen Qingqiu could only take another bite, otherwise with Chen Su's personality, he might really keep it raised. Why, did you buy me porridge? Shen Qingqiu asked as she swallowed it. Although the porridge was delicious, it was too light and not to her taste. She still wanted to eat something else. Because porridge helps digestion. You are so weak now. Are you still thinking about eating something else? You little greedy cat. I didn't. Don't move. Chen Su suddenly shouted, and Shen Qingqiu was so frightened that his whole body tensed up and he lay still obediently. Chen Su pulled out a piece of paper, wiped the corner of her mouth, and said with a smile, you are so old, why are you still leaking food from the corner of your mouth? Let me help you wipe it. Shen Qingqiu's face flushed, not knowing what to say. She and Chen Su's current behavior really looked like a couple in love. Hey! Have you seen enough? Luo Tianxiang said impatiently, didn't you ask me to come out to eat with you? Why are you looking inside now? TSK, what do you know? Look at them now, don't they look like a couple? Su Mengyao had an anti-smile on her face. Hey, don't say, it's true. Great. He got the school beautician so quickly. You're worthy of being brother Chen. Luo Tianxiang poked his head to take a look inside, with a fatherly smile on his face, and gave a very high evaluation. But didn't you try your best to stop them from being together before? Why? Do you agree now? Luo Tianxiang was puzzled. Is that what it used to be like? Chen Su's selfless attitude today completely changed my opinion of him. What? Luo Tianxiang was surprised, you also like brother Chen? What are you talking about? I just think that although Chen Su looks careless at ordinary times, he is quite reliable at critical moments, and he is really good to Qingqiu. Most importantly, Qingqiu seems to be interested in him, too. Su Mengyao expressed her thoughts. If Chen Su was just a little interested in Qingqiu, she wouldn't think so, but the key is that Qingqiu is also a little interested in Chen Su. This is a feeling of mutual affection, sweet, there is no reason not to support it. What you said makes sense. Brother Chen and school beautician are in love with each other. Luo Tianxiang nodded slightly to show his approval. But isn't their progress too slow? They are always so ambiguous and never express their feelings. When will they finally achieve a happy ending? You think so, too? Su Mengyao's eyes lit up immediately. As a die-hard fan of romance novels, she suddenly felt like she had found a like-minded book friend. Of course, Chen Su is my brother, so of course I'm worried about him. How about we help them? Su Meng pushed Luo Tianxiang. Ask for his advice. No, love matters are all about letting nature take its course. I believe brother Chen will be fine. Luo Tianxiang refused righteously. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to help. First, he believes that with Chen Su's ability, it is only a matter of time for him to win over the school beautician. Second, he is not interested in doing this at all. Didn't you just say that Chen Su is your brother? Why aren't you helping now? Su Mengyao asked angrily. It's because Chen Su is my brother that I won't help him. As a brother, I absolutely believe in his ability. Besides, if I fail to help and instead cause trouble, won't he kill me when he finds out? Luo Tianxiang would never do such a deal where the cost outweighs the gain, even if Jesus came. Will you help? Su Mengyao pulled her sleeves and acted as if she would fight with him if he didn't help her, which frightened Luo Tianxiang. Su Mengyao. You can't play like this. Why are you forcing me to do something I don't want to do? Luo Tianxiang mustered up the courage to speak. Export means morality and rule of law. I'll treat you to a hot pot meal after this is done. Ahem, which one? The new one in giant pain, all you can eat. Gurgle gurgle. Luo Tianxiang swallowed subconsciously. Damn, I'm a little nervous. Then I won't do it either. I am a very principled person. If Chen Su hadn't told me this himself, I wouldn't have agreed to it. 2 meals. When do we start? Luo Tianxiang blurted out. Without even thinking. Who can refuse free hot pot? And 2 meals at that. In front of food, principles, life creeds, etc., are all bullshit. P.S. Dear viewers, please give me some urge for more updates. I wish you will become more and more handsome. Chapter 50 Camping Plan in Juanan. Brother Chen. How about we go for a walk in the mountains? Yes, yes. Come to think of it, Qingqiu and I haven't been to the mountains for a long time. This is a good opportunity to go out and relax, go camping or something. Don't you think so, Qingqiu? Su Mengyao ran over and hugged Shen Qingqiu's arm, smiling and acting coquettishly. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded in agreement. He didn't say anything more, but turned his gaze to Chen Su. What's going on with these 2 people? Chen Su frowned and said tisk. He didn't understand why a lazy person like Luo Tianxiang suddenly wanted to go to the mountains to play, and he was even in cahoots with Su Mengyao. This is not their style. As if it had been communicated in advance. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Chen Su asked tentatively. So where are you going to play? Tong Luo Mountain. Luo Tianxiang introduced seriously, this is a famous mountain on the island. Yes. Tong Luo Mountain. Many celebrities have been there. Su Mengyao added another sentence. Wow, even Tong Luo Mountain knows about it, they are quite well prepared. Chen Su also became interested and said with his hands folded, it's so famous? Then you 2 can tell me which celebrities have been there? Yes, Su Mengyao's throat suddenly seemed to be stuck, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She could only secretly push Luo Tianxiang and ask for his help. Luo Tianxiang was entrusted with an important task in times of crisis, but how could he know all this? Brother Chen, no matter which celebrities have been there, you have to think that the fact that so many celebrities like to visit this mountain proves that it has something unique. There you go. Hasn't he become a celebrity? Yes, yes, yes. What Luo Tianxiang said makes a lot of sense. Su Mengyao nodded in agreement and asked delicately, Brother Chen Su won't reject us, right? Hey, Chen Su was almost embarrassed by Su Mengyao's calling him Brother Chen Su, and his body shook violently. Su Mengyao, please speak to me properly. Okay, Brother Chen Su. Chen Su was too lazy to pay attention to her. He stroked his chin and said, it's not impossible to go camping, but Qingqiu has just recovered and I'm afraid. I can do that. Shen Qingqiu also stood up at this time. Don't worry, I've almost recovered. To be honest, I haven't been camping in the mountains for a long time. I really miss it. After hearing what Shen Qingqiu said, Shen Su's thoughts began to waver. After all, he hadn't been camping in the mountains for a long time, and everyone was in high spirits now, so he didn't want to pour cold water on them. Oh well. Then let's go tomorrow. We have time to prepare today. Yeah. Camping plan begins. Su Mengyao and Luo Tianxiang clapped their hands happily. The plan was successful. Strangeness. When did they become so close? Chen Su was puzzled. I always feel like I've been cheated, but I can't put my finger on it. The 3 most important things for camping are tents, quilts, and food. The first 2 are almost common and easy to buy. The purchase was completed in a short while. The next step is to purchase ingredients. There are 2 groups in total. Shen Qingqiu and Su Mengyao assisted in purchasing food. Chen Su and Luo Tianxiang were responsible for buying some tools and equipment needed for camping. Hey, Brother Chen, I heard there's a meteor shower recently? Is that true? Of course it's true. Chen Su had actually planned this day a long time ago. He originally wanted to take everyone to the observatory to witness this historic moment, but because everyone suggested going camping, he had to change the plan temporarily. Then why don't you consider buying an astronomical telescope? I think your crappy telescope won't be able to see anything. Of course, but I'm not buying it, I'm renting it. There are only a few meteor showers a year. It would be too extravagant and not cost-effective to buy an astronomical telescope just to watch it. It's better to rent one and make the best use of it. Luo Tianxiang nodded, indicating his approval. That makes sense. Tongluo Mountain is more like a ridge than a mountain. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with unique landforms and lush vegetation. There are also a large number of temples and nunneries built on the mountain. Countless tourists come to visit every year. The next day, when the few of them took a taxi to Tongluo Mountain, it was already past noon. Luo Tianxiang held his stomach, indicating that his stomach had started to complain. I brought some snacks in my bag, eat some first. Shen Qingqiu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw Luo Tianxiang's expression, but to be honest, the journey to Tongluo Mountain was quite far, no wonder he was hungry. You must be hungry after such a long journey, right? The driver smiled and said in a familiar voice, actually, if you want to eat, you can go to the nunnery on the mountain to have a vegetarian meal. You can also pray to the Buddha and pray for good luck, but you can only eat vegetarian food. I am a little hungry indeed. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Shen Qingqiu also rubbed his stomach and said jokingly, how is it? What do you think? Do you want to go and worship Guanyin Bodhisattva? That's great. I've only worshipped the Buddha before, but this is my first time worshipping a bodhisattva. Luo Tianxiang felt curious, but mainly he was hungry. How could snacks be as filling as a meal? Of course. Since we have come to Tongluo Mountain with great difficulty, we must ask for good luck when we return, right Qingqiu? Su Mengyao had no objection. Shen Qingqiu nodded. Then he turned his gaze to Shen Qingqiu. After spending some time together, they have completely regarded Shen Qingqiu as their leader. During the past few days of traveling, he has handled everything in an orderly manner, and there is nothing wrong with him. He is just like an old adult. Then let's go. Maybe I can get some good luck. Shen Qingqiu joked. The nunnery on the mountain is called Keifu Temple. It is very famous on the island and is said to be very effective. The steps of Keifu Temple are made of stones with moss growing on the sides and many cracks. I heard that they have a history of several hundred years. Go up the stone steps. We arrived inside the nunnery. The temple was completely silent, with the sound of Buddhist chanting lingering in the air. From time to time, one could see smoke rising from cooking fires, which must be the time for the nuns in the temple to have dinner. The surrounding scenery is quiet and antique, with railings and Buddhist sculptures. The tall mahogany buildings in the hall instantly make people feel like they are in ancient times, refreshing and happy. Buddha bless you. Buddha bless you. I hope my family is healthy and I can get into a good university. As soon as he entered the temple, Luo Tianxiang closed his eyes and prayed silently for himself. Pray to God or something. He is the best at it. He worshipped the gods of exams, the god of success, the god of lottery. He especially worshipped the Buddha. Whenever he had a big exam, he would kowtow to him and pray for good luck. Review can be abandoned. Believers are indispensable. This nunnery doesn't look as popular as the Buddhist temples. Can the prayers be answered? Su Mengyao muttered softly. Disobedience. Great disobedience. Hush. Luo Tianxiang, who was standing next to him, panicked immediately after hearing this. Don't say anything nonsense. Be careful not to offend the bodhisattva. As she spoke, she put her palms together and bowed repeatedly. I am an ignorant girl. Amitba. Amitba. Tisk. Su Mengyao sneered. She wanted to come and worship the Buddha just to join in the fun and take a few photos to prove that she had been there so that she could chat with her sisters in the future. But she was never superstitious. Shen Qingqiu turned his head and asked. Shen Qingqiu, what kind of temple is this? I don't know. Shen Qingqiu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Although he had stayed on the island for a long time, he was also busy dealing with company matters. He came and went in a hurry. How could he have time to worship Buddha? At this time, a nun in her 30s happened to pass by and hurried to greet them. I guess you are here to worship the Buddha, right? That's right. Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. The nun also laughed. I didn't expect that you all look so young and are already married. Tongluo Mountain is a long way to go. I guess you haven't eaten yet? How about trying our vegetarian food? Nanny? Marriage? Why do you say that? Several people looked at each other, also confused. Suddenly, a pregnant woman with a big belly came out of the temple. She was smiling and her husband was supporting her, fearing that she would get bumped. Chen Su's eyes froze. Master, may I ask who the bodhisattva here is? Juanan, the goddess of childbirth.